under all of my force will fall. Let's make them crawl. And when we finally meet the king, there will be no ghost for him. We shall end it all.
The era of metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
On the shed. destruction of the realm. Come on, I say now to wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to hold. For our kingdom glorious.
stay and fortify. You will be our silent eye.
Welcome, everyone, to the LPL, where there's some shenanigans going on today. Because I don't know why Hysterics Lyric on my screen together in the LPL again. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense,
crazy.
brother.
And they even let you intro as well. I mean, that's just.
And I'm done with it. I'm done with the hosting duties. It's back to you.
Well, that's a shame. I quite enjoyed it a lot, by the way, as well. But yeah, as the new color caster of this series, let me just tell you, LPL The Split needs a little bit of elaboration because crazy things are happening. Look at yesterday, by the way. I'll just move back into my student role. It's early, and it's a little bit strange for me again waking up. It's like last time when I was waking up. I was like, man, it's weird casting at 8 a.m. in the morning, but for you guys, I mean, you've been going through this. You've been doing this for ages. It's just I'm on the other side of the world. And for you, it's like midnight, as you can talk about yesterday if you'd like.
I was going to say, I did this yesterday, where we had weird results, like RNG 2-0ing OMG. Came out of left field. RNG were looking like the worst team in the league. FPX, though, still incredibly high. Milky Way popped off. Milk Them in Life. We're having a great series. And that brings us to the standings, because FPX just seems like everybody's favorite team right now. And they're in the top 4.
Why wouldn't they be? Again, you mentioned Milky Way. Doctor and Life are coming to life, which is great. I think as well, like, you know, Shalahoos had some of his previous performances that we saw when he debuted on FPX as well. But for the rest of the squad, like, let's just be real. You're seeing FPX in the top again. You're seeing NIP near the top, IG doing well. But you're seeing teams like LNG, RNG, EDG Classics that back when I was casting here full time were like top 8 teams easily.
Yeah, and like, hell, it's been since like 2020 when RNG and EDG were both towards that bottom end of the standings. But we got games to cast today. And, you know, you come in, we have to have the top teams playing. JDG AL, LNG EDG, Weibo, Billy. Sounds like a fun day.
Except LNG, EDG are top teams, you know? Like I said, they're not top teams. EDG are out.
You're Australian, you know, upside down, they...
Okay, well, look, yeah, it's complete
do you
opposite.
not view yourself as Australian anymore? You know, now that you're.
I do. Hey. I might be in Berlin, but I'm definitely Aussie. ALJDG is where we're going to start though. And let's just kick it into overdrive, because for ALJDG, this might be a little bit closer than people thought. And starting with JDG, I mean, they are locked into playoffs, but I think people should know that JDG maybe. You want to say that they're not as clean, they're not as clinical as before. Like, there are some things that need fine-tuning, but it's also because they are running people like Sheer, your gals back on the roster, and there's some of these roster changes. I feel like direction for JDG has changed a significant amount.
Yeah, and it's like, I agree that there's been some issues. JDG have looked messy. People like Yagao haven't been super consistent. Kanavi's had some off games. Just across the board, some members of JDG have had some sleeper moments. But the fact that they qualified for playoffs against TES, I feel like, is so impressive. In my mind, Top Esports were the second best team in the league. Coming into this series, JDG would have been third. And I kind of expected TES to just roll over them. They did in Game 1, but JDG's team fighting in Game 2 and 3, Sheer really stepping up in this Jax game, it was just so monumental to do against a team like TES.
I mean, again, as you said, Top Esports, second best team, because the reuniting of 369, Tian, you know, like Cream coming into the roster, I think was a lot of hope for this team as well. It was kind of exciting. I enjoyed that series, by the way. The only problem was that JDG Top Esports started off mega slow. I'm glad we ran into the series, though, and at least it kind of developed itself. But on the other side, AL, just a quick touch up as to why this should be important and why this should be good for them. For AL, there's a lot on the line for this series, considering that, you know, we look at their final piece of schedule. It looks quite difficult, and that's why every game mattering is not a cop-out here. It is actually quite genuine for a team that everyone was thinking could also make playoffs with their reignited roster.
Yeah, it's a bit surprising, but like you said, looking forward, their schedule is pretty difficult. They still have teams like Top Esports that they have to play, and even though LNG have been a little bit weird, like, right, they've not been performing. They still have individuals who can step up, and AL are very inconsistent. So AL are one of these teams I'm looking at that I actually don't know if they're going to qualify to where, if you asked me 2 weeks ago, they looked like a lock to for sure be in playoffs, but yeah, they're gonna have to step up here today against a team like JDG. It doesn't even start easy.
And I mean, as soon as you start talking about LNG, it decided internet was a bit like, hang on a minute, I don't like that. I don't like that you're talking smack about LNG. But of course, sticking to the theme of the tune, right? For JDG, quick touch up on looking at this bottom lane, because again, they're two AD carries who, one domestically here, domestic in China, was raised within the ecosystem. Ruler raised outside of it, and I feel like for Hope, do you want to lay into this guy in comparison to Ruler, or is that not fair?
No, I think Hope's been one of the pillars for AL this split. And it's kind of cool too, because it's right. Hope won his championship on JDG. Ruler's the one who actually came in and replaced him on JDG after that wonderful 2022 summer. And yeah, this split, Hope's just been that consistent piece for the team, playing out team fights well. He's not expected to do too much in lane because Kyle's playing a lot on the map with Krako, which I think is what you would expect, both of them being the imports from LCK, right? So it's kind of the same old Hope from even, going all the way back to 2020 summer when he was stepping in for EDG and just having all those great moments.
He's played on many different teams. I mean, he's played on some of these historic rosters. The WE roster, I think, sat with me for quite some time as well, especially with him and Shane kind of being pillars on that team as well. So further to your point, I say, do you want to lay into him? Because against Ruler, like Ruler always runs the stats. And I feel like Ruler has been consistently a top 3 AD carry in the LPL, if not top 1, top 2 for, 2 splits now? How long has this guy been here? Like two years?
This would be his third. Yeah, third. Yeah, 2023. Came in last year. So, yeah, the one place where I can see him taking advantage of Hope and Kyle would be in that bot lane matchup. I think in terms of laning, Ruler and Missing are still incredibly strong. So, especially if we get any things like Smolder being swapped, like if AL end up leaning into that after Smolder was the reason they lost to RNG in their last series, I think like Ruler and Missing would definitely be able to take advantage and, pick some sort of strong lane or go towards the Kai'Sa and be able to make Hope's life miserable.
I just love how you said that was the reason they lost to RNG in the last series. Like,
hey, what?
Yes. No. You are completely right. So let's just flash back to AL. You're looking at stats here. You're looking at the draft. Small's been played a couple of times for AL's bottom side. But if you go back to RNG versus AL, as Lyric said, game 1, it was all happy sunshine. Game 2, blue side. Karma first pick for Smolder on the other side. I mean, I'll be honest, I think AL trolled the draft. I think RNG got away with murder. And it was such a big series for AL when we talk about every series being so important. That loss against RNG, I think it could haunt them if they continue to lose the next 3.
It's actually kind of funny, right? Because OMG just lost to RNG yesterday. So RNG kind of being that Grim Reaper for all these teams that are just on the cusp of qualifying. And AL, it should look pretty good, right? 7-6, like it's a great place to be in the standings, but they could realistically end 7-9 if somehow LNG upsets them in their next series. They're actually on a 3-series lose streak right now, so things have not been looking all that good. And again, I feel like a lot of it's been down to absolute shenaniganry in their losses.
And again, with that 3-loss streak, it was RA, IG, RNG. They lost earlier in the split to EDG. So like for AL to be a playoff team and for AL to kind of be, I guess heightened up as a team that can be in the upper echelon. They've now got to win against top teams when they've lost against teams that they shouldn't have. I think that the points repetitious, but it makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah.
Final strength schedule, very doable. Top esports next week. LNG, also another closeout, as we said. I just want to kind of mention here that while you talked about Hope being the pillar, I think for me, something exciting has been seeing Shanks in certain games.
Yeah.
Also being some of that pillar, high damage dealer, but also like getting that Shanks that we got on WE historically. I wouldn't say historically. Shanks in some of the better times, maybe, on
Shanks,
WE strategy.
Shanks during the WE Miracle Run during.
Yes.
See, that playoffs, I can't remember. I want to say 2021 summer is when that happened, but I actually agree. Even though I said Hope is, a consistent pillar of this team, I think Shanks has been the best player for WE this split. I feel like Shanks and Krako especially work super well together. It was so surprising coming in and honestly really seeing the synergy between these two. Krako ganks mid a lot. He's willing to play around Shanks. Shanks is always able to follow in the invades when Krako wants to get more aggressive. So I think AL do have individual strengths going for them. I think just once we get to the team play, that's where we're really going to see JDG outclass.
Yeah, again, as they always do. Now, we are in JDG's home arena, as you can see. I think this is the one that has 2K seats. It is,
I think so.
Dude, it was yesterday, wasn't it? I think it was yesterday when maybe we were in, was it yesterday or the day before? Might have been the Thursday versus Top Esports it was. Watching JDG's home arena, and it was packed. Like, it was completely packed out. This arena is huge. And when you consider things like, LEC has like 210, even Shanghai has like 400, 500. WE used to be the biggest with 600. The fact that JDG's has 2,000 and can pack out seats, I mean, that's some money. That's some good money.
I also think it's a good thing that they've been a top team and have won championships, right? Because who knows if they'd be filling the stadium otherwise?
If you were the ultra prime of the league,
Yeah. I feel kind of bad for that. I don't want to insult Ultra Prime. Ultra Prime could definitely fill the stadium. Ultra Prime could fill 2 of these stadiums.
Oh, good for you. Yeah, stand up for them. Because, man, the things that I've seen on the Coast streams, just watching LPL for Ultra Prime, I couldn't even say that. But on the other side, today is not the day to make fun of Ultra Prime. I'm not here to get fired. I'm here to talk up JDG once again, who sit upside with their brothers in BLG. It's just the same old split, but a very different vibe as we once again introduced to the stage, starting off with Sheer. Because Flandre has done the majority of the split, and it's kind of crazy that, again, after last split, we saw him up against Top Esports. And Sheer now, after playing all those 3 games, and also has played against Ultra Prime, by the way, very relevant. It's interesting after the FPX loss that JDG are like, no, we're going to try him again, and we're going to run him again here in a matchup that matters again today.
So I was actually very surprised coming into the split that Sheer wasn't just starting right off the bat. He had a ton of hype coming in. He didn't play in LDL, but he was actually one of the JDG trainees that they'd already been working with, I believe, for a year. And actually, the rumor I've heard of why he didn't start the split was he still was working on school and had big exams and stuff like that.
Oh, wow.
Where couldn't be able to come in that early on and focus up. So, yeah, it's just exciting that he finally gets a chance. I remember his first series was a bit rough, did end up getting camped and giving over quite a few deaths. But at the same time, I feel like we've really seen the mechanical proficiency of this guy as well. And I think his JDG's ceiling should be a lot higher with him, especially if they integrate him as soon as possible.
I mean, I think, again, on that note as well, because he's so young and because he hasn't had any competitive experience before, he's just kind of been thrusted in. You give him benefit of the doubt. You give him that, you struggled a little bit, for some of these other top laners in, Demacia Cup, Sheer versus Bin, and you're like, that's acceptable. That's okay. Demacia Cup was his first competitive tournament, and he didn't even play with the full JDG squad. It was Maggie instead of Kanavi. So, it's just, I don't know. I think it's completely fair.
I also feel like if there's a series where we really don't have to worry about how Sheer's going to do, it's this one. Because, there's been one piece of AL that we haven't mentioned at all yet, which is Harry. And it's all right, Harry's the kind of player who's going to do his job right. You're going to pick him as Cassante or Udyr. He's going to be able to play the lane just fine and then come into team fights, absorb some damage. But it also means Sheer's shouldn't be under any threat in lane. And if anything, Sheer should come into this one looking to be the bully, looking to be the stronger one in the 1v1.
Very true. And I mean, I think, again, with Sheer, some of that champion pool can be highlighted over because, we talk about, diversity of champs a lot in the LPL. He's only played a little bit, but he will match toe-to-toe things like the Cassante, the Udyr, a bit of Jax, a bit of the Renekton as well. I'm sure this guy's got a lot up his sleeve. Just on the other note of Harry's been interesting. I don't know what your thoughts have been, obviously coming over from Ultra Prime.
I was going to say another Ultra Prime tie-in right there.
They're competent today. They are confident. These guys, you can't keep Ultra Prime out of your mouth.
Are you sure you're an LEC caster, not the Ultra Prime brand manager or something? You sure?
Dude, they always tweet at me I'll say something nasty or be annoyed what Ultra Prime doing, and they'll tweet at me. And I'll feel sorry for them because their tweets are so wholesome and they're trying. And very few LPL organizations, they're actually trying with their Western social media.
Yeah.
And I always feel bad. They just do better.
If anyone's coming into this series now, JDGAL, and wondering, hey, why are Hysterics and Leader here? And why are they talking about Ultra Prime? Don't worry. It's because Harry used to be on Ultra Prime, and Hysterics feels something about that.
True. They're just copping blows left, right, and center. I can take you back to a safer place. That is the fact that also with Sheer, we didn't mention, Martha's on this roster, which is kind of huge. I don't know if you guys were talking about this during the split, but IG legend, dude, the 2018 world champion, spent a couple of years on Gen G before this team, before hopping onto JDG this year as well, which I think kind of a big deal because when you have someone who has so much experience and you have so much backbone in the league who's got a world championship under his belt, and I think the community, international community, has a lot of respect for him. It kind of helps a new player, especially someone like Sheer, being like, well, I've just got one of the best coaches in the world to also help me through this early stage.
I feel like another thing about that Mafa point is just even bringing in someone that is familiar with Ruler, right? He's coached Ruler before already on Gen G, so I kind of like the pre-existing relationship that's there with one of your star players. But now we do have to get in the draft, and we need to see what AL has learned from their last series against RNG. There we go. They learned. Smolder, take it off the table.
Hey, they learned. They did indeed. The karma goes with it as well. That was their other first pick, but this time not leaving things up to chance. It's triple 80 carry ban on the side of JDG, and just a side note, Varus is going to match that as well. Also, the Smolder makes 5, and it's a first pick Rakan for Kayle, and he was playing this a lot in the last series. I think he has played this a lot in general, so it makes sense that a comfort here starts AL on the draft.
Yeah, and now we've been seeing a lot more of this lately, right? The Ahri's really risen the ranks in terms of prio and making its way up to first rotation on red side. I wonder if you could go with something like a Vi pairing now, but it wouldn't make any sense when the enemy's not showing immobile mobile soul laners that you'd want to use it on, right? So it seems like gonna stave off on the natural mid jungle pairing, just get their hands on the AD carry, deny the lovers duo for Hope.
Also makes sense to deny the Xayah Rakan because on the other side for JDG, you might think, oh, they're going to pick it because it's also missing Sham. That's the one thing I forgot to mention, that missing Rakan 6-0 yet again. It feels like this guy is just a Rakan OTP, but that's not true, of course, because he's got 10, 11 other champions to pair with it. Yeah. But on the other side, while draft flows through, Kai'Sa locked in quite early here. In 14-4, 14-5 internationally, Kai'Sa's kind of been like this B or C, maybe last resort, especially with things like Twisted Fate still up and available. Still things like Zeri that have been seen more as well, but Hope's going to try and play and set up the dive here as Renekton's there to match.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised to see it come out in response, but it is going to give him at least a bit more mobility. And I mean, theoretically, he's going to be dodging out on people like the Ahri and Renekton, jumping into the back line, right, and just trying to find access to Ruler. And I like these bans coming out so far from JDG, taking away something like the Orianna when there's already so much set up between K'Sante and Rakan, and if any shenanigans led Kai'Sa to the back line, you can even throw, the ball on her and find a massive shockwave. Yeah. So taking away some of Shank's picks when Shanks has been that best player on AL, I think makes a ton of sense.
It's a shame Kayle's not in the meta. I remember the classic IG, and just because Martha's here, I feel like I'm reflecting on remember the Kayle Kai'Sa comps where Kai'Sa would just dive in, be invulnerable for 2 seconds. Everyone's dead by the time she comes out and can take damage. It's a shame we've walked away from that.
I know. It's been a while since we've seen any Kayle, but who knows? If Flandre was here, there could always be a chance, but sadly Flandre isn't here. But now for AL's JG's second ban, I wonder if they care about something like a Taliyah here. No. Instead going with the Hwei. I think Taliyah might be something we see AL lean on in that next phase of picks. Another champion that can maybe join that Kai'Sa section people off and help you create picks.
So just left open. That means Yagao can, pull this up on 4 if they want. Leave counter for what? Support? Does Missing really care about that? Yeah, I guess the option is, excuse me, I have to correct myself. We've already got the Ahri. It's early. It is so, I don't know how you guys do it. It is so early. I'm like, dude, Yagao's Taliyah would look good here with a first pick Ahri. Absolutely. Maybe we just get Kanavi on 4 here, or maybe we get the support on 4 for counter pick. What are you thinking? You got to help me here. You gotta help me.
Still have things like, I was gonna say, the Lee Sin left open, right? I think would be the obvious one, having that Ahri because of the mid jungle 2v2, and no worries. The brain fog is one of the staples of being back on the LPL. So we're gonna see now again things like the Taliyah left open. Tristana crossed my mind if they wanted to go for another prio mid. She also does have a bit of semblance to be able to jump in and join in on the action. But AL's comp is kind of going a little bit of both ways, right? They have a bunch of champions who can jump in, but at the same time as Tristana, you don't ideally want to do that. So hope this game, Shanks' game, might be having to peel and figure out things for himself, to where JDG looking pretty standard. Gonna have solid team fighting. The skirmishing especially, of course, is great when you have Renekton, Lee Sin, and Ahri topside. And I think that's the half of the map that we're really going to be focusing on for JDG.
I feel like for JDG as well, it kind of fits into the wheelhouse of mid-game focus, right? Like there are a lot of tools to use as we start getting towards those skirmishes, those mid-game team fights. On the other side as well, I'm just going to mention with AL, like at least this time they've got engaged. If we reflect back to the RNG series, Game 2, the Karma Kindred comp, they just had 0 engaged tools. I'm not even sure. Game 3 was like similar, but still, there were a couple more, but it was still lacking. And I feel like for AL, at least this time, there's clear engage, right? Like, you know, as you said, it becomes versatile with what they want to do, but at least the tools are there so that this time they don't just have to play a kite back comp with absolutely no priority and just, you know, let Jesus take the wheel.
Yeah, and I mean, luckily, right, their comp can do a bunch of things well. Like, there is the opportunity to find picks with the Kai'Sa, with the Maokai. Even though Kai'Sa, not great at, like, burning Barons or things like that, you have a Tristana right alongside her, so it's still going to be double AD carry. So if JDG ever make a mistake, AL's comp will be very fast at taking objectives.
Well, as we get into game number 1, let's find out how fast they can set the tone of this game, because as we roll into this, I have one thing to say, and that is that AL in Game 1 versus RNG impressed me. But as the series went on, that disappointment came like a father who just didn't know what their son was doing. Now, I might not be AL's dad, but like a step-parent, I was just still disappointed all the same. Let's see if they can remedy that against JDG. A must-win for them to get into playoffs. Every win for them is a must-win, as JDG already secured, but it's the top 2 battle that they always play for. That is continuing to be on the line here, as AL are a lot stronger than last split. So for JDG, do not underestimate.
I actually have a question for you. Is it
Please.
So what was the difference from you being AL's dad versus being their stepdad or stepmom? Because
I'm a little bit more removed, you know, like there's no inherent, like I've only been in the family for about a month. I just came in and I'm just like, you know, hey guys, like, you know, pleasure to be here, but like, I'm not sure if I'm staying, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but
Like-
okay, but so is your approach to, you know, you're the new guy in the house, are you spoiling them, or are you like keeping your distance and letting your significant other like introduce you slowly to AL?
I'm distancing until I get the vibe of what they're about, you know? Like, even though that's a very selfish thing, I feel like when there's 17 children,
You
you've
don't
got to
sound
be
like
a
a
bit
good
selfish.
You don't sound like a good parent. Just gotta throw
There's
that out there.
17 of them. There's 17 of them. Like, others, like IG, it's like, bro, I'm taking them to Disneyland. I'm getting them the full-time pass. Like, they can get whatever they want from me. AL, like, I'm not even telling them I have money. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
they're gonna have to wait.
maybe that's why AL right now are a 3-series loss streak and losing to teams like RA is that lack of attention.
Yeah, well, look, I'll be quite honest. When they lost to RA, both of those kids were in the corner after that. That was disappointing for me. But for AL, look, they've got time to set things right here. They've got time to earn themselves maybe a guest spot to Disneyland if they can keep it up. Because AL, they've only been in playoffs one split. I think you and I, as I know we're kind of zooming out a bit, you and I were actually on that split together. Surely they made playoffs together. No, they didn't.
No,
AL's
I was
never made playoffs.
No,
What world am I in?
Rogue Warriors came close once. They lost due to game difference. I think it was 2020 summer, and that is the closest AL slash. Well, I guess not Rogue Warriors, because obviously Rogue Warriors earlier.
Rogue Warriors
iterations went by.
2018. 2018 almost went to Worlds. You know?
I guess that was the start of what then became the foundation for AL, right? Those like later Rogue
True.
Warriors rosters. Yeah, that was the closest that had ever come.
Yeah. So look, again, it's like the Ultra Prime story all again. We're just getting down on AL, but they got a chance to set things straight, make history. We haven't talked about the game state a little bit, but the 2v2 naturally with Kai'Sa Rakan. Looks like they got level 2 first, got the push in, and are now setting up the potential of Krokko, but note that Kanavi is down here as well, shadowing this jungle path. And he's in a pretty good place at the right time as Kayle doesn't actually get the spot until he moves out himself. Gleaming Quill, Kanavi level 4, he's out of there, but Missing is thinking about it engage. I'm not sure how this 3v3 goes.
Yeah, I assume they would have, right, when Kayle ran away, because, you know, he didn't have Q or W. That could have been the moment to strike.
Good bop back. That was a bramble smash from Croco. The Ignite's already been popped down. The full engage. AL get the missing flash, and Croco now taking the damage as Kanavi matches as well. KL has to get out of there himself. That's flash for Croco, flash for KL, and Shanks coming down. JDG back away. Looks like the Summoner trade is pretty even, actually better for AL with Hope's flash still intact.
I'm a bit surprised that JDG opted into going for it again when you could have gone in right when the Rakan had run away. It means you wouldn't have the knockup to be able to lock down your AD carrier or Kanavi. But good for AL is Shanks. Maybe this is not good for AL, having to blow flash. And this is good from Yagao, because Yagao has had a lot of silly moments so far this split. I know a lot of people could probably still remember the Azir shenanigans in top lane. I know he had another one the other day too, where he pretty much ran it down for no reason. But it's been weird, right? A split where Yagao isn't one of the consistent pieces for JDG. So seeing him come in, seeing him do well in lane is refreshing.
But I mean, again, we were talking about JDG and like how they are. I guess we can pause on that because there's a quick touchdown on what happened bot side, which was just a lot of balls running into each other.
Yeah, Missing tries to go in, but the Bramble Smash completely denies the play from finding any value. Missing does get out of there, which gives time for Ruler to get the return trade onto Croco. And wow, what a beautiful flash from Guile really to make sure that he doesn't go down.
Saving the life of the jungler. Felt like it could have been a disaster with Kanavi. Trying to take an early lead on this Lee Sin. He's going to get all 3 grubs in the meanwhile, though, as while bot is consistently pushed in for AL. JDG splitting the map right now, trying to set up a top side. No camps to take that are available, but you can see pings going down. Croco understands Kanavi's up here with a good control ward. So Shank should know, Lyric. Shank should pay respect here and be like, should I be here? Charm not connecting this time, and luckily he's out.
It's okay. Shanks is a procrastinator, like many of us are, and that's how you do some of your best work in life. Shanks got out of there for free. Now he gets a dragon. So if anything, biggest brain play we've seen yet.
True. That's the only way I get work done. But I'm such a procrastinator. Sometimes I forget the meaning of the word. I forget I'm doing it. I forget the meaning of the word. I realize till afterwards. I'm like, how did I get that done?
It feels like it's the only acceptable approach to doing anything. And I feel like that's why so far, I was going to say AL have a gold lead, but AL don't. But that's why AL have a dragon. You know what's more important?
Yeah, true.
Cash, money, or legendary mythical creatures?
A dragon that's not going to be a Chemtech Soul. Definitely the dragon. You know, I was talking about this, and I think everyone said it. Grubs still feel like, unless you are playing like a Camille top, a Fiora top, I'm trying to think of any split pushes in the game, right? People that take turrets fast. Like, Renekton's okay. But you're not going to get 6 grubs and be like, man, the game is done. You get 4 dragons, you still say the game is done. I think we know what lane is more important as dragon stacking still reigns supreme.
You know, I was actually a big grub denier, naysayer at the start of the split. But the longer the split has gone on, and I feel like the better I've seen teams play with grubs, the more I like when, especially, I mean, if you're a lot of these teams in LPL that's picking these like hard winning early game compositions and you get 6 grubs, you get an early Baron, like you are taking the Nexus in one push. It is obscene.
Very true. And I guess as well, with the pushing power aside, I mean, the EXP it gets for junglers too.
Yeah.
On that first wave is huge. This could be a kill. Flash away from Sheer. Harry, if he gets a knockback here, that all out will probably save and give first blood. But nice little engage here from Harry on this K'Sante while Kanavi was actually trying to set up in this top side. Now vertical jungling as Lyric, you got to set me up. Do you have time?
I mean, the ult's coming out. I'm not setting you up. The play's happening.
You know, setting up as KL onto Ruler. First blood given over. Missing now. Taking out the turret with no ult himself. Yagao trying to save the play, but it's another kill going over. Shanks picks it up, and Yagao can't finish the job. Gets a reset. Has to flash away. Almost dies his second skin. Killer instinct from Hope. Not over ambitious because Shanks is also here. Sniped out as well. There's 3 kills instantly as AL now surviving top side. Harry up there will drop down, but remember that JDG lost 3 people to bot with a 2-0 Kai'Sa.
And that's the thing, right? 2-0 Kai'Sa, 1-0 and 1 Tristana. The big carries for AL are the ones who profited off that play. It's like, sure, Kanavi getting a kill top is nice. Obviously, a ton of plates just got given over to Sheer. But, I mean, there it is. Static Shiv already finished for Hope off the back of that play. And we're going to see it here. Ultimate comes out for Krako. I mean, just nothing Ruler can do in that situation with the fact that he's still not level 6. And then missing soon to follow. I thought Krako was going to live here after the heal from his passive came out. But sadly, not having enough burst to finish off the Yagao. But he still does go down in the end.
Nice ulti from Hope. I mean, nice transition of play from Hope. As you said, Static Shiv off the back end of this play. I guess we look at the top side because there had to be a response dive. Otherwise, for JDG, he just felt doomed.
Yeah, and I feel like every winning K'Sante trade like this just comes out from Renekton or whatever lane opponent Udyr stepping too far forward and giving the opportunity for the trade. But worked out in favor with Kanavi making his way up. Doesn't hit the Q, but it is a good thing that he was taking the turret. I thought they might have misjudged who took aggro first. Luckily they didn't, so Sheer does stay alive.
Yeah, if Sheer died then, I think absolute disaster. It is absolute cinema, though, for Hope so far. We already mentioned that first item, got a bounty on his head. Remember that Shanks picked up one as well. I think in this lane, he was down 510 CS. It seems to have changed, especially with both Shanks and Yagao moving to the bot side, remembering that Yagao died very late into the play. So, feels really good. As Kanavi continues to invade, then there's like, no. Bot is here. Gets out. He's thinking about going back in because Kroko's on Grubs. But it's really nice for AL to cover red side jungle while this is going on. Hope doesn't even miss a thing.
Yeah, the communication looking really good. The ideas are there. And hell, me and you talked very briefly earlier on before the series. And one thing I said is I feel like AL kind of plays... they don't exactly play to the level of their opponent, but AL have definitely looked better anytime they're playing mid or top table teams. I don't know what it is. It still will be a bit messy, I assume, later on when we do see some of the potential mid and late game decision-making mistakes bear its head. But it has been weird how much more consistent AL have been anytime they're facing someone around them or above them in the standings.
True. And again, when you face they're one of those kryptonite teams where like they face people below them and you wonder how they lost. If they face people above them and they step up, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and you can see the talent on this lineup, which is why it's like, all right, I can understand how AL are a 7-6 team and they're going to be in the playoffs. They've looked really good, but it's those moments of inconsistency that are always scary. Luckily, we haven't really seen them yet so far. Even going to be able to pick up this second Drake. They're starting to have even more items come online with Kraken Slayer, Sunfire, hell, Knight's Vow. Everyone on the AL picking something up at the shop.
This Dragon goes down. Those items going to matter because it's fight o'clock. JDG coming in from a flank, teleport in from AL as well. It's double Dragon for AL, so they've already got what they came for as Missing's pop the ulti. JDG are low here, and all 5 members of AL are running in. Anyone's Legend, a great engage, just set up the dive comp working perfectly. Now back to their turret, JDG scatter. Ruler does no damage. And again, JDG keep losing out.
And that I'm surprised that JDG even opted in for the fight. That's why we were going down the shopping list right now. I mean, even just in terms of stats, right? I feel like AL were favored going to that fight. Ruler only sitting on the Noon Quiver. Kanavi hasn't finished off his Sundered Sky just yet. And play just completely goes in the way of AL. At least Sheer going to be able to get some more plates.
But I mean, look, AL also denied Grubs 4 for Kanavi. The plays are setting up the 280 carries, the 2 damage sources that you want the kills on for AL to have all the resources. Kanavi, very cheeky, gets away in the end, but KL now roaming up towards his top side. We'll talk about it in a second because after the replay, you'll see why AL are so damn strong now.
You can see JDG wanting to go for a pinch, thinking they've locked them in. They do have numbers advantage to start this one off because Shanks still isn't here, but Missing locks him down. No one's close enough to get in range to any damage, and they quickly realize, hey, these guys have completed items. They deal a lot more damage than we do. Having to run off the back and the flash is going to seal the deal with Shanks going forward. So, yeah, it's not even down to execution. I even think the idea a little bit flawed by JDG. They thought they had numbers, but Missing was so much further than the other 3. There was no hope for a pick.
I think more games like this is what this split, like, for me, watching JDG as an external viewer has kind of been about, like, yes, they're still one of the top teams, but I've seen a few games like this so far. Now, as we walk towards this lyric, I have to admit, you know, not sure if my internet's cutting out a little bit. In Berlin, I need to complain. I need to get off my chest. Internet here is trash. Absolute trash. Dude, in Australia, I thought it was bad. Like, I remember LPL splits, like, it cut out and stuff. But, you know, when I paid for the big buckaroonies, the big 1 gigabit, it was good. But Berlin is like a version of Sydney. It's just worse. You know? It's just a messier version with worse internet.
You know, I'm glad to know that this can still function as a diary for you. You know, get all the things about Berlin off your chest, come back. Remember the good old times. The fun League of Legends missing goes in.
Like this? Oh, this is fun. Okay, Nature's Grasp is going to set up that fun trade as well. Missing ultis to get out of it. Sheer's flank is good, question mark. There's a quickness that stops him. No, Kanavi jumps in for a kick flash, doesn't get it. He's all over the place. And Sheer never actually flanks. Gets flashed on. What are JDG doing is the question you all have. And I can tell you, they're just getting smashed in the face by AL's keyboards.
Yeah, AL doing what they did last series. The game 1 glow up. Everything looking great so far. They're going to be able to get the Herald off this. Can even turn to potentially punish Yigao if he gets a bit aggressive.
Well, be careful, Yigao. Everything has just gone pear-shaped every time it is touched by anyone in JDG. It's only a 1K gold lead, but look again how this game feels like it's running out of control all around this Herald.
Yeah, they try and go for the engage onto the Rakan, but quickly realize they need to back off, pay respect to the Maokai. And I feel like in terms of what JDG's comp wants to do, when AL can just funnel into a choke point like this, JDG's comp doesn't really punish them being in choke points, right? No huge AoE, and it also doesn't allow anyone else to follow up and gives AL the room to kite back. So it was pretty much the perfect position for how AL's comp would like to fight against JDG.
And you know the problem is as well, Missing is getting chunked out at the start of these fights consistently.
Yeah.
And with what the most reliable engage tool for JDG just taken out, then everything that follows after for JDG just feels a little bit hopeless. So again, 1K gold lead. It's 2 dragons though. It's a Herald now on the back end for AL. Next dragon's coming up in 35 seconds. And it feels like they got so many options. They got a lot of standing gold, 3 outer turrets as well for this Herald to give them priority. And it looks like they're not even going to be contesting dragon. They're like, hey, we're just going to try and make a run for inner topside and get that gold advantage finally.
I mean, look at their vision line in JDG's topside jungle. It's absolutely perfect. They know everything that's going on right now with Yigao and Missing making their way up. So far things being pretty methodical for AL.
Crocker ran it into a wall or what? There's no way. There's no way. What is Crocker doing? Aim it, bro. Oh my God, Missing gets it. If he dies off this, there's going to be the most AL thing I've seen today. All right, it turns into a full fight. The engage tool dead again, so it is a 1-for-1, but no jungler. Will it make a difference as Sheer slices and dices out of there thanks to the Herald he gets out? Shelly very confused. Jungler for support, and Croco just killed himself.
You know, I want to... Oh my God. The LPL observers always got to give you the juice. They always got to let you know exactly. You know, I want to believe after that it's like if you have a pet when it does something wrong, you know, it might like put its head like underneath its paws or go in a corner or something. Kraka was so embarrassed by that. He just accepted his fate. He just let Missing come
into
him.
But then he did it again.
Ooh.
He didn't learn his lesson. He did it again.
Yigao,
What we set up?
Flank? Oh, not really a flank.
Sonic Wave, though, might turn into a kick again. Kanavi doesn't get it with the ward hop, and now he's just in the middle of no man's land. Kick comes out, and Croco's over the wall. So JDG, it looks like it could be jungler for jungler with the trade on Croco again, but 4 versus 5 in the fight. Ruler starts it off, but she's just dead again. Or rather, first time, but you know what I mean. He almost died the last trade, and JDG with a numbers disadvantage. 3rd dragon goes over, and even though it's messy, I mean, AL are still getting these trades.
Yeah, and even though it's messy, I still feel like we've consistently seen AL try to push the game forward, right? They're invading enemy jungle, they're getting vision, they're looking to push wave. Sure, are they making mistakes off of that? Yes, but in my mind, it's better to see that a team understands how to close the game, right? How to get more gold, how to snowball.
Especially against JDG when I think they're one of the best mid-game teams in the world. Is that fair to say? I'm not sure if that still holds up. You could deliberate that in a second because this was, again, another messy play from both Kanavi and JDG.
Yeah, tries. to get it. Doesn't exactly find the kick that he was hoping for. And just gives even more space for AL to be able to find the engage. At this point, Krako's already pretty tanky, where you see he doesn't go down right away and gives the time and space for people to be able to follow in. God, we're not stopping either. Looks like JDG want to go for more, and AL are here to challenge.
This is why I decided to drop that, that cheeky argument bomb. Because for JDG, their ability to adapt has always been something that's impressed us. But right now, AL feels like they're the ones who are adapting better. It's an ulti that locks down Missing, but now it's an ulti down for Kroko. Flash in from Yagao, the charm as well. Orb Deception starts to damage as Sheer. Almost has that flash available. They also get the turret on the top side with that TP as well. So JDG, a bit of gold back as AL looking for a pick, but KL looking for that mobile. Jungler ain't going to be it. Now Missing, the tank who does have his ulti available, gets an engage. In the pit is absorbing, but JDG aren't jumping in. They're like, hang on, should we? No, you shouldn't. Missing drops again.
Yeah, Missing's been having a rough game this time around. I mean, you were pointing out earlier, right, how he was consistently getting chunked before fights start. And a lot of time, it's because he was starting off an engage or going for the combo before anyone was really in any distance to deal true damage. Kanavi should be fine.
Should be. Yagao's coming in just in case, but he doesn't really have anything available. And AL, it's all about the siege in the top side using the power of Shanks, while JDG playing the defensive and takes some dangerous Hex Gates. And look, Missing's alive again. All right, well, let's get the party started, he says.
What time stamp do you think, Missing's next death comes?
It's going to come at 22:11. All right.
You're a bit.
Say that? What?
Yeah, no, go on.
Ambitious?
I was gonna say you're a
ambitious or
bit more. What would even be the word? A bit more. You know what? You don't believe in Missing. That's what you don't do, and I don't respect it. That's what I was trying to say when I was thinking of a word. But you know what? We're paid to think of words, and it didn't happen. JDG Missing's next death is going to come at 24:32. Mark my words.
I will indeed. In 2 minutes' time, by the way, with Dragon, I'm trying to think that's 23. So you're thinking it's going to come 24:42.
Actually, it doesn't make sense. You're right.
Yeah, it
actually,
doesn't. He's
Say
going to
AL.
run it. Maybe I'm going to get closer.
I think you are, AL, looking to go for this. Kale gets engaged on.
TP's coming in as well. Nature's Grass zones out. Yagao has jumped on, though. He has no hope in the world. Spirit Rush, they turn for the Baron. JDG in front of it. Kanavi looking for the steal. Flashes out. Can't get it. A Sonic Wave steal would have been massive. But now what? Sheer just shows us that this game continues on. By the way, Missing died. We were both wrong. And Ruler, as he runs through the hills, he's got the Baron. He's the only one with it. They'll run away with it, but this game is just a bloody flip-flop.
Yeah, it's AL definitely going to be kicking themselves at losing the Baron to a Renekton. They at least still find all the kills. They're going to be able to push and get some more gold off the back of this, but a very messy fight coming out from both sides.
God, dude, every time, it starts so nicely. Yagao gets nuked here and gives more kills over the carries, but it just keeps flipping over after that.
Yeah, and you can see forcing the Rakan back in the pit, but Yagao, by his lonesome, gives an easy engage for AL to be able to take him down. This is where things should look to be decent, but they all end up running away from the pit, Missing, doing a beautiful job. They're preventing Krako from being able to come any closer to the Baron, and then Sheer gonna finish that off. I don't know if it was with just a normal auto or a W, but obviously
it's a W
right after. Oh, yeah. God. Huge. Ruler going to be the only one that has this.
Man, at least Baron's there. I mean, JDG still stagnate the game, but this Dragon's going to be Dragon Soul, a Hex Tech Soul. For a comp that dives in, it means that slowdown is going to be a pain to deal with. As we now set ourselves up, it feels like we need to note that JDG need a miracle here.
And they're hoping for it. It's Kanavi who's going to be the one to look for it.
Oh my god, in, doesn't find it. Smite goes down, Hextech Soul acquired, Missing with the setup and the engage. Kanavi gets kicked around by Harry this time as Hope's already taken down Sheer. Ruler gets a good root though, Kale jumps on in, but there's not enough damage at this point. Kanavi's just trying to find a pick in the back and find anything, but even Ruler can't deal with them. And AL clean this fight up yet again. It was always their game. It was just a little bit yakety sacks in between. As now with the soul, now with the gold lead and everyone dead, this base is going to be in tatters.
Yeah, I mean, with the lead AL found early, it just felt so hard for JDG's comp to find a way back into the game without being able to get some picks or AL making some mistakes. That didn't happen. They've been a menace in these fights.
Oh my god, I mean, I can't believe, again, JDG in this game have been messy, but props to AL, props given, even some of the plays being a bit hilarious and making fun. It's a big win. It's a huge opening game here to the series. When they need it most, as Missing is going to die for his 6th or 7th time. Make it 7. We are saluting him as AL open up with a bear next to JDG with 4. Good knock-up, good setup, and another kill getting set up for Kanavi as well. Look at the damage from Shanks, as well as Hope. These AD carries popping off 9-0, 10, 8-0, 9. And they are just piling on the stacks as they sweep through JDG in 24 minutes.
Shanks ruining his KDA at the very end there. He's going to regret that. He's going to regret the stats being hit, but what a game from AL. So I want to know, what's are they still grounded? Are they still punished? Do they get a reward now?
No, but the problem is they weren't grounded after game 1 versus RNG. This team was going to get a reward. I was hearing up the lollipops, everything. But then game 2, game 3, man, I took the candy away. I can't believe I just said candy. I took the lollies away. And then they went in the corner. So just because they beat JDG in game 1, it doesn't mean anything. It's an uphill battle as we go to a break. So I'm going to tell you one thing. I'm worried because JDG, you know, they're still a very good team.
Cut this guy off. We go to break. We'll be back. More games. You'll find out if AL can bring us through to up.
Well, it didn't start the way you thought it would, but it did start the way AL wanted it to. I'm Asterix. I'm joined by Lyric. I am a little bit more woken up. You can see my number plate on the wall. Track that. I hope the guy who owns this place doesn't actually have this link to the house, because otherwise I am screwed.
Bring up the MVP. Let's get that up there.
That is on the wall. It's nailed in.
Do you think Kale has a number plate of his own? That's the first question.
I think Kale does. First of all, the number plate says drive, because that's all he does is just go in. But it helps when the rest of anyone's Legenders we set up just have a dive after dive comp. Everyone just has an engage tool, and it was nice that Kale kind of had the confidence here through fun.
Yeah, he did a good job. AL as a team did a great job of like kiting out the initial engages that JDG would go for, or maybe sacrificing themselves in this one instance after the whoopsie happened. But they kite out the initial engage, they kite out missing, chunk him incredibly low. He'd get taken out at the start of every fight, and then just dive back in, right? Killer instinct, Tristana jumping in with the rocket jump, and making JDG's life a living hell.
Well, I think M stands for Munich, by the way, so I'm okay, Lyric, just as a side note. For JDG, look, there are a lot of questionable engages related to this game. I think there are a lot of moments where we're like, oh, JDG aren't trailing that far behind in gold, and like, we can see how some of their picks work. But yeah, there are a lot of issues just to kind of be critical of them. People like missing that game, Kanavi not doing too much, Sheer really not doing too much, apart from stealing the Baron. Like, that was the one moment of his game. But yeah, it's disappointing otherwise to get on that negative hype train.
Yeah, and you know, I actually feel like now that you remind me of that, stealing the Baron, Sheer actually deserves some pretty big credit, big points, if you know what I mean. Like, sure, Ruler couldn't do anything in this game. It really felt like this game was down to the early skirmishes, and it becoming hard for JDG's comp to play into what AL had going for them. And then on top, I mean, you hit it, right? Missing Navi, not really having the best games. But this is a test for AL. We've seen AL do this before. We've seen them be game one monsters. Can they do it twice in a row?
That's the question, isn't it? Game 2, Game 3 of the RNG series have already been complained about over and over again. As we're straight into draft, let's find out. This time JDG on the blue side. And Jordan, let's just say it together. Will they ban Smolder? Please ban Smolder. Ban it. Ban it. Please ban it. AL, no! Why don't you learn?
They don't care. They don't care. I mean, we'll see if JDG's the team to pick it up, because the Varus also still left open. And again, coming into the series, I could see JDG, if they play the winning 2v2, able to come out ahead. We didn't see that last game because of the 4-man dives that Ruler and Missing had to endure early in the game. So I like this coming through, and now we see if AL go with the tiny little dragon themselves, and if they have the confidence to get through laning phase.
I mean, surely they do. I mean, Hope, even though only playing a couple of times, like, they saw as Elder-X wielded it against them, how strong it is. I will say, don't like Ruler's Varus, especially Lethality Varus. Don't mind the on-hit, but we'll just have to see how they draft around it. For AL, really? I mean, wow. 14. Are we 14-5? Isn't there a hot fix coming in? But
it's actually been a while since we've really seen, like, here or there, maybe a team picks up Lucian in one game, but we aren't getting it all too often these days. So they are going to want to lean into the aggression. It is Hope's most played champion this split. He has been one of the people who've still returned to it here or there. I wonder if they just go for the Nami right alongside it, or look for jungle here. Xin Zhao, Vi was going to be the other thing that I wondered if they lean towards with the Varus. But having this kind of the Crescent Guard, I think, is going to be huge. It's going to make it Ruler's job quite hard in these mid-game skirmishes.
Croco's most played as well. 10 games in comparison to anything else. I mean, Croco's played like 14, 15 champions this split. So this guy is full of diversity in the jungle pool, but the Xin Zhao is where it's at for him for a very high KP jungler. On the other side, though, JDG, more tools this time over to Missing's Nautilus to see if they can bring back from what that game one was. The only question is now, Kanavi or Yagao, where's the priority going to be, as we've got both of those picks available from game one?
Yeah, I think it makes sense going back into the Ahri, especially since there's already been 2 mid-bans. And I was going to say, what are we going to get, the Melio or the Nami? AL leaned way harder into the Nami alongside the Lucian than they have with the Melio, but going to go with what a lot of people saw as the stronger duo of the two. And we're already kind of setting up for some different things, right? JDG already having the kill lane in bot. I think you're going to be looking for Kanavi to get a strong early jungler, and then JDG are going to look to do what AL did last time. These 4-man plays around the bottom lane.
I wonder if we get Kanavi going back into something like Viego. I haven't seen it this split, but I know across LPL, LCK, Viego's starting to pop up more and more, answers into some of these melee bruiser junglers that, you know, can have less impact as the game goes on, but as we know, the Viego is one of his big picks in the wheelhouse. Another thing I'll also pop up with is the fact that for AL, we don't have any of the solo lanes yet. One's just been taken away in Shanks' Tristana that came through in game number 1. And I'll be honest, Lyric, if I'm JDG, I'm like, dude, just ban Harry's Cassante. I know he plays Udyr, but that dude loves Cassante. It's literally all he plays. I feel like that's just a safe bet.
It would force them onto the Udyr, right? Which would then, I mean, it would actually give you the leeway to be able to play any specific matchup, but I guess you could trap him in there, maybe go with something like an Aatrox, and have Sheer playing the strong side of a matchup. Hasn't showed an Aatrox just yet, which I'm wondering if they will at some point, especially, again, Sheer was touted up as this big, strong, laning mechanical prowess coming into the LPL. Now for AL, Hwei still on the board, Taliyah being the other one. I'm kind of surprised that they aren't leaning a bit heavier into the Hwei, maybe because having the low-range AD carry and Lucian would rather go with the Weaver's Wall as a tool to be able to corner off JDG and get the skirmishes that they want.
It's an interesting point, isn't it? Especially since, you know, for Shanks, he's only played it once, but still, like, we know that this guy is a hard carry, Taliyah more of a utility role, and we've got a little bit more hope on hope this game for AL fans. We can talk about how they rounded out the draft with topside counterpick, but for now, JDG, Kanavi's looking at the Lee Sin once again here with the Ahri. Didn't do too much last game. There are some similarities in the draft for JDG here, Lyric. Like, there are some similarities. I guess the difference is this time they're considering more of a tank, engage approach for Sheer instead of the Renekton.
Yeah, right. So having a bit more just true frontline here. And I think a lot's just going to be down to where Kanavi plays around. I really think you're going to have to focus on enabling your bot, setting up through mid-jungle. We didn't get to see that last time, and now AL can answer back with the Croc of their own. I mean, Taliyah Renekton, right? The old reliable mid-top side to be able to have a pretty strong 2-item spike. So this time around, I think another fun thing we can already expect is the fact that it's going to be action. We're going to get the fights. Both of these teams leaning into more early and mid-game centric picks. And that's where AL thrived in game 1. So they actually might get whatever reward you were offering if they improved their ways.
I mean, the reward is love. Like, they're going to get my acceptance. What's wrong with that? Any child would be happy. There's 17 kids, and I'm going to love you to, you know, I'm going to show love.
I'm going to give AL some advice. You know, I once had his love. I went to his wedding, flew across the world. Look where he's at now. Look, what's that worth, AL? What is that worth?
You're invited. You can stay over. We've got a couch. If you want to crash in Berlin, you can come. Hannah will invite you as well. Don't worry about it. Okay, bro, you're welcome to our house. That's what you get. It's worth it.
It wouldn't be a welcome back to the LPL if your chops weren't busted a little bit.
Oh, my chops are way off, man. Like, I'm growing them out. You know, like, they're literally mutton chops at this point. It's also helping when, you know, you wake up 6 a.m., say howdly doodly to all the fine crew in Dublin that are running this fine product. Doing a fine job. I just like saying the word fine.
Fine, yeah.
And then you have not so fine of a sleep because you go back to bed. You know, that's what you do. And then you wake up at 8 a.m. or like, you know, 7:45 before the show. You prep everything and you get into the show and you're like, okay, JGAL, let's go. And then you wake up to game 1 of JDG having a bit of a Barney. Like, how much can you be flipped around when JDG in their home arena are struggling a little bit against AL, who, again, just need every single damn win, both today and in the last week coming up.
And I feel like everyone watching right now probably has faith that JDG are going to bring us to 3 games. That JDG still are going to be the ones to win this series. But you pointed out during the break, you're like, this is going to be an unexpected AL 2-0. And that reminded me, it's close to playoffs. And anytime we're close to playoffs is where our top teams start losing more than they should. And this might be the start of it, is you don't know missings behind them.
Oh, actually, they're going to find out, though. They're like, where is this guy? Missing is going to have to dredge line away. Ignites down. Flash away as well. Ruler just barns him off, but for AL, their 2v2 is set up at 1 minute 20.
We are close to playoffs. And this is what happens to our top teams when we are close to playoffs.
Yeah.
We said for JDG, right, this game was going to have to be more about focusing through bot side. They even drafted for that. They have a Cassante up in top this time around. And really be the one to get ahead in that lane. You're going to be the one having kill pressure, you know, from the level 3 mark with the Nautilus if you bring jungle down. But now, it's going to be so hard.
I mean, Ruler has to wait until Missing gets here. Another 5 seconds or so till he's in the lane. So Hope and Kale, again, are going to have priority in this lane, just like they did last time, as you already expected with the Lucian Milio. And I just have to say today, Missing is missing. Like, there is a lot of issues with this player, as it just seems he gets getting caught out. I don't know who you want to blame, but the 2v2 has just been pretty rough because of this support today.
Yeah, he's just getting caught out, right? Not expecting that invade to come. I guess not even really an invade, just walking up, looking for the smoke at level 1. Which makes sense, right? Typically, it's not the team on red side aggressively walking down through bot. It's the blue side team that you always have to be afraid of walking into that bot side jungle. So a nice change of pace from AL with the level 1 we don't see all too often.
I mean, again, the level 1 that leads now into a bot lane lead that leads to level 2 early. Yagao going to be flipped back. Nice little engage, or rather pick there from Shanks. Trades going well in the mid lane here again. We already saw on the top side with this Renekton. A bit of early damage done over to Sheer, who in that first game struggled to have much of an impact outside of that Baron still on his Renekton. So it is worth noting that I'm not just being mean to Missing. I think I'm just being mean to JDG because when you have a top tier team, you have high expectations, you know?
You're just being mean to everyone. I'm have to be on my toes if you start using the F word. The most overused word in the community these days.
What, Flash? What is it?
You know, fraud, which, to be fair, that's actually an interesting topic
Lord.
of fraud, right? Because AL have kind of been one of the teams towards the top that have, you know, escaped any fraud allegations. And I guess it just goes to expectations, right? The fact that people wouldn't have been expecting maybe AL to be as high up in the standings as they've been so far this split.
Sonic Wave connects in top side, but Kanavi just pushing in and maybe giving Sheer a nice time back. Ruler flashed on, though. Ignite down as well. Almost dies the Hope, and Kale is 3 summoners burnt for that. Crocker now looking for the pick afterwards. Ruler has no summoners, and Missing is out as well. But he's stuck under turret. He's out of summoners, I mean. Wind becomes lightning, doesn't connect, but that is a gigantic wave.
It's been nice, a nice change of pace from AL when we're so used to seeing them play a lot around the mid jungle to have such a strong 2v2, to invest so much in the bot lane. And it's setting Ruler and Missing behind. 2 of the best to do it, and Hope and Kale are just getting the better of them.
Bottom right, this is what happened. Just small trades. Really good dodge from Hope. I think he saved his relentless pursuit for that arrow from Ruler. Dodged away. Trade went perfectly. And for Hope, yes, he used his summoners. But remember that Ruler now without any. So as you can see, Croco trying to expose that bottom side that's already 10 CS behind. Now he resets, flips the top. I mean, he's everywhere at the moment.
Yeah, this guy's looking to be proactive on the map right now. Wants to be up here for when the first grubs spawn. And like I said, I feel like we have started to see a lot of games in LPL where you have teams like this that are just, you know, being the more aggressive team early. They're the ones walking forward in the lane. They're hitting turrets. So we're really going to be able to see the value of these grubs, especially if Krako's going to keep being a madman, just going all across the map.
True. He was spotted out by the start of these grubs, by the way. He does pick up only 2 and leaves the last one, as that's kind of been the change around. I think people haven't really talked about, but like, people are now only getting 2 grubs and just leaving the last one. It's like they're at least confirming that, well, there's one there for our friendly opposite jungler. I don't know. I'm trying to think about the logic behind it.
I feel like a lot of time we'll see a team take 1 or 2 and then immediately move to Dragon and, you know, still be in a place where they can contest. It's curious that AL didn't do that this time around, and we do finally... Okay, no, so Krako not going to make his way and get involved at all. Just going to focus on getting his own camps. And he's even pathing with Gromp to maybe even start heading back up towards his top side after he covers for his 2v2.
Turns into a 3v3 quite quickly. Missing takes the trade. Croco, Wind becomes lightning. Thinking about the engage. Queuing up the Q. No pun intended. I'm not even sure that's a pun. That's just a Q. Missing is at half HP. Yagal's running down. And so now JDG are bringing numbers to the show. Where is Shanks with the Weaver's Wall available? Engage from Croco. Charm misses. It's getting messy. The Weaver's Wall doesn't cut anyone off. Over the wall, Yagal's angle is massive, but he's gone a little bit too deep as he gets ignited down. He's ticking, and down he goes over to Hope. Dredge line avoided from Hope. These relentless pursuits are incredible. As now with the Pope following through, Hope is going to get taken out. We get messy again. Sonic Wave under turret taken. Kanavi out though. Shanks now with his range, it's not enough. And JDG this time, it's in reverse. They're the ones that get the 2-for-1.
Oh, and Shanks. He has to be careful. Might go down as well. Looks like Kanavi's going to back off. And you're right. And that fight even feels so hard to call, right? Because you were one ability landing from both sides, from everyone going down in that situation. But luckily, JDG do come out on top.
I mean, again, for JDG, when Bot was going so disastrously, it feels like a breath of fresh air. It feels good for Kanavi, who struggled in last game as well to get the action rolling. So JDG, no big gold lead, but it is a kill onto the 80 carry. Response for Hope, I will say, that started this fight with first blood.
I was not looking forward to this replay with how messy this was. JDG trying to force their win, having more people here first. AL, though, knew something sneaky was going on, which is why Shanks was waiting in the wings. Croco going to barely get out, and sadly with the Yagao wasting flash there, it pretty much seals his fate because the rest of JDG weren't following through. This is where AL could have backed off. Everything would have been fine. Would have been peachy keen, some would say. But they walk up, Ruler just ignores Shanks and says, hey, I could kill the AD carry. Kanavi gonna be able to get out of there with the safeguard. But yeah, AL just getting a little too overambitious. Ends up costing them.
And Bot, because of it as well, catches up. It was about a 10-15 CS lead, or rather, maybe closer to 20, but looks like Ruler is catching up with the wave pushing in as Sheer might be in trouble. Dominus there. He is a one-shot here with a flash W. Just waiting for Harry to stack up so he has that 50%. He's there now. Sheer respects it and will back away without TP, though, by the way. So top is still a good story for Harry.
Yeah, Harry's been doing a nice job being able to find pressure in the 1v1. Hell, dude, playing both sides of the matchup better than Sheer, right? Sheer making the misstep in last game. Although we're not done, and me and Munch have labeled this the Boctagon. And the Boctagon, it never stops.
Oh, it doesn't. I like that name. Ruler flashes away again, by the way. Plate is picked up off the back end, so at least there's some gold traders. Remember that they got the shove in, and they actually denied a few minions as AL's bottom lane were waiting for a pick. Because of that, now CS is even bot all of a sudden.
Yeah, JDG have done a nice job at being able to recover in this lane. And even in situations like this, it's like, okay, Ruler doesn't have flash. He's not actually under too much threat since there's no engage in the AL bot lane. Sure. Maybe he can get chunked, right? A lot of times you see the Lucian just throw the culling out, get that HP trade. I'm not going to have to worry about anything like that so far. And both teams ignoring the top side of the map pretty much entirely.
I just realized, like RNG's game 2, it's not as egregious, but AL, there's limited engage this time, you know? It's not a hard engage like there was last time that there was plenty of. You know, we've got Xin Zhao, I guess Renekton counts in. Emilio's not really engaged. Well, Emilio's not engaged. Not even. Yeah, I'm not even going to spin that.
Look. All you got to do is flash behind them, throw the little kickball, they get a little bit closer to your team.
True. They're displaced closer.
Exactly.
It's a minor inconvenience. Yeah. Love that. AL, I mean, it just rings true of what I saw in game 2, so I hope we don't get a bit of deja vu.
It like just looking at it, right? I feel like the longer the game goes, there's always going to be some opportunity with the Weaver's Wall. I think this set up or try and corral JDG into position, find a flank, find numbers advantage, whatever it is. But just playing front to back, I think is going to be very hard going forward. It's a lot going to be up to Shanks, making it hard for people like Yagao and Kanavi to move forward with those dashes over the rocks. So I think all eyes going to have to be on the AL mid laner, which again, luckily he has been kind of the best performer for their side.
Very true. We're fighting this again. The question is there with 5 seconds in Dragon, by the way, but you were just talking about mid. I mean, Shanks is now grouped up here with the rest of AL. Weaver's Wall is available. Needs a bit of that poke damage to come through as Hope just decides to culling out. Ruler goes down to half HP. And it's a 4 versus 4 in the Boctagon. Yet again, trying to gear up for Dragon.
Yeah, and Hope is running, missing down.
Crocker with the engage, audacious charge. Kanavi gets poked out yet again. AL, I guess that's more of a beneficial trade so far. But as Charm misses, now they're going in for round number 2. Spirit Rush already burnt out and half HP for a lot of these carries here as Dragon is finally looked at by AL.
Yeah, the only thing AL used was culling at the start of it, which is why I think JDG were feeling a little cheeky with Yagao looking for the charm, but you needed to hit that. Harry's looking for the flank.
Yeah, he is, while the TP is coming in from Sheer in the meanwhile, but the engage starts off first. Good knock-up, though. Sheer's angle perfect. Chains of Corruption even better. JDG, this looks so easy. Harry comes in late, but everyone's already dead. One ulti coming through from Ruler, one setup from Missing, and that's all she wrote. A quick, big Barney that ends up in JDG's favor.
And I thought things looked promising for AL because Ruler was caught out by Harry. He even got stunned by something else. And I was so focused on Ruler's position. I look up Kanavi, Sheer, just murking everyone on the side of AL. Great swing from JDG. And like you said, it's looking more and more like the expected AL series in Game 2. They start off the engage, great. Yagao gets super low. You have the Renekton coming on the back end, which is going to put pressure on the Varus. But here it is. Sheer able to jump in, displace Hope, takes him down immediately, and Kanavi following up. It just didn't even really matter where the other JDG members were, because just the threat that those two put on the backline was enough to scatter AL to the wins and set up the picks.
Unlike Game 1, where AL, found small peaks, but JDG were managing to trading peak gold within standing, when JDG find a lead, they run with it, more than any other team. JDG with big picks, it turns into a 1.5k gold lead already. Kills might be onto Kanavi's Lee Sin, but Yagao Ruler gets some gold from that as well. We also have Sheer, who felt like he was struggling a little bit in this lane, who now feels like that should be alleviated too. So for JDG, as his laning phase continues for the last 30 seconds with those plates up, it is just a good news story of this team once again finding what they're good at, which is a fight.
And they're already making their way back down to bot. You can see Yagao hovering over, so wanting to commit to make sure that they get this crab. I wonder if they'll start potentially moving up towards top side with Herald spawning soon, but no. They know where AL is, and they want to keep looking for it. Come on, JDG. I just said you wanted to look for the smoke. This isn't when you back off.
Oh, just go elsewhere then. They'll find somewhere. Look at this. This is a mid dive now, all of a sudden. No Herald available because that just spawned, by the way. But remember that they got, only one grub? What happened? No one got any other grubs. Okay, one still matters, though, because Kanavi's going to get first Turret Blood. Just with Yagao like that.
Both teams completely ignored the second grub spawn to just keep going and fighting in that bot lane Tri-Brush.
Yeah.
So, very nice mid-turret take for JDG, and even going to steal a bit more. Krako's on his way. See how confident he feels?
Doesn't get it. Charms in. Croco's running in. I mean, he's trying to buy time, but Mega Blast Cone sends him all the way to Herald, and that's just the natural progression here as AL have also rotated to try and fight this out.
JDG playing so well with the lead so far. They are missing their Cassante. Sheer doesn't have TP, so that's why JDG right now are just trying to buy time, go with the standoff. AL would have a window. It looked like Harry was chunking out Yagao, but didn't want to walk down into River. And it looks like both teams going to feel tempered to back off.
Ruler ran into that. What? Flashes away. Chains of Corruption has to be the response. Crocker gets good damage, but they can't finish the job. Now they're deep. Ruler ends up being a bait, but in a 4 versus 4, you still feel with the depth charge coming in late that JDG had burnt the Midnight Oil a bit too long. Kanavi runs on in, lucky to get out, and honestly, JDG are lucky they survived after Ruler made one clumsy mistake.
Exactly. Big mistake from Ruler, which gives AL the window. I'm surprised that JDG don't feel more threatened in this mid lane position. Because AL can still all be around for all they know. But AL actually not going to look for anything. Still respecting just the potential threat that was there from that JDG core. I'm a bit surprised. Feels like a missed opportunity for AL. Not even going to move up to start on Herald. Not going to move elsewhere to maybe get tempo, get vision down towards bot lane. Just a missed opportunity.
It's like as she's going to get ganked here and just run down by everyone on AL's. Weaver's ball comes through, and him to survive this would be a miracle, but it would be a Cassante miracle. Can he take Crocker over the wall? No, he can't. He's going to die to hope here. No, actually, Crocker just steals that last minute with a yoink. 45 seconds before Dragon, Sheer, no TP, so he'll be late on the map as AL. Also transitioning this into more gold with bottom side turret going with it.
Yeah, gonna take this for now. So a bit of a trade coming through. AL not feeling confident in fighting JDG with how strong they are with some of their items. I mean, AL did just pick up their items right before that last standoff. Things like that Archangels for the Talia. But it seems like they're still fine just waiting it out. Maybe believing in the strength that Talia will have later on in the game to be what gets them through.
I will say when our conversation with Ruler was up, what I was thinking about is like earlier in the split, didn't that guy flash on a ward or something? Like he was taking a ward. I think he's done it twice now. Where Ruler has just had this weird, uncharacteristic split of not being the cleanest AD. Where like he's trying to take a ward and he accidentally flashes. Not once, but twice this split. Maybe not important now, is it? Let's not bag out Ruler. Kanavi flashes away. Let's bag out Kanavi instead. Because AL, 5 members move towards Dragon, and JDG now trying to buy time for the rest of the people to come in.
Yeah, Kanavi already having to use that flash, though, is going to be a bit of a hit. Seems like JDG still feeling confident, but AL keep trying to threaten these flanks. Last time around, it bit them because Harry was too late to take action.
He's now like, I'll go this way. Oh, he's on a ward. And again, he's late. Herald's going to charge mid in the meantime, so that's JDG trying to put tempo on the play. But the thing is, AL, as they verge down towards bot side river, JG are very healthy, and AL just taking poke.
Now throwing it out there, we need to look at when Shanks... Oh, actually just going straight onto Harry.
He's just isolated by himself, dead. Now AL jump on him without a member. Culling comes through, but missing. Still alive. What is with JDG in surviving on no HP this game? Does AL with numbers disadvantage still want to fight this? But honestly, you can get wiped here. Kanavi ready for a Sonic Wave, but instead goes for the Dragon. And as well as Herald getting the charge, as well as Croco running in and giving away a free kill just about to this Cassante, it's going to open up mid. It's going to open up the game. It's going to open up the ace. And everything in between. AL, big mistakes here around Dragon. Just feels like it cost them the game.
The patience from JDG. This is the JDG that everyone knows. This is the JDG that we can remember back when you were, here in the LPL in 2022, right? These more slow, methodical moments, waiting for the right time to strike. And now, going to be on Soul Point. Huge swing for JDG.
I mean, man, as you said, played it so patiently. Because AL keep getting poked down by Ruler. And Harry, the trigger goes in early.
And what a great call by JDG, right? Because the thing they have to be scared of running forward is the Unraveled Earth. So say, let's take that out of the equation. We'll just focus down this Renekton. They now have numbers advantage, but the culling does a great job of dissuading JDG from being able to go any farther forward. And it seems like they're just waiting for Kanavi to be able to connect with the Sonic Wave, try and pull AL into a false sense of safety. And it's actually Croco who ends up giving the opening for Sheer to go in with the all-out, which closes the distance between Sheer, Yagao, and the rest of anyone's Legend.
It's a weird series because I think, as you said, Croco's been focusing a lot more on the bottom side through both games. We haven't talked maybe as much about Shanks, like last game on the Tristana, sure. But Hope has been the person who's been most consistent so far for AL, as our overlay has changed completely. I'm in an unsafe space. What is happening?
Right.
Oh my God. It's so different.
I didn't even notice until you pointed it out. Now I don't know how to not notice.
What is happening? Well, maybe because the game feels a little bit over, that they've decided to change things up a bit. See if that makes any lick of difference. The JDG just keep taking objectives on the map. 6k up, by the way. Next Dragon, don't know when it's going to come up, but it is going to be a Mountain Soul, I believe. Infernal Soul? What are we on? What rift are we on? It's not Chemtech Soul, is it? Chemtech Soul is trash. Where is it? It is Chemtech Soul.
Yeah, and I like that you came in today with your spiciest takes, but what
Yeah.
we need is AL's spiciest take. We need AL to full-on send it. 6k gold down.
Oh,
you
you
got
have
nothing
to.
to lose. We're in 3 different stadiums today, so we should at least keep decent timing here, AL.
Yeah.
They're going for it. They're going for it.
onto Yagao, but he has Spirit Rush and no Flash. Okay, maybe it's going to be a big move here. Hope's damage massive as well. There's Spirit Rush. Charm does connect, though. TP coming in, they can't finish the job. Ignite also went down with that as well as the rest of the boys are coming in. We kind of saw this coming, didn't we? Poke away from Shank. Sonic Wave does connect. It's taken the kickback, enables Hope to be launched into the team as a depth charge as well. Finds that follow-up, and for JDG, it's all good news, even under an inner turret on the top side. No one's dying. Tankiest members as Kanavi cares not. All 5 stand strong. Make that 4 is, of course, missing. Had to die at least once this game. And with the ace in from JDG, it's all but doom and gloom for AL.
JDG, huge gold lead right now. They're going to be able to turn to the Baron. They're going to be able to finish this off quite easily and then start looking for those pushes on the map. They're going to have Baron to be able to secure Prio and make sure that they get that soul that they have worked so hard for. And I appreciate AL because they heard my words. They felt the truth in my spirit, and they gave us exactly what we needed.
They did, what, a game 3? I mean,
Well,
a bit of disappointment, but also
a bit of a faster game 2 is, you know, what I was asking for.
But game 1 was 24 minutes. So it's not like we've had a slow series so far. I mean, we're still launching up to have a game 3 in like 50 minutes in total time.
Yeah, and honestly, at this rate, that next game is going to be another mid-20-minute game. As we're going to see here, I mean, AL overextended, trying to find the pick on Yagao, who is able to escape, as we're going to see here from Kanavi. Gets in there, goes for the kick. We even get the nice cinematic to see it all.
What is he? What is the legs? Is this chicken feet Kanavi? Is this chicken feet Lee Sin? Is it branded with the second Chicken Run movie or what? Because his legs are literally like white claws. It literally looks like a chicken or a turkey.
I don't know. Skins have all gotten way too visually confusing for my old man eyes.
Look it up. Don't you worry. I'm very confused as to what's going on with this champ right now. Zenith Games, Lee Sin, what is that? I don't know if that's it, but it might not matter. JDG are just ending the game right now in AL's base. An inhibitor drops mid, and with the bottom wave set up as well, Harry and Croco are responding to that, making sure that JDG don't have another angle with his Baron buff, but Baron is still going to be going for the next minute or so. And so as JDG open up the base, it's all but assured with the 10k gold lead and the Dragon Soul. It is a Chemtech Soul, of course, to correct myself, to kind of seal this one off further.
Gonna be able to guarantee this, then all they have to worry about is top and bot lane starting to break those open. They even have the wave in bot side now with Yagao starting to push, so it's gonna be very easy for JDG to pivot down there, but it looks like they were maybe thinking, wondering if they could find a fight in mid, push out mid, and now move to bot. Feels like the play.
Divine Heaven Scale, by the way, is rare and limited as a skin. That's the skin that Kanavi's using, I'm pretty sure, because there's Heaven Scale, then there's Divine Heaven Scale, but all I know is, in the replay, there were some chicken feet. It was very unsettling to see Lee Sin kick with that. I mean, you probably get scratched on the way out as well. As with Baron and bottom side, we focus our eyes on the prize, which is the JDG taking us to a game number 3. It's been one-sided. It's been a good retribution game here for JDG. After game 1 was a shellacking. And now with double inhibitor down, it is the final touches to run in. Chains of Corruption as well. Harry at half HP and Croco hit by the Aftermath. All members healthy enough here is missing. Is going to die for this hook. You just know it. But the Baron minions is trying to end the game. Weaver's Wall does nothing.
No, now JDG. Oh, Yagao almost got taken down. Great flash.
Step charge on the backline as well. At least the charm does connect and still buys time. Triple knockback from Sheer on the top side. This guy looking a lot better on the Cassante. And with AL just being observers, being spectators to the end of their game, what can they do? It's over. Nexus bare bones. AL, are they ever going to pick a time to fight, or are they just going to sit here and cry? It feels like it is going to be the latter. As with the flashes forward, JDG have one last kill on the menu. It's Hope to finish off. They won't find him, but they will find a 25-minute game to make this a good comeback.
Yeah, JDG, they show up. It looked rough, right? The level 1 especially, it looked like AL actually might break that curse, come in with the 2-0, but great bounce back. You hit on it. JDG, especially in the mid-game, can show up and be one of the best teams, and their team fighting this game shut AL out completely.
I just covered the rest of the number plate because I just didn't want to, But it's in, ladies and gentlemen, that's in Munich. Nothing to do with me. You can't find me. I'm going to go to a break. We're going to return with JDG and AL with a banger. Game number 3, naturally. See you then. People ask how we do it. They ask, what is the meaning of life and how do we continue being so great at what we do? Of course, we're talking about JDG in game number 2 as myself, Asterix, and Lyric welcome you back to the final game of said series with Kanavi being MVP. What a surprise. Yeah, you thought I was talking about us. You thought I was just, narcissistic. No. Kanavi, by the way, he should be narcissistic because he's got 12 MVPs. Not that it's a quality that people want. But anyway, dude, 12. He's building Milky Way, which no one thought would be possible because Milky Way's the goat.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny because I still feel like Kanavi's still having some of the same mistakes that he did last year when people were criticizing him a bit in spring. But now on this team where he's really had to be the one to step up and carry a lot of these games, he has been delivering so many big moments for JDG. He's still fearless, as we've seen in both games, even in their loss, right? Willing to go in, willing to follow through with the Sonic Wave. So I think well-deserved, and it's nice to see Kanavi just having another great split. And it's surprising, too, because it's without even really leaning too heavily into things like the Graves, which he's only played twice, the Kindred, these things that he made such a name for in 2020 that have started to rear their head, right? So who knows how much better he'll show to be when he actually does start leaning into those old comforts.
I mean, again, Kanavi's Lee Sin, second most played now as he's picked it up twice here in this series. But as you said, it's that flair from the jungler who was one of the best in the world, who's shown he's one of the best in the world at times as well. Is kind of rearing its head once again. So for JDGs, we go to a game number 3. We have to see if they can close it out. We have to see if AL can actually fight it back because, again, I'm getting vibes that I was getting in the RNG series that just made me mad. And it wasn't even Smolder this time, which is just hilarious. Like, both these 80 carries just didn't want it. Rule has played it 4 times. It's been played a couple of times by Hope already as well. And we just get to flourish through our different views until we get into game 3 as well. So, Lyric, take a step back, take your drink of coffee. Why is there a face on this?
I love all the things that you're not expecting in your home. Your number plate, your face on it.
It's my first day. I just got here. I got here on the 4th, so it's been 12 days. To be fair, there's all this stuff from the owners and, there's stuff everywhere, that we've kind of cleaned up and made our own. But, for example, there's a Mickey Mouse phone over there, just randomly in the house. It's got the numbers and everything, and I'm pretty sure you can plug it in and make it your home phone. That's what I'm living with right now. I'm living with that now. I don't know. I don't have a home phone number. I'm not going to get one. Smolder ban. Good. I don't care it wasn't picked. I just like seeing it gone.
I agree. I don't, even just ignoring the there's always a chance for it to come back into the game. I just don't need a team just scaling up. That's been the LPL for a few months now. We don't need that to keep being the LPL. And as we've seen in this series, as we saw a lot yesterday, a lot of teams now leaning much heavier into the aggression. And now a lot of AD carry bans coming through. We're actually still seeing less AD carry bans than I feel like we were over the week, where a lot of times it's 5, even some games 6 AD carry bans coming through. But this will be 4. So things like that Lucian that we saw in the last game is still left open. Things like the Xayah Rakan, I think is always a big one when you're looking at a team like JDG.
True, especially with missing on Rakan as well. I like that point because it was first pick AL on blue side in game 1. That was the Rakan. It was the takeaway from missing. It separated the bottom lane. Maybe JDG have a different step because the look at the Zeri is a very real look, considering that has been a response not only to Smolder, but to a lot of the S-A tier carries. I guess Zeri is an A-tier 80 carry, but the rest of them being taken off the board.
Yeah, we don't see her as much in the LPL except against Smolder, but you're right. Every now and then, someone will bring it out. Hell, Hope's been one of the people on AL side who have actually leaned on it quite a bit. I'm surprised they're going with it so early, but really wanting to put emphasis on Ruler in this game. And also saying, hey, they feel like no matter what the bot lane 2v2 matchup is, they will be just fine.
And with Vi especially as well, point and click.
Yeah, the take and taking that away, right? Because that always was the go-to answer against Zeri when Zeri was a menace in Pro League of Legends. So I love that they get it right alongside it.
Now we're questioning, is it going to be the Milio or the Nami for Kayle in the bottom side alongside Hope? We've seen both iterations from him. We've seen the Nami actually more so this split from him rather than the Milio. But I guess we're going to get a different revised 2v2. as AL look for the lock in. I'm more questioning what Crocco's going to play. Do you play Xin Zhao into this? Or do you go a different direction? Or do you just say, nah, screw it. Let's just take away Gal's Ari that he got 2 games in a row.
Yeah, it seems like that's going to be the play. Shanks has only played it so far once this split, and now, I mean, AL have been keeping with the same strides in terms of when they're looking to power spike so far all throughout this series. JDG are going to be the ones leaning back into a bit of a slower early game. But hey, that's not anything that they're afraid of. I mean, hell, we saw that, like you said, in the top esports series, being much different than that series has been in any previous year.
I'm just counting his champions. Missing now most individual picks, unique picks, I should say, on JDG. Now at 12, I believe. 3, 6, 9. Yep, this is his 12th unique pick, his first Lulu game this split. But I think more so, as you said, JDG are leaning back. Like, this is as leaning back as you could be. This is like, man, I better get another cup of coffee because we are going late. We are looking for the scaling of Ruler. We are going to what the JDG win condition in, 2022 was? When was that their most successful? Or was it last year? No, it was last year as well, right? Just play for Ruler's team fighting as well.
Yeah, I guess last year, though, they did have the aggression just because of the quality of some of their laners to where, I mean, remember 2022, just the way they played was much more calm and precise, and they won a title, right? 2022 summer was the winning split for JDG. I now kind of refocusing back in. I like some of these bands, especially the Taliyah. I think not only pairing well with the Vi, but also then being able to try to work and protect that Zeri Lulu in the bot lane. And JDG are just rounding out with a bit of everything, right? They have the hyper carry. They have now massive frontline. They have ways to dive in and force fights on top of Lulu just enabling it all.
Well, this would be a hairy pick, though, on the other side. This is a hairy pick from Ultra Prime days that I can vibe with. The Sejuani, also something that's been looked at before, and would make sense if we got that Camille into K'Sante after the fact as well, right? Because melee solo laner, for whatever regard, that puts Harry on top of the list as lanes to focus to.
It seems like what they've done is be like, all right, we didn't get our hands on the Vi. How else do we lock down this Zeri? And they went with as much lockdown as they could. Hextech Ultimatum always going to make sure that they can manage Ruler. That's why 4JDG marking flanks is going to be very important in this game. But looking at it, right, you're hoping that AL is going to be able to find some sort of advantage, so JDG just can't start shutting them out from very early. I love the Annie. They are going to lock it in. So just even more control, even more point-and-click CC, I think is good, especially later on when we're going to be peeling for Ruler and making sure that he can get out safely. Hell, even just putting so much threat on Hope, or if Harry finds an angle where he can get onto the back line. So I like the consistency that JDG's comp has, and now we're going to see if AL's aggression can manage to pull through this time. They found the early game lead in game 2, but weren't able to translate it.
Yeah, I mean, game 1 as well, that early aggression came through. It's what helped them win the game. They were able to translate it in that specific game. But further to your point, I think we also need to highlight that for AL, if these lanes don't go well, also, legs to stand on get less and less. As you were talking about, the scaling there for JDG, the point and click, there's a lot of tools to keep Ruler alive and get this game into a nice 5v5 state. But for AL, I'm just going to say, if the lanes go horribly, like, what damage is there going to be? What is going to happen? Like, it does feel like for AL, a riskier comp, maybe throwing a curveball towards JDG. But AL game 3, better not let me down because of it. I swear to God, it better be something beautiful. Because if I get this rendition of AL's RNG Game 3, I'm going to be very sad. And AL will too. Because this could be the game that they look back and be like, dude, we could have won this series. We could have made it into playoffs.
Look,
with their hard schedule left.
AL, if you win this game, Hysterics is kicking JDG out of the solo room. They're getting put in the shared room with OMG. And you get the single room.
Yeah, I got 5 beds in there. Because unfortunately, subs don't get beds. That's just the way it is. Yeah, that's the truth. And for AL, if they want to live comfortably, if they want to be sleeping in a bed tonight, they're going to put their best foot forward here against JDG.
Here's the question then. So who on JDG is not getting the bed? Because Flandre was mainly the starter until now, but now we've had, 2 series of Sheer in a row.
Flandre gets the bed because even though she has been starting, again, last 2 series, Flandre's played more. And, it's like going into work, right? Like, the newbie's not going to get paid the same amount as the guy who's been there. And just because the guy's been there has taken a couple of weeks off doesn't mean you get the same respect. You're just a fill-in for now. You're not the starter. I know that sounds harsh.
No. I mean, the easy way to put it, he's paying his dues, right? He's just coming to the family. He's got to pay his dues, earn his spot, then he gets his bed. He's whatever kind of bed he wants.
He might be at the kids' table for the time being. You know what I mean? Like, that's just the way it is. Sometimes wait, they're doing the response. AL did this before.
They stole their idea.
They just copied them. They literally copied them. They just copied AL 3v2 walk-in bot on red side.
Yeah. JDG saw that. They were like, hey, that worked pretty well. And now they don't find as much as AL did, right? AL were able to get a flash in that last game for missing, but still, you come out with a bit of a health trade. Kale, of course, on the Nami is going to be able to help them both sustain back up, but it's going to allow them to get pressure at level 1.
Well, look, at the very least, you know, the pressure comes through, doesn't end up being a summoner. I think that's the important trade here. The fact that last time it was missing, who got chunked down so much that the lane in the 2v2 started off pretty atrociously. For AL, they are able to stay in here, but Hope and Kale are getting pushed back at the level 2. As you can see, Ruler all in, just over the wall. Has no fear because there's no dredge line to pull him back into turret.
Ruler is angry because he hasn't been able to carry a game yet. In his contract, it's been promised he at least always gets to carry 1 game. So you can tell that this is going to be the one where he makes up for it.
Okay, I didn't know that because, again, I haven't seen his contract, but obviously, like, that makes sense. That, you know, it's not a have to, but it's like you're allowed to carry 1 game. And if it's going to be on Zeri as well, that makes a lot of sense when Ruler's so good at it.
Yeah, JDG. Ooh. I don't know why I expected more there when they're both full HP, but just the way that Yagao was waddling forward menacingly made me expect a little bit more. But quite a slower first few minutes than we've seen so far. Even if we weren't necessarily getting kills in those last 2 games, we had a lot of attempted early action. This time around with JDG opting into the scaling, it seems like they're a lot more all right with waiting it out. And even for AL, right? Having the Sejuani and the Camille, I think you're waiting for the right opportunity to be able to link up with that and actually get full value out of the Sedge.
True. Again, we talked about the melee top side as well, but, you know, for AL, a lot of different directions. I think we can talk about this early game, you know, bot and top feel like avenues to play through. I feel like they can kind of expose the weakness of some of JDG's early lanes. Now, bot's out of the question with this slow push going towards Ruler and missing, which I'm sure they're comfortable about, but more importantly, the fact that they've had such a nice early start on this 2v2. While with that deep invade from Croco, he's just trying to spot out where Kanavi is, where he's going to be next. A couple of wards placed down on the entrances and on the camps of this jungle to find out maybe what he can do in topside in the future.
Ooh, really nice bubble coming out from Kale to make sure they get a good trade. But I agree, it's reminiscent to Game 1 when AL's vision was so clean. Some of their vision lines were really nice at being able to find all the information they needed. So they're going to know anytime Kanavi's topside, it's going to give a lot of safety to Harry because for AL, even though Harry's going to be one of the key members they play around, he's going to be fine in the 1v1. There isn't a whole ton of gank pressure against the Cassante, so you want to leave him on his own, let him get his own advantage, and just try to enable your bot lane to be able to get ahead.
But, you know, their bot lane is not going to be in that state. I mean, they're a bit behind in CS. I think there was a small recall from Ruler. He picked up Doran's Blade or picked up Cull, either of the two. Hope also made a recall, but it was as that push was coming in. So as JDG's bottom lane now reset, Kanavi on the other timer is going to trade here for the Krugs. Romp, whatever, Raptors, doesn't matter. Croco might be dead. He's going to turn into an animal himself as he flashes away. Polymorph almost makes it done, but Yagao now supporting his jungler as Kale. Going to get an Aqua Prison, but no one's here to follow up. As Kanavi playing hyper aggressive in the face of this bottom side.
And the pathing we saw taken from missing to walk all the way around to link up with him to help him force that flash out of Croco. So that's going to turn into a Drake for JDG. Another nice early start, especially getting it this early, right? They're going to be able to threaten a potentially early soul. I guess for their comp, even if they don't get ahead, you know, they don't necessarily have to force an early soul fight, but just going to give them so much more time if AL ends up finding any agency in this game.
They need to find some. We've already said that before as Dragon goes down for JDG. Early game has been quite efficient so far. It's a smooth pace for them, as we also kind of indicated that feels like the way to play this game. And it's kind of a smooth pace that's come off the back of this bot side. You know, again, that movement set up for the Dragon. Ruler got to make a small back on a dagger and boots, but still for Zeri, that feels nice. As they just hold on this bottom side wave, and as Kanavi on this Vi gets closer to getting level 6 to make magic happen on some of these ganks as well. So look at the wave state, by the way. Lyric, you smart man. Look at this. How annoying is this for Hope and Kale?
Oh, well, is it
classic.
annoying?
I mean, missing
Oh, it's
just
annoying.
what
It's
a
annoying.
classic. Yeah, it's a little bit. Slow push. It's coming through.
Yeah, missing, taking a bit of a trade there, but doesn't really end up meaning much. We're at the point where Harry's level 6. Krako will be there soon. I wonder if they want to look for, you know, potentially like a one-off gank towards topside, just because it would be very easy to set up. You do have all of Krako's camps coming down towards bot, so I'd assume they're going to want to just keep covering for their bot lane. The thing is for AL, right? They're still waiting for a lot of their power to come from the Camille with her getting strong. So there aren't any like too obvious of big explosive plays that they can be looking for, especially since Kanavi's done such a great job of matching them around bot side anytime Krako's been on this half of the map.
I mean, I think that's what Kanavi did really well in the last game as well. Like, matching bot side seems to be the play. I mean, this is actually the quietest bot side we've seen so far, as Kroko now comes over the wall looking to say otherwise, because this series has just been about who can get more numbers down bottom side first. And as Shanks gets spotted on a ward, Ruler missing, pay respect, but it's AL has started again over the Aqua Prison. Ruler was very ambitious, because if he gets locked up there, who knows what happens next with Shanks now having ulti.
Yeah, luckily manages to get out. So the ping-ponging of waves does continue. J2G are going to be completely fine with the state of the map, not even caring about going and checking for grubs. We know Krako picked up 2 earlier, didn't finish off the last one. Seems like J2G really don't care this game. I guess it makes sense, though, because when you look at their composition with how the lanes have been playing out, too, this feels like a game where grubs, especially if you were able to get to the mites, wouldn't even be able to offer you all that much. Definitely is a dragon stacking game for JDG.
When is Cassante going to fall out of meta? I'm sick of this champion. I'm going to be quite real. It has been 5 long patches of 14 that we have been sitting here and being like, Cassante relevant again. And then he gets minorly tweaked, adjusted, and he's still relevant. And the fact that, you know, again, I mean, she has looked great on him, don't get me wrong, but just seeing him on my screen, I am kind of over it. I don't know your thoughts on this, champ.
Well, my question would be, like, what would you rather have? Because I'll say for tanks, I do enjoy Cassante. I think the nerfs were like somewhat meaningful again when he goes in all out now. It's harder for him to just run people down with that Q slow being gone. But yeah, I don't know. I would welcome other things top lane, but I'm also fine with having him over, you know, if it was Sion or in every game.
Ornn is actually very fun. Ornn is
I do like Ornn. I also like Sion. I just don't want them every game.
Hello. On a ward. Good ward by AL, by the way. This bottom side ward actually not going to be in range of the control ward. Kanavi's like, they don't see me, surely. As now for Sheer, guess what? Kroko sees him. 1 versus 2. It's Cassante, a clock, the all-out use. The ulti from downtown doesn't connect. Sheer gets out, and that's another reason why we don't like Cassante.
There it is. AL, I think, also not chaining that play together too well, not able to time the Sejuani ult. I think right after the Hextech ultimatum does come down, ends up not being able to connect with it. But that was the play we're talking about, right? Typically, you look once with the Sejuani Camille top. JDG, though, they know the rules. The rules are we go bot.
Yeah,
That's what they're doing.
It's written into their contracts as well. They have to go bot at least 5 times a game, and so far it's only been 2. So Kanavi trying to make up for that so he doesn't go into prison. Speaking of, Aqua a clock from Kale as well as Kroko now moves down to bot side, but you can see Yagao moving as well. Is that AL a little bit trepidatious in going any further?
Oh, where are they? Culling gonna do a nice amount to both Ruler and Missing. Dragon's coming up in 20 seconds, so AL now with the Scuttle Crab, now with that Culling, having full control over this bot side river.
Meanwhile, Sheer just gets topside turret. Not sure what happened. I guess after the play, Sheer just didn't even teleport in. Kerry just didn't have his own TP, must have backed in an awkward position and loses the plate because of it as well. As you said, Dragon, let's go. Round 2, Aqua Prison away. Kroko jumps in, and we are doing this dance again.
Glacial Prison's still not up for Kroko, and that is a massive tool for AL. Culling's down, but that at least got value. Yagao!
Flash tippers over the wall. That's good. Ruler gets first blood, and AL now getting chased down with a Zeria triple knockup as well. Oh my god, Yagao, as you said, when he's on something that can make use of his tools, he goes hard as Shanks with Spirit Rush can't finish off Kanavi. Dragon going to be taken, 2 kills for JDG, and like we've seen, whoever gets a better early trade in the bottom side usually leads to success.
And look who those 2 kills ended up on. Ruler being the
no.
big one to benefit. Yeah, AL. AL are going to be kicking themselves. And again, it looks like AL so frequently can get it together in game 1. I believe even their RA series was the same. But not able to hold it together throughout a whole series. Get them in LCS, man. Get them in the best of once. And AL will be showing up. But here, Yagao gets some movement speed from missing it first. And Flash Tivers. Oh, going with the cleanse, even though he didn't even initially get stunned. And guess what? Even if you do get away, you're up against the Vi. Volt Breaker's there. But it's going to be the, it was the Lulu ult that also impressed me for missing, right? Keeping them there with that knockup, making sure that JDG get those 2 kills.
We already hyped them last game, but like seeing JDG skirmish and team fight like that, again, that's their bread and butter. It's what they're known for. And when they do it like that, when it's so clinical like that, kind of reminds you why this team is so good. The coordination, even though the parts have changed to one of their old parts in mid and, you know, a very new one in the top side, it's still JDG shot calling that at its peak looks like that. So Ruler, we already mentioned, gets first blood and second blood. And this guy's going to be getting third, fourth, fifth blood at this point as well, because Zeri is huge. Already 2 kills, a bounty, and static ship picked up nice and early. There you go. There's the gold. He is 1,300 up on Hope.
Yeah, having a sizable advantage, and now having the static shiv, even his wave clear is going to get much better, and he's going to have a lot more freedom to move around the map with missing like we see here. And what a weird series so far in relation to caring about Grubs. Last game, second Grubs, no one cared. This game, second Grubs once again. No concern for. Both these teams just putting full emphasis around making sure their bot lanes are fine. We're getting to a point now with Harry having the Triforce where maybe we're going to start seeing a bit more presence with this Camille.
I told you Grubs didn't matter. I told you, no one cares. Everyone still cares. Like, plating goes down from, what was it, 150 in past patches to 125. People are still like, we're going to set up bot, we're going to set up plating, because Dragon also on this side of the map. And I will also add in the caveat that as Hope gets spotted on a ward here and tries to be sneaky, that in this series so far too, that has been apparent because Dragon stacking has also helped win games. Dragon fights have helped win games for AL in game 1, for game 2 for JDG. They got Dragon stacking nice and early too. Game 3 the same, as Yagao is going against that by setting up top lane, but he can't do too much with a Camille and a lot of ways out. But again, Lurk, Dragon stacking just wins games. I think it's easy to say.
You know, I think the LPL blessed you today because we've actually been seeing a lot more teams not only play for Grubs, but just play around top more, which has been a bit surprising. Teams have leaned a bit away from bot. I mean, teams still mainly play around bot, but at the start of the split, it was like no one even looked at top lane. Now, you know, every now and then we have some teams like WE as well, you know, with Wayward having some really strong games. Teams like that, RNG around Breathe earlier on. Yep. But it seems like for the day, they decided Hysterics is back. We're back to the Boctagon, and we're getting a ton of aggression. So I hope your luck holds up, and our whole day is full of, maybe not this game 3, but, you know, game 1 and 2 are pretty in your face.
I'll just keep making punchy statements like, Grubs don't matter, top is weak, bot is all that matters.
Go more controversial, go deeper.
Yeah, I'll go even deeper. Tops are useless ever since the Shy left, which is very true. And to be fair, I have kept his spirit alive in EU, if anyone's wondering. Giga Shy is my IGN. I had to do it, but I'm still leveling up, so there's no real
are you
Giga
actually
Shy.
playing top now, or are you still playing support?
I wanted to play like mid 80 carry, but then I'm like, no, I would do a disservice if I'm not playing top, so I'm gonna learn top.
You need to only play Quinn and Rapid Fire Cannon for that one.
I was gonna play Lucian Callista top. I'm gonna do it. Is over the Herald, and now proving the point the opposite. Herald goes down. JDG get this uncontested, but AL is still here, and Crocco's on a ward. He ulties out. Hope now in for an angle. Culling's good as well. Shank's angle good, but Charm flashed away from Kanavi. Re-engages with Shiz TP as well. They're in the Octodome. It's not the Boctagon, it's the Toptagon once again. Through the river, JDG find themselves a pick, but Kanavi's traded off as Shanks is lucky to be alive. Jungle for AD, but guess what? A kill goes over to Yagao, and mid now feels open.
Exactly. JDG are the ones who come off with the prio from that fight. They're pressuring AL, forcing on this tower, but okay, dodge out on the bubble was nice. But still, we have JDG absolutely chilling. They pick up another kill. They already have 2 Drakes. They have their Zeri getting stronger and stronger. The caveat I will say is there'll always be some potential for AL in the sense of, like, if Ruler is off on his own as a straggler, Camille and Ari are there to pick him off. But in fights like this, where you just get that perfect, not even front to back, this felt more like a mishmash of everyone running in right on top of each other. We're going to see here Kanavi force back, but this ult forces everyone in, even Harry trying to peel, which in my mind just sets up perfectly for how JDG want to play, getting the AoE from the Tibbers onto everyone. Ruler able to do the same. Still, though, it did leave Kanavi in no man's land.
As we're going to fight again, aren't we? Just like the theme of the series, Sheer is taking a lot of damage, though. That Cassante with 1.5 items ain't tanky enough to people like Hope yet, as Herald gets a charge in the meantime while they're facing off. 2k gold lead for JDGs. They now have the inside track towards mid Lyric, and AL a second fiddle to the show if they want to move in.
Yeah, and they even have the position to pressure this with Ruler on the Zeri. He feels so safe with that E.
Well, also with the Lulu
charm?
by his side, that helps too. It's
Wow.
just the power.
And I guess the power of that Lulu is what dissuaded AL from jumping on Ruler with that charm connecting.
They're going to do it now, but why now? Harry gets stunned
I
up,
know.
and he's just going to get nuked. Wild Growth helps out, but Harry somehow still alive. Buys time, and Sheer can't finish the job. Kanavi does eventually, but as Ruler flashes over the wall, it looks like for JDG, they lost way more than they should have. 4 versus 3, but Ruler's still confident, but ulti runs out, and God, Harry took a while to die.
Exactly, and that feels like what ended up biting JDG, right? JDG got so tunnel visioned on killing Harry. It's like we're even wasting Kanavi's ultimate for a guy who's on like 1 HP. He's pretty much out of the fight, and it ends up coming back to make it so JDG can't find the advantage they were looking for. Because I was with you. Why here? Why here? You found the charm on Ruler like 2 seconds ago. They throw everything in. He gets locked down. And I feel like once he gets so... Sheer doesn't need to ult him is
No.
the first big problem. But even then, even if he gets out, leave him to his devices, set up to play around Ruler and Yagao, and I feel like JDG still could have turned this into a good fight, but nice job by AL. They get to benefit off of Sheer ulting him away from the rest of JDG, and they take it.
Well, look, no kills going over to Ruler at the back end of that trade either. I think it was Kanavi who finished off the job, but while that fight looks epically messy, JDG are still the ones holding the gold lead in this game. The only caveat I'll add in is that AL were able to stop the quick dragon stacking, pick up one themselves, slow down that timer, but I'm not sure how much I want to put faith in that because, again, as we set up in draft, we know that this is going to be a team fight from JDG. We know that it's going to be all about Ruler, the setup from Yagao as well. We know it's going to be harder for AL to execute with the angles they have to play in this game, utilizing some of the quick bit picks and burst potentials that they have in this draft.
Yeah, and you know, like they have pressure in sides, right? Ari and the Camille, they're going to be there. They're going to have ways to try and create angles and look for picks. The problem is if JDG get on an early enough soul point. Luckily, AL did get that last Drake, so we're not going to be on a super early one to where you have to be all that concerned about the side lane pressure, but it is still going to be there.
Just invading in the meantime. I mean, JDG are just taking everything in this bottom side jungle. Kanavi sweeps through, gets red buff, gives over to Ruler, who, by the way, has Renan's Hurricane. And Yagao is just split pushing Annie. He's just left to his own devices in the side lane consistently. AL playing very slow towards these sides, scared of where Kanavi is. And as Shank spots him out, that's the second turret that Yagao has just chopped away of. Now with Overambitious coming through from Shanks and Tibbers flying through, Spirit Rush is again used out to run away. Yagao just pops out Tibbers to say hello to.
Yeah, he didn't have the stun ready for when Kanavi went in, so seems like Kanavi and Yagao not exactly on the same page.
Which
with,
doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Which doesn't make any sense. Come on. Surely they should be the ones who are on the longest page together. Like Yagao and Kanavi played together for 2.5 years.
I mean, hell,
3?
I hear coming into the year that they wanted to play together. I hear that's one of the reasons why we have Yagao and Kanavi reunited once again. Is, you know, there are two players who really liked being on a team together in the past, and yeah, that does make it even weirder.
If I was missing, I'd also love to have Yagao on my team. Like as a support main throughout the years, I'd love when mid laners not only like play supportive mids, obviously depending on the meta, things like Talia, things like Annie, right? Things that make it set up, not supportive like Karma, but you know what I mean. But Yagao is also just that kind of player that will sack his lane, as you can see in this game, sacrifice CS in order to play the map just a little bit better in order to play for the team. As a support, I would love that. I'd be like, dude, as Mystic, I'd be like, I love that my mid laner is such a pro, you know?
Yeah, he's definitely a no ego player, right? I mean, maybe his ego moments, if you count some of the times he looks for kills that are a bit questionable, but very much willing to play for the team, as he always has been, is Kanavi. It's been a long time since we've had the Dumpling Brothers. I don't know why I thought of that just now, but
oh my
maybe
God,
it's you being back.
Where is Zoom? It's been years since Zoom's
Been a while,
in the game.
right?
He finished on Ultra Prime, didn't he? That was the last we saw of him. Is he retired? Let's have a look.
I know he's been on the LP, the Chinese broadcast.
He's not
before,
retired. He's not technically
but-
retired.
He's just waiting for the right. He's waiting to form the super team. Him, Mole, Y4, Baolan, and Haro. There it is.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay, why is that the super team?
I don't know, but if there is any LPL org out there
Leftovers.
that wants a team, like sign me up, I'll get you that team. Will
Hang
it
on,
do
did-
well? I don't know, but it'll be kind of funny.
Was your 80 carry SMLZ or not?
No, it has to be Y4. I need the OG finger guns.
Oh my God! It does not have to be Y4. It does not have to be Y4. Don't let it be Y4. I will take. I'll take SMLZ.
He's gonna go through a training arc. We're gonna force him to. He has to play 1,000 games of Draven in solo queue, only Draven, and then he'll come out. We'll first pick it blue side against Jackie Love, and then he'll rue the day he didn't believe in the legend known as Y4.
I'm happy to be wrong, but Y4 also has an award ceremony named after him for a reason. That's all I'm gonna say, bro. There is a reason the golden Y4s were cut from broadcast because they were too inappropriate at the time.
They did become the Golden Ricks, though. They become the Golden Ricks.
Did. They became the golden Ricks, but I mean, it's been. We didn't even run them last year.
If you're out there and you remember the Golden Ricks, you're a true OG. Not really, actually.
If they remember the golden Y4s, they're an OG because that only happened
True.
once. Before we axe them for being rude.
Oh.
Where are AL? What? They're so deep. They just use two. No, they're only one ulti. AL very deep for this, but it's off the back of topside play. Kanavi soloing Dragon in the meantime. AL are just trying to bridge the gap between top inner turret and maybe threatening Baron. But as all five move up to this top lane, I mean, this is a ballsy play.
Yeah, and again, like you said, just how far forward, how aggressive they were willing to go out of nowhere. To end up backing off at the end, but they're set up to do this right because of that power from sides. Harry getting that push up there, which enabled the rest of AL to be able to follow through. Ooh.
They're going to see the back. They're going to see the back. Kanavi's ulting in. This is what I'm talking about. He came from mid. He might sacrifice his life, but now Ruler is unleashed. I see that jungler going down, and I think, maybe JDG could have played it a little bit better, and it looked good at the time. But what just happened?
Yeah, it seems like Kanavi thought the same thing of, I need to go now before they escape, not realizing, Harry.
Oh, Yagao gets the stun up, though. Shanks ulti's out. There's good damage coming through, and Sheer is a good front line as well. Shanks has to ulti all the way out. You may as well have a 4v4, and the health bar benefits JDG, but as Shanks backs away, teleport is available just without ulti, as JDG is still waiting for Kanavi to respawn in 10 seconds.
This game is getting weird. A
It is
lot
so
of
weird.
scraps coming out of nowhere. Kanavi being the only one to go down through all that, and we're going to get to see exactly what happens. So end up looking for the escape. They know one of the recalls is coming. And yeah, I mean, I get it, right? You don't want to allow them to get away, but the damage gets turned around. You have the CC there from both Shanks and Draco. And there's not even time for anyone to respond.
Not at all. I feel like, yeah, as you said, the game's getting weird, but I mean, this series has been having weird moments throughout. There's been engagements from JDG that are questionable. AL, I feel like, have been maybe the least questionable team in the series. Like, they've had some moments, but I think JDG are the ones who we have definitely put up to the chopping block a little bit more.
Yeah. I agree, because I guess there's a difference between a moment being bad or weird, right? Because when AL were losing in game 2, it's like, all right, JDG's playing these situations well, but so some of the moments we've seen from JDG are a bit more question marky. As speaking of question marks, actually nothing to do with question marks. Lord Doms finished for Hope. Sheer has to have some fear now, right? I didn't mean to rhyme that, but it did.
Yeah, okay. She has to have some kind of fear. I will say on the other side, I would have fear if I'm anyone from AL because Ruler also with 3 items, you know, quick plays picked up.
Scarier.
Yeah. I mean, look, to be fair, though, Hope has had a pretty decent series so far. I think he's been the most consistent one. And he is set up for success with things like the Nami with a lot of lockdown from AL that's going to come through from some of these angles as Yagao spots Shanks. He's like, hang on, what's this guy doing? Yagao runs towards the light. Not what you'd expect as Tippers comes through. Is Yagao running it? The answer could be yes as Shanks gets over the wall with Spirit Rush, jumps back in. Kanavi also could be running it, but here's Ruler and Sheer to save the day. Flash on top of Ruler, though, might get a quick kill, but they can't kill him. Saved by missing. Again, Lulu does the job. A Quadra is as quick as anything as Ruler to carry. We were damn right.
I cannot believe JDG managed to keep him alive in that fight. Like you said, missing the Lulu right there next to him. And now turning it into a big Baron. A game that I thought was quickly going to fall. Into AL's hands. It's like, oh my god, AL are being patient. AL are finding picks. JDG are face checking.
What was this?
It just...
what was Yagao doing?
Who knows? Like, I guess he could see some of them walking forward, so hoping he'd burst them out in time, but not expecting Croco to just jump over the wall and really underestimating Shank's damage. This is where it looked like everything was going to go in favor of AL with Kanavi being quick to follow, but look at Ruler. Jumps over the wall, flashes in, has the massive ulti, and I can't believe he lives here. Ends up getting stunned by the E. The shields come in from the Lulu, the knockup from Kazante. Yeah, just really investing everything. Honestly, maybe even a bit lucky that some of those cooldowns coming up towards the end there, so Harry couldn't finish him off.
He gets a full item off that fight, by the way, that we just got a bit of lifeline into the mix. So, Immortal Shield Bow makes 4 for Rule Up. He's also 60 CS ahead of his lane opponent, 320 at 28 minutes. I mean, when we talked about it, like, yeah, you know, in the meta and the style of play, like, I think the past 2 years, it's not always been about the Ruler hard carry set up to succeed hyper carry late game. This guy wins team fights, but this game sure is a blast from the past.
Yeah, and they look so confident. Again, it goes back to the fine print, the words on the page. Lure gets to carry 1 game of each series. You can see AL trying to answer in top lane, though. Harry hoping to find his own, but this is going to open up the base Baron. Even more.
It's against Baron. I don't think you win this. There's 2 members, as you said. So AL have 3 defending the base. The Baron enhanced recalls are also there in case they want to get away and change parts of the map or at least change position. But Dragon's also there, by the way. So Inhibitor down. AL second fiddle again. And JDG are now just running for Soul Point that AL have to kind of clumsily walk towards themselves.
And AL look like they're not even... I don't know. What are AL doing? We just saw Hope start walking up towards top. All right. They've decided. They're just going to focus on getting the turrets that are right in front of them. I thought for a second Hope and the rest were going to start making their way up top and maybe look to find a pick on K'Sante, which looks impossible. So I'm glad they decided against it in the end, but that's Soul for JDG. Now they're going to be able to use the inhib they have down in bot and even look for more pressure on the map.
How easy this game suddenly become. I mean, all that one team fight in topside. Feels like it changed the game. Well, okay, let's be real. Like, Ruler was still always got to be big in team fights, but if Ruler goes down there, I feel like for AL, then suddenly, you know, like Baron setups there, maybe Dragon Denial, game goes a little bit longer. I don't know. I think there were a lot of options for AL that was showing light in a lot of these fights, but again, for JDG, it reigns supreme. Kind of feels like we're dealing with top esports again. But at this time, at least it's been a lot quicker to start off the series. We haven't been as slow as now for JDG opening up mid. Seems super easy.
I've gone to the streets, and, you know, I found some solid info. So I've checked the last few series, and anytime AL loses, they win the first game, but lose the next 2. When they win, it is the complete reverse. I don't understand how, but that's how it goes.
Dude, they're literally T1 Challenger. T1 Challenger wins game 1, then loses the remaining 2 games. Like, there are so many series that T1 Challenger should have won that maybe AL should have been the same. Now Ruler might be caught out as TP comes through. That ulti flies from Croco, but Harry tries to get back on, but no one can touch Ruler with the wild growth and the Zeri ulti. He just pops in. No fear whatsoever, even though the damage is flying through from the members of Harry. With Lulu by his side, Missing and Ruler become unstoppable. Sheer cleans out the backside, which, to be fair, his Cassandre looks so busted. And JDG now flash over to make their end a 2-1.
Yep, JDG with this win won't be able to fall any lower than 7th in the standings, so getting closer to being able to lock themselves in towards some of those spies. Really nice bounce back in these second 2 games, and again, just another unfortunate situation for AL. Sadly, they don't get to move into the solo room.
No, they don't. They're grounding for a little bit longer. 7-7 AL, still with a tough task. They need to win at the very minimum, at least one. But every win counts. I mean, AL want that safety net. God, is it looking hard right now. Again, similar values to the RNG series we saw from this team, where AL really struggled to find their moment in the sun. But I think more importantly, Drafts felt a little bit better this time. But against JDG, that bot side, it was all in or nothing. It ended up being nothing 2 games in a row.
Yeah, this time around, it looked so much smoother for JDG. It was a lot slower. They were doing fine. But I actually don't get to keep rambling on because, you know, we're in different stadiums today, so we have more series to move on to. We're going to go to a break. We'll be right back. We're going to have a bunch more League of Legends, and Hysterics is still going to be here.
I'm still going to be here. Ruler MVP. You're back in, and now with LPL, we're going to catch right back up for you. You don't need to sit here and be like, oh, when LNG, EDG. Don't worry, it's now. My name's Hysterics. I'm joined by Lyric. He's in America. I'm in Berlin, but I am not a European. Can you guess my accent? Well, that's up for you to discuss, because honestly, I think it's pretty easily recognizable. For Lyrics, can you guess his? Plot twist. It's American. All right, Lyric. Draft us up.
Crikey. Macca's.
Jesus.
Macca's.
Macca's.
I'm not doing a good. I've only been there once. We are in draft now. EDG paying the homage to Australia with the Nautilus pick, because I believe it was a Nautilus statue that got put.
In the ocean. I'm pretty sure my name's
Yeah.
I think my name's on it. I think I
Wait,
played.
your name's on it?
Yeah, everyone got their name on it. So everyone that was like playing at the time for the event, their names were inscribed on the statue, and it was dunked down in the ocean. But the problem is, our Great Barrier Reef's dying, so I hope that Nautilus isn't messing it up. You know, I'm kind of worried about where it is.
At least, you know, if it is dying, you guys are right down there with it. At least your names.
True.
Kind of the
We
same
could
thing
be
you think
blamed
about it.
in years' time.
Oh no, there's actual proof, but we will focus it on drafts. We got the Heimer coming out for Hung. He has already played it once. I love whenever we see the Heimer come out in bot lane. Usually means you get a lot of push. We get a lot of aggression down towards that side of the map. That's Leah going to be there to enable it. To where for EDG, Ala Jax is a good sign, because Ala has been the big one you have to rely on if you're EDG. But ever since Monkey's come into the roster, there has been a bit more synergy. Maybe time from, you know, the other players all playing together in the LDL. And with LNG shakiness, there's definitely some chance here for Edward Gaming.
Yeah, there is indeed. I mean, EDG playing spoilers. If anyone hasn't caught up with this strange draft, which we can explain in a second, EDG are already out of playoffs. The first time I think they've been out of playoffs as one of the first teams, and they were the first team out of playoffs. I don't think that's ever happened in the history of EDG, and I don't think EDG have ever had this worse of a result. And it's crazy when you consider the developmental talent coming through, when you consider that there are still some big names on this roster.
Yeah.
Especially starting with Jer, and Clear Love is also coaching this. So I don't know, man. It's a disappointing split.
They've only missed playoffs even one other time ever. It was 2020 summer, I believe. We were front row and center for that. So it is weird, but like you said, it's been a rebuild year for EDG, so you give them a bit of a pass. LNG, though, are the ones who have been struggling. It doesn't make a lot of sense. No one's really been performing all that well on their roster. Scout's been catching a lot of criticism. And across the board, again, LNG have just looked a little bit slow, a little bit stunted. They have a pretty easy schedule ahead right now. They are right outside of the playoff barrier. So this is a must-win series for LNG.
This and every other, further to your point, yeah, they're 5-9. Like, another loss, they go to 10. They can only reach 6, and I think it's doomsday for this team. A maximum of 7, a maximum potential, not tiebreaker because we don't have tiebreakers, but a maximum tie or one of that middle of the pack snagging spots that we saw last split as the Jayos are quiet. Where are we? We're in Suzhou. But I guess the Jayos are muted for now. Quick note. That's why we're in a delay, because we go to LNG's arena after being in Beijing for JDGs.
And speaking, actually, the Jayos are very delayed.
Hello?
Usually we just don't get them at all if we miss it first. But I did get an update from our wise great sage Asheen that if EDG win, FPX will make playoffs. FPX will be locked into playoffs if EDG wins. So FPX, actually big winners. Potentially of the result of this series. If LNG win, LNG will make their way up to being in the top 10. Like as of now, they won't be locked into anything, but at least again, it starts that slow climb up, because with their schedule, they still play AL, WE, RA. None of those killers in BLG, TES, or JDG left. So really, they still have a pretty good shot at making it.
And I have to correct myself as we see a hard engage onto Vampire bot side that for Hung just ends up being great. Heal forward for a bit of movement speed. Vampire going to survive, though, without burning summoners. I said 5-9 for LNG. I was wrong, 5-7, so they can reach a total of 9. As you said, everything's a must-win. But if LNG lose, that means that outside that barrier of 10, that teams can't get to that magic number 9 as well. That means there's always going to be a team outside of it. So that's why that FPX and future teams, I believe, will be able to hit 9. And get a lock in. So that's always nice. Always the guarantee, really, for each LPL split. As for LNG, they're not giving away anything so far, as this 2v2 is starting off to the races. The Snake and Vampire are getting wrecked. That's a 2-minute 30 plate about to come up.
Yeah, I mean, great pick. And the Heimer and the Varus, again, can create so much pressure. But Monkey looking to create some of his own on the Graves. Is the ring around the Rosie with the Gromp.
Weiwei gets it. He's level 3 now as well. End of the line. Weiwei gets his phase rush and gets out, but Monkey pays the respect. So that time wasted, he's going to have to go back to his Raptors. While you can see that Weiwei is got a bottom side path to clear. He's kind of waiting this out. He doesn't know where he is right now, hey?
Has to be careful, right? Maokai against Graves, not a whole lot he could do. He even saw Monkey having the red buff because of his top side start. Both junglers going to be making their way down towards bot, where we've seen, like you said, LNG getting the best of it so far. One of the things I even like about Heimer into hook champions is if you hold on to a turret, right, you can always block the hook coming out from Vampire to make sure that he can't find the ideal engage. But that's also why reasons like we saw in the last one, he's going to be primarily focusing on trying to find the angle onto Gala.
You know what also sucks about this lane is the fact that with Ziggs, he's got to use that enhanced auto attack to clear turrets, right?
Yeah.
And that takes away some of the trading pattern too. So for Hung, clearing turrets always going to be the priority, but I feel like that's just a niche little detail that is going to hurt. This 2v2 that is continuing to suffer, as you can see.
Yeah, doing a great job. And now Monkey going to be at least around on this side. Already got that scuttle, making sure they have prime information of anything going down. I mean, just wards all across the bot side river. So really wanted to make sure they have tabs on Weiwei, who has been one of the players who's kind of struggled on LNG. I remember in his last series having an Ivern game, and Weiwei, I think one of the people a lot of us think of as the Ivern guys, leaned on it historically. He's always shown good performances, but even not performing on one of his signature picks up against IG.
It's a shame, isn't it? I mean, LNG, you're talking about the start, like, they've had a very strange split with good players, but we also know that this split has been about remodeling the old LNG. I mean, Hung wasn't in from the start, was he?
No, they started with Mark for
Mark.
the first few series.
Yeah, and the change came in. Remember as well, change from Crescent getting let go on LNG. Like the coaching staff has changed, and the biggest thing for me starting the split and kind of feeling why LNG weren't as good is they lost their major voice. We knew historically Tarzan was a big shot caller in LNG. What made them so successful with him and Scout being a really good mid-jungle duo. And the fact that they lost that dynamic where Weiwei's just come from a team that plays either top or bot most of the time, it just changes the whole dynamic of the team that he was on.
Yeah.
And now you look at him and you're like, wait, what? I have to play with Scout? Like, is it similar or not? I don't think so.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, even looking at BLG in the way they played, had a lot of... Oh, actually, who cares about BLG in the way they played? Fisher?
Yeah, it's memory lane, isn't it? Why is Vampire here? It's because Zika is so far deep in enemy lines. He's ghosted, running for his life. They're all chasing. Now, Bot is suffering because of this. I'm just going to let you all know. Bot is suffering. As the back comes through, maybe it would have been better to TP, but Zika doesn't have it available. Vampire over the side. Dredge line out.
Oh, no!
Oh, no. He just gets away with it, and they chased him for so long.
They did. And, I think it's especially because it's EDG. They're down there in the standings. You can understand why they're down there again. Full rebuild year. Anytime they miss stuff like that, if that could have been a kill, it just would have felt so right. They deserve it. The underdogs deserve it.
Oh, God. Look, for EDG, at least getting topside grubs are going down. My point before, just to elaborate, because I feel like I'm a bit all over the place.
I think this game's all over the place, too, to be fair. Like, it is. Like, we're going here, then we're going there. We have a Cassante running on the map. Dragons being taken. Your mind can be anywhere it wants right now.
True. I think my point is just Weiwei trying to readjust to the roster, right? LNG trying to readjust to their voices in comms. Be curious to have a closer look at it, but for now, look, LNG still a good chance of making playoffs here. As you said, it's just that run that needs to start with EDG at bare minimum with the easiest schedule they have laid out in front of them. AL, another big one for them, as we're talking about their series just earlier on when AL were versus JDG. But in this game, Dragon does go down at the cost of grubs. EDG got all three in the top side in the meanwhile, but just note this early game is really about Gala and Hung, who have a good lane lead, who are doing pretty good in the 2v2. And for LNG, they might be down in gold, but I am worried when you give Gala a bit of agency in game and when you give LNG a strong bottom side that they can play through as well.
And even, right, having serrated Dur on Gala already, the longsword there too, he's going to be dealing a lot. Is Ala looking for the all-in?
He might actually find it. I mean, the saving grace of EDG, the all-out going to be burned in the meanwhile, trying to get out of there. Zika is just out instead of trying to trade off that 1v1. Ala gets him out with the ult burned. As now for Weiwei coming in with Nature's Grats. Vampire's caught out. He has to flash away as well. Monkey for the response has collateral damage available as Dredgeline re-engages here for EDG, but the health bars are getting low as... What the hell was that? What the hell was that?
You know, whatever face it's making is perfect for what just happened.
What was that? What the hell was that? The snake is not as good as the shy. Sorry. Very sorry.
All right. That was a bit of a statement. I don't even know if that's an insult. Like, all right.
I don't know. It is.
We're going to see here, though. I mean, Nature's Grass comes out from Weiwei. They're trying to lock him down. Aftershock gets procced, which means Vampire doesn't take all that much damage. And then Weiwei holding on to the flash for a bit. I think wanting to proc the Phaedrus first, but...
What? Is that tilt? Is that, I mean, if that's tilt, you know what? I'd take it back. I respect that with EDG season.
You know,
I respect that from the snake.
If he wouldn't have autoed the turret and he would have just thrown the ult to kill it, I would have respected that a lot more. Like, then it would have been funny. It's like, oh, look, just use the ult to kill the Heimer turret, but he didn't. He autoed it.
Oh, God. Look, it's not that long of a cooldown. It doesn't mean too much in the grand scheme of things. It's just, again, moments from EDG throughout the split from people like Vampire.
Wait. How, so far, here we are. We're 4 games in. How does this compare to your LEC day? Is it sillier?
Because
is it less silly?
It can be as silly. The bottom teams of the LPL can be real silly. Like, it's kind of like Casey from Winter. Like Rogue. Dude, Rogue are the most frustrating team to cast because they just don't do anything. So at least in that respect, at least some of the bottom tier LPL teams do things, apart from RA as always. Maybe Ultra Prime as well. But
yeah,
actually,
I need to keep track of if you're going to throw a stray at every team in the LPL because you're getting close.
The bottom tier teams, like, it's always been the case. I've said it on cast throughout the years. Bottom tier teams at LPL, like, most of them try and do something, but then there's a lot of teams like, I think LG at their worst moments will play mid-game super slow and not do anything. They won't be proactive or reactive. They are a bloody turtle, but yeah, look, it's just the way that a lot of these bottom tier teams go. As at least look for EDG. It's not like they're not doing anything, you know, they're still holding a gold lead in this game, even with some of the mistakes spot. They still haven't bled through in kills. Arla almost got a solo kill top side. Like, as we get up to Grubs again, I feel like EDG, there's still some strength. As Nature's Grass going to start off. Fisher flashes straight away. Chance Corruption out of range, hits through the goalpost. As that Bramble smash was great from Weiwei. The shockwave only a 1 on Gala, but Weiwei finally sets up the first blood, given over to Scout. It is a trade, though, with both mid laners getting kills. And it becomes a trade-off as LNG close to getting a little bit more.
So I think EDG are fine with the way the game's going, right? You have Jax, you have Orianna, Ziggs. I mean, once you start getting some items, you're going to clear waves so easily to allow for that split push to come through. So I think the pace of the game is actually fine for EDG. We're waiting to see if LNG can kick it into a second gear, which I feel like they have started to do more of in recent games, but still nowhere near as much as I feel like anyone would like. Still keeping it rather tempered. We finally have first items coming out, Ala picking up the Triforce, so maybe this will be the start of something good for Edward Gaming.
Well, especially since Fish is able to get platings in the bottom side. I mean, this is a strange allocation. Both bot laners have moved mid for the second round of Grubs, and it's a completely different story, isn't it? Yeah, it's going to be 6, when we saw no priority for Grubs last series at all. EDG just suddenly think it's God tier.
EDG, Ala's calling. He's like, guys, I'm going to carry. I'm the Jax. Put all of your faith in me. That's what they end up doing. Hell, even leaving him to take the last one by himself. And now, going to try and force, hard force Prio in mid.
And I guess further than that as well, you do have a Ziggs. So passive does so much damage to turrets. Like, actually, for EDG, smart game plan.
Yeah, I love the pivot, right? Ignore the dragon. If LNG were going to take that, that's theirs. You go on mid turret. You just got those mites. I love the mention of the Ziggs, right? Because it means their pushing power is only that much stronger. And now it even creates an opening for them to be the team that gets into River, with recalls having to come out on Scout, on Gala.
CDG take this dragon away as well. I mean, for LNG, that was their whole stacking methodology. God, words are hard. That's what LNG were all about this game. Strong 2v2, play that into dragon, and they haven't been able to do that. And so for LNG, I think we start raising concerns here, because you already mentioned Arla. I'm already seeing the scaling coming through from Fisher and the Snake. The wave clear mid-game onwards is going to be so hard to do anything with. I feel like for LNG, their options get slimmed out as they start losing things like mid-push, right? They start losing priority in some of these other side lanes as well, as this game gets harder and harder.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, too, because once we get to the point of, like, mid-game standoffs, there's going to be two things we're looking at, which is how much pressure is Ala creating, and then out of the Snake and Gala, who is actually connecting with their poke, right? Because, hell, that could decide the whole standoff in mid, or standoffs around objectives if Gala's poke is connecting and the Snake's isn't, because EDG then would need to hard force with Vampire, and their comp is pretty short range. It would be hard to follow up into a Maokai and a Taliyah.
Draw off as well as the Gala. I mean, there's Chains of Corruption come through. Oh, that hurts. The Snake gets poked out, as you said. It's whose poke lands, but as Satchel Charge opens up mid-turret, I mean, remember the Gala slows down as he packs up Q. Remember the Gala as well, once those summoners are down, he has no mobility. Ziggs is an absolute nuke, and especially with a bit of extra gold balanced out through this early game, through that turret just gained, I feel like the Snake is going to be ever so relevant. It's going to make me eat my words for maybe laughing at him for the earlier play down bot side.
You know what? He was laughing at himself. The Snake is the type of guy who can accept the bans. Have I ever met him?
So.
No, but I'm sure, because, you know, he just looks like it. As plates just fell off. EDG ended up getting 8 because of, you know, all of them, the fact that they got in mid. LNG got at least 4. I didn't see how many they got in. Okay, looks like they didn't even get 1 in mid, most likely. So, ended up getting 2 top and 2 bot. So that's why the gold still being in favor of EDG and getting even more components, getting closer to more key items. The Haunting guys now picked up for the Snake.
Do you think he saw the Shy and just decided to name himself after him? Or, like, do you think there's any relevance? Or do you think he just likes snakes?
I want to hope that he had 2 favorite players, the Shy and Viper, and he was sitting there. He's like, golly gee willikers, I don't know which one to tribute to. And then, you know, he went with the middle ground.
That's crazy that he sounds like that. I've never heard anyone talk like that, but I'll take your word for it. I don't know what the Chinese word, the Mandarin for golly gee willikers is.
Someone let us know. What's the Mandarin?
Oh, God. That'd be hard to say regardless. I will say, you know, maybe he's a big fan of old Snake, you know, before LNG.
True.
Now going up against old Snake today, actually, as well.
I remember watching LP. I can't remember what split it was at this point, but I remember, like, Baka, Crystal, like, Ella, all these guys. Hell, they were like the OG Draven team. That's what I loved about them.
True. It wasn't Crystal and Hood, was it? No. That came a little bit later. That came like a little bit later. I think you're talking about 2015. No. Snake came in 2015, pretty sure. So it would have been like 2016 Snake, or maybe OG iteration. But that's way old. That's like Zatai Snake? Not sure.
Wait. I'm doing the research. Oh, no, so it was OG Snake. Andre Beast, Baka, Crystal, and Ella.
Step charge, dead. He landed it! The Snake landed it. Good seismic shot backwards. The Scout is going to survive thanks to his shield coming through from Muramana. Gala comes in as well. Chains of Corruption. They were available, but Gala doesn't pull the trigger. Thought he could get the kill without it, as Zika in the meanwhile, with all that charging through mid, is going to pull a side lane turret. So LNG are getting out of this with, I guess, a beneficial trade. You find out? It was OG, wasn't it?
You know, maybe we need to stop reminiscing too, because a lot actually happened on the map within that 20 seconds, despite the fact that only 1 kill came across. So far side lanes are getting opened up, which of course is going to be a pretty decent thing for EDG with the pressure that Ala could give. Always have to be a bit wary of Scout being able to follow through, but One of the things that can make up for that is EDG actually are running 3 TPs, right? So there'll always be the opportunity as, oh, Hung.
Dredge line comes through. There is no explosive bong. Mega Inferno down from the Snake as range not going to be an issue right now for LNG as they poke EDG out of the jungle. It's engages from Vampire, but it's starting to get threatening as Teleport is being burned. 15 seconds before Dragon to find this pick onto Arla as he's got Flash and ulti available, which makes this hard. He can get over the Weaver's wall, maybe even fires Scouters. He runs forward, Seismic Shove avoided as well. The full engage, LNG not stopping, but all these summoners burn, all these ultis. They need to find a kill here onto Arlo. It looks like the answer is finally given over with a flip back and a kill over to Scout. All this for a Dragon. As for EDG, they're going to find a response in the meantime.
Oh, they found one. They found one because they pinged it. They're TPing into mid. They're going to try and get another turret off of this. Quick thinking coming out from EDG and the Snake, even getting a Leandries on top of it. So,
Wait, keep going.
Nice little injection of gold. You're right. Huh? I guess,
Probably thinking
right?
it back.
Yeah, they can't know that the recalls wouldn't be coming through from some members.
But hey, at least, I mean, as an EDG, I still take that trade. As we look at the reset here, we look at the replay rather, and Arla just goes all the way from here to the inner turret.
I'm actually surprised at how long he was able to stay alive and how much LNG were willing to commit for these kills. A lot of flashes blown, ghosts being used by the Cassante to get in range to get the 1 kill. Still though, it turned into another Dragon for them, so they're going to be happy that they were able to take this. And with not too much on the map, there wasn't even really too much EDG could take off that as compared to if Baron was up top or if there was another turret up in top lane who had wave pushing. So at the end of the day, LNG's going to be happy. Scout 2-0-0 on the Taliyah.
And the question is, what else can LNG find on the map as they move towards the top side? Because another pick, get the comp going, get this burst comp really running its foundation. But no, instead, it's just Arla on the side, finding his own time in the sun. And I think this thing that LNG is starting to get frustrated by, that this game, this map is so large, is so drawn out with so many outer turrets now down, that Arla's got his own freedom of space. You know, Fisher and the Snake, the wave clear starting to come through. EDG are coasting a bit here, Lyric. And LNG are obviously trying to speed the game up and find more options and find a bit more pace in it themselves.
And that's what's going to be so interesting to see how these teams play around the Baron, because we are so far away from Soul being, you know, having any sort of relevance that if it was any team other than LNG, I would be like, all right, maybe we bait around the Baron, maybe we start looking for picks that way, force away in the enemy jungle, but maybe not super likely. I think it would be a little bit hard and a little bit could be risky against EDG, who are now coming online with 2 items of their own.
Baron spawns as well. Baron actually pretty quick from EDG as well. If there's ever a pick on LNG, Ziggs does Baron quick. Orianna not so bad as well. Arla can come in. I mean, you've got an 80 carry jungle. Like, that's something to really respect as LNG, especially if some of these globals are down as Fisher now caught out in the side lane by himself. The Orianna is going to try and make this a 1-for-1 onto Hung, but as he flashes away, Fisher's just trying to buy some time. But the problem is here that even with the flash gone, now you need everyone else to come in. Well, committing TPs, okay. Arlo just goes, no, I'm not going in, bro. Teleports in, he's immediately out of there.
Yeah. Oh, God. How much more LNG willing to challenge? Hung was taken pretty low, so he's going to go for the reset.
They want to fight a 5 versus 4. They believe in the Snake or something, I'm not sure. Maybe Arla's flank could be big onto Scout. It definitely is, onto one of his old teammates at that as well. The old LNG top clears him out as Monkey helps out, and now for Weiwei, he's also separated. Gala poking down, though, is great, as Arla now at half HP. Zika still alive in his ulti form. The flip back almost connects. EDG back out of there. Very ballsy of them to take, especially since the later fight ends up being a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they spotted Hung recalling in the middle of the lane, and that's why they went for the play, or they were just under the assumption of, hey, if anyone, like whoever walks in first, we have enough burst to be able to finish them off. I think either reasoning, it's a fine idea. It's a fine play to be able to go for, but LNG show in the end that they're able to answer back, and like you said, only ends up being a 1-for-1.
Well, with a kill on top of that, remember again that LNG still got the beneficial trade starting on the Fisher, but we watched this play again, and as you said, there is backs coming from the bottom side of the map, cancelled by Gala.
Yeah, so they go for the play. Again, they actually, I saw they didn't see the Heimer recall, so it was just them hoping they could burst someone out. Zika going to be able to follow up on the Nautilus after Orianna gets bursted out. And if Hung would have come into this play with anything more on the Heimerdinger, like if he had his ult up here, maybe you could have transitioned this into even more as LNG, but the flashes come through and EDG do manage to get away. So LNG's still feeling like, you know, they're doing a decent job at finding these picks, but EDG are still the team that's up in gold. They've been doing such a good job at trading turrets so consistently in this game that I don't know if they've fallen behind in gold even once.
I mean, they haven't. LNG are the ones who continue sourcing the plays. They group up towards mid. Arla now joining in as well, has no interest in this side lane. Gala trying to poke out, but even the damage onto Arla, not significant enough to really warrant LNG getting any advantage. ZDG have mid pro. They're just running down, hoping that LNG are going to get zoned out. And as Monkey finds Scout over the wall, he gets shoved back. Collateral damage does good work, but Gala now from downtown forces Monkey to flash over the wall. It gets messier with the Nature's Grasp as well. Zika tries to join in, but EDG are out on the right-hand side, and now we are just on opposite sides of the map trying to get Midwave.
Yeah, EDG trying to find something there on the Scout. Forced out the lifeline passive from the Seraphs, but that was it. Now Dragon's up. Looks like LNG trying to threaten that they're doing Baron, but EDG not falling for it.
Arla doesn't have TP. I mean, that's why he's so scared. Hovering in this top side instead of managing the wave himself. He's like, okay, I gotta be ready here. As you said, Dragon's gonna go down. Fisher gets poked out, and we are literally A-ramming. We are just sitting mid. We are A-ramming consistently, as no one's really willing to give up their priority. And now LNG are like, okay, let's just start the Baron.
Well, it's weird because LNG were threatening that they were doing Baron that whole time, right? EDG had no vision, so that was the play, but EDG didn't fall for it. And they decided to do this at the last second so late, really needing to find a fight. That's what they're looking for.
I mean, Monkey's doing red buff while this is going on at 4K, 3K Weaver's Wall there. Monkey is not even over the pit to go and E through. The ult used early. EDG, what is happening? Arla ulties in onto Gala. He won't get the kill, but he gets damn well close. The stretch line doesn't connect as well. Monkey finally collateral damage. Seals the deal, is jumping in. Arla has a new target onto Weiwei here. Nature's Grasp slows down the rest of EDG. But Baron goes to 4 members of LNG. The only problem is they're on the wrong side of the map. Is spotted out with the back, not in time. Hung now, the only person left here remaining. It's still another kill going over to Edward Gaming. But 2 kills for 3 to gain up Baron right under EDG's noses. I think that's still worth.
Honestly, just from the way it looked out, oh, we're having a TP in now, so the Snake might end up going down.
He's got no mana, so I think he will be indeed. No support. TP now bringing in the Horizon.
TPs.
Okay, yeah, they're like, hey, we're going to save the President. The Snake still sitting back here. Shockwave brings in. It's buffed for the time being, but Zika in ulti form is getting squishier and squishier as Scout runs for his life with Monkey on the back end as well. Zika, a couple more autos, but he's saved by shielding of Cassante. And that was double TP from EDG. They burned a lot to try and get the kills, and they get nothing.
And it would have been nice too, right? Because Zika was one of the people who has Baron on still. So even being able to remove another Baron would have been nice, especially when you consider the fact that Zika is going to be the one catching waves in sides, probably. So yeah, it just ends up really going in the way of LNG. I don't know if LNG even started this Baron with the intention of finishing it. I think they assumed EDG would try to force their way in more aggressively. They get it so low that Scout's like, hey, I can just Weaver's Wall. They won't be able to get in. Zika doing a nice job of threatening them from being able to walk forward too. And sure, they're going to chase this down. They're going to be able to find one, but LNG are more than happy with the prize that they walked away with from this.
That Nautilus just ultied to Cassante in W. I just saw Vampire ulti Zika in his W. So that's what I'm going to leave the fight with. But as we said, Baron is being picked up by 3 of LNG's members. And, you know, all of a sudden that pace they were looking for, that tempo in the side lanes lyric to kind of match what EDG have been doing with Arla, is being out-traded, is being won out. You can see top side inner goes down, mid inner goes down as well. That's 2 turrets in this 2k Baron power play. Just depends on what Arla can find on the bottom side, as this Jack still, even without the Baron, is split bushing like a king.
Yeah, and with this, I mean, they're back up in gold. They were just even in gold, and EDG.
Scout
Up is Arla.
Gala's here, Chains of Corruption. Okay, Seismic Shove is there, but not enough damage yet. However, Gala facilitates that quite nicely. Zika just has to clean up the job, but he can't. Leap Strike over the wall. Nature's Grasp is there. The range just out as Gala tries to find a finishing blow. Weiwei still chasing this up. EDG are running for their lives. A shove back means that Vampire's going to be first to die, as LNG keep moving parts and pieces everywhere. And Scout Starting to do a lot here with this Talia in this game.
Look, I don't care what criticism you have for any of the EDG players. What homies they were in that situation, right? Monkey joining up with him and then, jumping over the wall so Allah has a way to escape. Vampire taking the Maokai ult so he can escape. Like, aren't those the type of people you want to play with? Huh?
Dude, they are the homies. True. Very true. Saving Private Ryan. The snake is Ryan.
Exactly.
Wait, no, not the snake.
I was
Allah
gonna
is
say,
Ryan.
it was all in that situation, but the less sense it made, the better it felt. So I was kind of okay with it being the snake.
It should always be the snake anyway. Look, I mean, the game is even. It's 2 dragons apiece. It's a Cloud Soul. 45 seconds till the next that'll lead to Soul Point for either of these teams. We have a 3-item Ziggs. We have a 3.5-item Varus. Like, the poke from both these teams is out. But I think we've kind of found the Engage has been big, as there you go. Hung has to flash away from said piece of Engage. And props to some members of EDG. Like, some of the pick tools have been big, but honestly, I don't know what to expect running towards this fight.
No, it's Allah. It's flicked forward. It's going to be all about Scout in my mind. He's really going to be the big one providing any DPS for LNG since Gala did go the lethality route.
True. Same again from the snake as well as the poke continues to land out. I mean, big piece of damage is this Ziggs who's almost level 16, but hey, there, Gala connects with the snake. Moves down near half HP as Dragons finally started out, but with mid getting pushed in, I mean, for LNG, they have a couple of options here. Weiwei also options with the Nature's Grass. That finally flies out. Weaver's Wall as well. Zones off the whole of EDG. They get rooted up. They're going to come second fiddle if they decide to play this fight as the Mega Inferno bombs there. Dredgeline in onto the tank. Depth charge onto the tank. Weiwei absorbs everything again onto the tank. LNG are fine with that as the Snake might have done the most damage, but nobody dies because it was, guess what, onto the tank.
Yeah, a lot of hesitation, too, to start that one off, right? I mean, you have so many, windows to just throw out that hook and start off the fight. Waiting until after they get Weavers walled off and Dragon already goes down. So, it looks like EDG just not really having a clear idea of what they wanted to do there. And then getting desperate once the Dragon went down. All right, guys, we got to send it. And sadly, it all went. This is your cue.
Pear shape.
You just said onto the tank like 4 times in a row.
Yeah, sorry.
This was such an easy layup.
It all went pear shaped. That's fair. I don't know. It's still early. It's like 11 o'clock, but my brain feels like Fisher right now. Kind of, a little bit here, a little bit there. I'll get a good couple of shockwaves in my brain, but then also, it'll come back around and be like, what am I doing? What are we doing? Question your existence a little bit. Right now, that's
going pretty far.
That's, he's a 3-item Orianna. I feel like you have to. Teleport's going to come in. Let's do it again. That was man said in question. I'm looking for those level 16s, by the way, because Shockwave big. The Snake, almost level 16. Mega Inferno Bomb, extra damage is actually a very significant factor. As we fight around Baron again, we ARAM again. Even with the Jax, EDG are they're not, even with the TP, by the way, Lyric, they just don't want to side lane.
No, I mean, it seems like they're too afraid of getting engaged on 5v4 and Allah not having enough time to be able to respond, but that makes you feel like they're just paying too much respect, right? Because you have the Ziggs, you have the easy wave clear, you can keep poking and prodding with these bombs. So the game just going to continue to stall out. The good thing for EDG is LNG don't seem too comfortable in starting an outright 5v5 themselves, right? We think back to the earlier kills they've picked up so far, and a lot of them were picks. A lot of them were running down members of EDG with Weaver's Wall or bringing Weiwei over.
Allah just moved down, by the way, so now he has to TP. He spent all that time up here, and now the summoner has to be burned. Baron started on full vision. Monkey's over the wall, but there's a lot of CC, a lot of zone control. They're going to 50-50 it. No way to Gala just get that. Mega Inferno Bomb got close as well, but LNG decide to risk it all. It pays off. Weaver's Wall out as well to get them out. And Allah didn't even commit the TP. EDG like, yeah, Baron Schmarren.
And EDG, I mean, I feel like EDG are in a spot to where they just need one good fight, right? They actually need Vampire to find a hook onto one of the key members of LNG. You give him Fisher's Ball, the huge Wombo's there. You have enough damage. But the hesitation, it's kind of funny to me that, LNG seemed to realize of, hey, we don't know how confident we are about going front to back against the EDG squad. And EDG seem to have less confidence about their fight than LNG
For
do.
some reason. I know, they're both just like so scared. Teleport bot, alright. Arla is the victim. How much damage can they get done? The Jax without a mana, but he's got blue buff available. Grandmaster at Arms is coming out as everyone in the kitchen sink being launched at this guy. Flashes away. Arla now without the summoner, a bit more vulnerable. Counter-Strike out as well. But everyone is here because naturally LNG are now going to push in bot. It's a natural transition and Arla was just a setup.
And it's the same thing, right? I think LNG, like, realizing that they need and want to lean into picks with the comp that they have. So they do that. Now they're going to be able to start sieging this down and look at the minimap. EDG know they can't fight, so they're hoping Fisher can salvage something by getting a turret, but LNG are going to get so much more.
So much more. Against Baron doesn't matter. TP going to be burned anyway from Zika to defend this, as I guess that's a very responsible play, you know, like going home at 9 o'clock after what could be a big night. Zika's like, no, I've got work in the morning, and as he teleports to top side, he makes sure he's on time. And LNG just going to pull away from the Baron play.
It's more like he's just stopping by, making sure everything at the office is in order, and then he realizes he can go back out, spend time with. We'll say he was at the circus. We'll go back to the circus.
He clocked in, but then immediately left. You know, he
just didn't care. He just doesn't care.
My job's done. 5 minutes in, boring job anyway. Who cares? Yeah.
I want to hope that he walks out and then he gets promoted and he is his boss's boss.
True. You know, how much documented work has he got? Not too much, but the boss believes in his ability to grow, quote unquote. So good on you, Zika. Employee of the month, as Vampire's going to face check this one. Poke's still good as for LNG, they start off this dragon. It will lead to Soul Point. Monkey almost dead to Scout. Collateral damage almost kills Scout, but as the flashes are now burned, that jungler poked out and LNG have a free dragon. EDG a bit all over the place. Arla, how did he get here? Just walked the long way around, but without a jungler, without that 80 carry jungle, LNG just moved back to dragon.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he was spotted or not, because he made his way through bot side Tri-Brush, and he walked near this brush with the pink. But I don't know if he walked anywhere near close enough to get pink spotted out. Or question mark things. But like you said, it doesn't matter anyway. LNG end up being the team to get Soul. You can see there, Scout is even really close to being able to get his death cap. We're going to find out exactly how this happened. So Monkey, hoping to find a weird angle around, ends up getting completely bursted by Scout, and Gala following up with the key, very easy to finish. And once again, it still doesn't feel like we've had one single team fight this game, and LNG still being decent with that. And EDG, they go back to farming sides. We'll see if Ala gets to do anything this time instead of just pushing out to River and then dying once again as all of LNG run at him.
I feel like the Ziggs is a nice pick, but if you never do any damage or if you never team fight, then all you do is a wave clear bot. You're pretty much playing PvE. So I'm a little bit concerned. I mean, EG are already out, yes, but that's what this whole series was about, was them playing spoilers, as a lot of teams in the LPL often do. But as double control ward goes down from LNG, this has just been so interesting. Like a completely different story. I can't believe AL are better than both these teams. What times have changed? What times have changed indeed? AL were like always the crazy ones, but you were like, what are they doing most of the time? Now, that has been the case this split. There have been some games, but less so than these two for sure, especially here and now.
And I mean, look, like now with the state of the game, we have 4 items completed for Scout. Now that his death cap's done, Fisher's only sitting on the rod, so having more power in mid. Gala as well is really close to being full build, sitting on the Brutalizer right now that is in that slot. So both LNG carries ahead of their counterparts so far. And I do feel like Taliyah especially is a really decent time into some of EDG's champions, right? Some of these more mid-range focus where you have to walk in, you're just getting bursted out by these rocks. You have to worry about the Maokai ult that you're walking into, because that can just stop you in your tracks and keep allowing Gala to lay down that poke. So there isn't an obvious angle for EDG, and that's why they keep trying to get off these flanks. But LNG done a good job at warding them, a good job at having someone to mark them, like we saw Scout in that last replay.
LNG continuously, as you said, you know, they're good at negating these plays because LNG are like watching paint dry. They just chill out in the mid game, they wait for mistakes, and even though the parts have changed, you know, minorly, right? Like, saw Mark at the start of the split, Weiwei, of course, coming in now over Tarzan, who is nowhere to be seen. it's still the same old LNG, just chilling out.
I just want to
Playing
say,
the game slow.
there could be a difference. There could be a very small difference, right, between like watching paint dry and watching Bob Ross. All it takes is the right kind of music, the right kind of attitude, and then
Yep.
you know, then LNG look a bit better in that light, right?
Yeah, but like there are no happy accidents with LNG. There's very aggressive accidents when they happen. Let's find
That
out
is
if
true.
this is one of them. Monkey might be caught out, but again, LNG in the choke. This could be an unhappy accident. Fisher gets shockwave in the top side as Ala's coming to help him out. Gala finds Fisher as well. It's a 2-for-1 so far, but as Zika gets out of harm's way, Gala tries to impact this side lane as well. And maybe LNG have the go button to start what is a third Baron. But no, they back away. They don't make any aggressive moves, Lyric. They are the most passive team, as maybe with the TPs, it means they will, yes, double TP. Will they do anything with the Baron? Let's find out if EDG can at least stop it. Over, Ala, well, he's just in. He's just in. Without a jungler, Ala's like, maybe I can't die. 5k, they turn for the fight. EDG are using this poke. Chains of Corruption does nothing. Now 4 versus 3. No poke landing, but Baron goes down. Third Baron of the game. Will LNG be able to end with this?
Let's hope. I mean, if they're getting into a precarious position, right? This is where we're going to have to start seeing them using the Weaver's Wall to section off the enemy from turret and actually being able to push it down is Hung. I don't think you're going to be able to kill Ala, but it does say a bit of a hello.
Just a little bit. Yeah, the question is whether they can end. I think we need to find out because this has gone on for long enough. The Nature's Grass flies out. Wait, Arlish, wait. No one's here yet. Will he survive, though? Doesn't matter. Gala's there. Ignore me. Hung just helps out on that as well. Weaver's Wall. Can we take that down, please? Just annoying. From Scout. And now with a Baron and a man down, maybe LNG can end.
I don't love that Weaver's Wall. Like, I get they're going to be able to push now because the Snake is down, but if EDG put up a fight here, that could have been a useful tool. We're going to see if they're able to do it. Shockwave is back up. Or does Vampire go for the tank once again?
Someone has to do something. LNG are looking to end this game. And EG is standing by. Arla with the flank sets it up here as LNG take 1 Nexus turret, 2 Nexus turrets. Arla's flank is going to take a while, guys. It's no spend, but it is very slow to come through as EDG just watch the world burn and do nothing about it. In 40 minutes, we sit through this. I don't know what to say, Jordan. I just don't know what to say about EDG this split.
Yeah, this one was a bit of a head scratcher. Looked like they really didn't know what to do, didn't really want to commit to side lanes, seemed like they were afraid because of Talia and the rest were just going to run them down, but also weren't willing to commit to fights. We're going to go to a break. We'll be right back after this.
Let's...
destruction of the realm. Come on, I say now to wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to hold. For our kingdom glorious.
That's Unity for Love, by the way. That's EDG. And the Unity for Love, I shared none of it in game number 1. It's a little bit harsh, but you watch it, you know what I'm talking about. I'm Asterix. I'm joined by Lyric. That side, yes, he is.
Yep.
He's in America. He's a traitor to me, and he's a traitor to friendship. But that doesn't stop me from talking up Weiwei, who's not a traitor because his Maokai might have been down in gold, but it played the tree well.
This man leaves me for the casual clout, and he calls me a traitor. You know who really isn't a traitor? The one thing we can agree on, Weiwei was not that with this Maokai. We're jumping into picks and bans. Don't worry, even if we're both traitors, I mean, I still don't know how I am one. We could be traitors together. EDG on blue side. Maybe they can show us something different.
Well, maybe. That's a good question, isn't it? EDG, LNG. As they swap around, I mean, let's just see a full draft play out because, again, last game was very strange. EDG's draft was very different. Smolder is available, not banned by LNG. Will this be a mistake? I think we will find out.
You know, against LNG, that's what makes it so damning to me, right? Is the fact that it's like, all right, you already expect these slow games to come through. So LNG maybe going to shake up the pace. They're signaling that with the Renekton coming out first. Also, going for a Rakan in the hands of Hung. So having proper engage there at least to be able to try to find access. Now for EDG, I wonder where they're going to look. We still have things like the Nautilus left open, so already going to hover over that one, going to give you some engage. And when you have Smolder on the Rift, you expect the Snake to be left alone, right? Especially post 6, your ult's on such a low cooldown, you have such an easy time clearing the wave. It's going to open up for Vampire to look for plays on the map.
I mean, look again, Vampire last time around, the engage was pretty sick, but we have to see what it's paired with for EDG. They've had some wild drafts so far. Remember, because they're out of playoffs, I feel like their drafts are able to be wacky. They're able to test things out, despite, by the way, Lyric, despite the fact that we saw some content on social media that for EDG probably shouldn't have been on social media. But look, with all that harsh criticism, let's hope, again, the drafts get a little bit spicy, change things up as LNG. Feels like it's going to be all about the dive this time around, as we've already seen one Kai'Sa today, but Gala's Kai'Sa, ooh, that's like going to Burger King, but bringing your own food instead and having a bit more of a classier heads up, you know?
Yeah, I agree. I love seeing Gala on Kai'Sa. We can follow up with ultimate trying to now. I mean, for it's kind of interesting, right? Because especially when you have a very how is you actually don't. That's really LNG just taking away some other damage threats that EDG can be looking for. Wanting to get Monkey off the graves, I think, is a good shot because of the damage they could have. And EDG, they seem to know it too. I guess everyone does when you pick Smolder. You know the enemy's either going to try to match you with something like a Zeri, or they're going to go for the dive squad. And EDG don't want to deal with that, which is why they've taken away the Nocturne.
I just love on the other side, though. It looks like for LNG, they're like, oh, we don't want to deal with some of the engage calls as well. I believe that with Xin Zhao taken away and Graves taken away, it's just opened up for Weiwei to go, I'm going to play Maokai again, because there's 4 jungle bans in the process of these second last bans. Sorry, last bans. Let's be real. Volibear is also another option, but Volibear I've seen historically. I don't know about LPL Lyric.
Yeah.
Volibear has been pretty trash going into the mid game. Early game, wowzers. Mid game, yuck.
Yeah, we have not seen a lot of good Volibear. LPL so far.
Yep.
He's really tried, and honestly, not even many of the games are memorable. I feel like we really struggle to see finding. In fact, maybe Wei will be able to do so. I remember he is one of the junglers who really gravitated towards this pick back when it was in the meta, providing another answer to be able to get on the backline. Also, of course, always having those opportunities for dives there if they want to look to punish bot lane. I would like this a lot. Would give them more damage, have the resets to play for. You don't have a whole ton of burst, but you at least have some CC to chain together with this Viego.
Also, it's his 13th unique pick. Wei Wei has now just pulled out another jungle champion. And while earlier I was highlighting someone like, I think it's Vampire. No, it's previous series. Some of the support individuality in the LPL right now. We're also seeing Wei Wei in jungle pull out pretty much anything he wants at this point in the meta. So exciting to see as Scout goes back to an old favorite, see a strong mid jungle duo. And I think we can say that LNG really want to play the mid game pretty damn hard.
And we've seen some games where LNG has stopped, or LNG has had like 25-minute victories. So it's there. It feels like we can always say, look at the quality of players so many times before it's like, all right, they haven't been performing well. But definitely going to need to see a bit more out from Scout and Wei Wei. Fisher's on this mobile champion in mid lane, opens up for potentials for ganks. For EDG, you're going to be leaning a lot, I think, on Ala, opening up pressure and setting up for Monkey. Maybe get one of those early grubs to find an experience advantage, and then playing out the game through jungle.
Well, let's just hope we again get more of an explosive early game. I think these comps are strange because we know LNG like to chill back. Well, I mean, from my experience, short experience at LNG this split. And I know that for EDG in game one, they chilled back to the point where I forgot they were even playing the game at some point in game number one. But in game two, it's a complete turnaround. It's a complete opposite. A lot of tools here, a lot of ability to get this game pumped up and started. As we get into Rift, remember EDG out. LNG need this win because every win matters. It is just such a cop-out, and I hate saying it, but it's true. It's so true. And we've now caught up to live, by the way, just a side note, in LNG's home arena, we are now back up to where we should be. Ain't no delay anymore. We have done our due diligence.
And like we said, another unexpected kind of important team in this is FPX. If EDG somehow bring us to game 3, win out the series, FPX will be locked into playoffs due to game difference, sitting at 9 wins right now.
Yeah.
So, all you Milky Way fans out there, you're rooting for EDG.
You need to. If LNG fall to the wayside, I mean, again, that 9 mark is going to be safe for a lot more people as well. I mean, NIP on the trail, IG on the trail, AL, WE, not too far behind either. As LNG are making a bottom side gank. They're assuming the Snake's going to be in here. If Smolder dies early, as Sky Surge comes down, Gala and Hung might be able to find a 2v2 that blasts open and makes an easy early game for LNG. But alas, the Snake is at half HP. We'll be able to back away. But hang on. This back, he's going to be late to lane. He is going to be late to lane.
Yeah, and, LNG not willing to chase him down because everyone else in Fog of War, they don't know if they would have been walking into a potential dredge line, a Nautilus hook into Monkey being there. So, good call to just back off. You've already found your advantage. You're going to start on the wave first. They're going to have full control out of how to play out in this 2v2. Going back to LNG, like you said, needing every series that counts. I got to be honest. My bias is a little bit iffy because I predicted Weibo to win the split. I need Weibo to win playoffs to even do that.
Oh my god, what do you say? Why the hell did you do that? There's no way the Shy leaves and you think they're going to win.
When you do predictions for LPL every split, it's like, all right, everyone knows BLG's the favorite. Is it fun to predict BLG to win the split? No. So I look at the rosters. I see King of Spring. I don't care about him because Hung goes in.
Yeah, Ignite goes down as well onto the Snake. I mean, he stepped up to this lane with Kai'Sa Rakan. Very, very dangerous. As Scout and Fisher showing us what danger looks like in the mid lane at the same time. But yeah, you are a strange person for doing that. I'm sorry, there is no excuse. Even if you're doing it every split. There's no way ZDZ goes in and you go, first place. Or the Shy is gone. He's left. And Wei Wei's gone. It was the best part.
I gotta say, to be fair, I don't think anyone looked at even that iteration of the roster and thought to themselves, this team's making first place,
True.
Even then. So, yeah, we just wanted some spice. I hope for the miracle. And if they don't make playoffs, it is going to be massively embarrassing. Though, I think it'd be more embarrassing for, them than it would be for me.
Yeah, that's true. You are not playing, so I agree with that completely. I feel like Weibo holds the burden of that one for sure. But yeah, look, that's a team we can be maybe disappointed about a little bit later because they're versing BLG, and that's another hard task to kind of bite the bullet on as well. BLG later, by the way, they can move to 13-1. They can again look to secure themselves in the top 2. They've already secured, I think they've already secured top 6, sorry.
They secured top 3 off of the win tonight.
Oh, hell yeah. Classic BLG. They've already beaten JDG. The sky's now the limit. And speaking of sky, Weiwei's down here, ready to bring himself down the Thunder. And EDG's about to get dove, and it's like, how quick can Monkey get down here as he beelines?
Yeah, and LNG actually deciding to call it off at the last second. Taking so long to stack up the wave, it seems like they didn't feel like it was safe to look for the play. So Weiwei is just going to default to taking that bot lane Scuttle Crab. And it seems like LNG are going to be fine with this. But really, if you think about it, despite what happened level 1 with the Snake coming to lane late, despite the engage and Hung igniting him, they're still completely even in CS and doing fine.
True. I mean, I thought there was a bit of an EXP lead, but I guess none of that. Hung completely whiffs onto Vampire with the grand entrance, and it's crazy that the Snake is in this lane. Yeah, again, after that start, after Gala and Hung getting the Ignite down and making massive trades early on. A bit of a shame for LNG, considering that this felt like a 2v2 that could stop EDG from having some of the scaling effort, as Monkey now hovers the bottom side and things are looking a lot more even.
Hovering around, this did give both scuttles to Weiwei, so gonna have some nice info around River and know what paths they can at least expect Monkey to be coming from. So LNG with a nice calm start as Vampire.
It's a good engage, but not too much damage coming out early from the Smolder as you would expect. And so Vampire just trying to get those trades off again. Monkey is consistently sitting bot. He's just sitting in Fog of War, did his bottom side Krugs. Looks like he might be gearing up for the Dragon that has now spawned as well. And as he walks towards that and starts it up, you can see opposite side of the map, Weiwei is just now around top. So there's no way this ain't going to be a trade for Grubs.
No, and I mean, even look at the lane situations, right? LNG's bot lane was playing more far back because they know Weiwei path top side. You're getting pushed in mid, so nice timing from EDG when we don't expect a lot until Monkey's level 6 anyway, and how holistically right there, they're looking in this game for the long run. They're looking for the 225 stacks. It's LNG we're going to start looking at to be the more proactive ones, already keeping pressure in top. I mean, a solid CS lead for Zika so far. So now it's going to be about Weiwei and Scout, them linking up, them making their way down. I would like to see LNG just outright gank mid more. I mean, I know it's gotten harder to gank mid just with how the brushes and how early you show around that lane now, but even if you could just force a flash from Fisher, it feels like that'll give Scout a lot more free reign to push up and roam.
So many tools as Vampire on the bottom side, speaking of which, ignites down. Gala takes 2 turret shots. I think he wanted to get in, but then was like, maybe not. Picks a smarter move, and look, Vampire doesn't burn a summoner doing it, just has to back away while the Snake has now returned to lane.
Everything going according to plan for EDG so far. A very calm 6 minutes. And the one thing I will say for EDG is they have been a team who've been willing to lean into being proactive, lean into moving the game forward when they draft a comp and when the time calls for it. So I know we didn't see it last game, this time around not having to worry about it. But like you said, we've been seeing Monkey at least hovering around bot quite a bit. So wouldn't be surprised if we see him try to find some action soon, hooking up with the Nautilus.
But we saw a good early game last game. We saw action from EDG's, jungle and even bot side as well. But the problem was it all stopped. EDG were happy to scale, but then again, the scaling didn't equate to anything. So I feel like with Vampire now once again roaming, EDG definitely have to do more than just the early game, but it would be nice to see as I remember in this early game, LNG are the ones holding a bit of a gold lead, and that was because of what you said. Top side, maybe jungle adds into the mix there as well. You ignore Scout in the mid as he catches this wave and will be behind a little bit, but still that LNG gold lead is worth persisting out here as 300-400 gold is a heavy start. I want to point out that First Dragon did go over to EDG for the cost of Grubs we mentioned before, but we'll have to see what happens over the next course of Grubs and Dragon as the timers are pretty much synced outside of that 30-second mark now.
And you can see LNG going to start leaning down towards bot side. Scout did just get that control word now, so it's going to give him a safe pocket to play in and maybe even start threatening some of these dives, or at least ganks, forcing the Snake away from tower, getting some plates on your own AD. They are going to have to clear out vision first, so that's what they're doing now as they go for this invade for the red buff.
Just setting up Weiwei for the bottom side once again. I mean, 3 versus 3, it's going to happen, isn't it? Doesn't matter, we're in a different series. It feels like it's going to branch out. But never mind, I forgot we're casting LNG and EDG. It's not going to be over-ambitious plays. It's not going to be like, oh, we can win. Yeah, the old added, I'd win.
Oh, but there we go.
I was lying, wasn't I? Mummy flies through. Depth charge onto Hung. Weiwei now comes in. He's got Stormbringer still available. Scout is threatening to walk down as Fisher did the same. But nothing happens. Just a depth charge, just an ignite. A heal out of Gala and a Killer Instinct is what you're going to get.
I like small plays like that out of EDG because even if nothing comes from it except getting one summoner from Gala, like anytime you get these short skirmishes, it gets you more stacks on your Smolder.
Wait, they can dive this flash away from the Snake. And Shyvana's son now might be a bit exposed with Stormbringer available for Weiwei and his flash available. Let's see if this turns into a dive.
He's still hanging around for now. Doesn't look like that's what they're setting up for. No, he's still thinking about it. As we're going to get a replay of exactly what went on. Ooh,
whoa.
Shockwave into a solid trade, forcing Scout back.
Cool. All right. Well, Fisher's ult's on cooldown. Scout almost has TP available. Note that Fisher's TP timing will sync up with that as well. But doing a pretty good job in this lane. I mean, he does have a small CS lead, and, you know, Fisher's had a lot of criticism. I'm going to defend this guy because I am not happy with what I saw online. And I think, you know, Fisher deserves a bit of respect coming through and having to fill big shoes like, who were we before? Fofo? Yeah. Am I right? Who we have before Fisher?
EDG, yeah. I don't know why I was staring at Scout the whole time you were saying that.
Because you're built in. You're built into EDG Scout.
You're
I know,
right.
dude.
You're
I
right.
know.
Oh,
I'm the
God,
same.
Monkey. You know, I still, the team I do that with the most is always Weibo. I see Xiaohu and I'm like, okay, time for RNG to, oh, wait.
Yes.
Yeah, it just ruins me. Too many of our franchise players have left their franchise team.
I think I did it with Arla for quite a bit after, you know, he joined EDG, and I was like, LNG Arla was another big one as well. Like, the franchise players, or even players that have just been there for 3+ years that you associate. Like, Scout's obviously different. Scout was there for like 6-7 years or something. Hell, even Uzi, when he joined EDG for the brief period, his Fisher might be called out, flashes over the wall, Charm doesn't connect.
To be fair, that one was even worse because Uzi went and literally joined the rival. He went and joined the villain of his original story.
Very true. Good backstopping there. Dragon going to go to LNG because of it, but yeah, I mean, and the fact that Uzi almost made Worlds again with EDG as well was just added to the spice as well. It's like, you know, this guy can make to the big leagues. His depth charge onto Gala. He's in trouble. Flashes away. No heal to give movement speed. He's got Killer Instinct. Tries to get out of it. Shockwave draws him back in, and Gala gets killed at the cost of Dragon. Now for Monkey, he's down here with the first blood given over to this Ori. Means that Fisher's in a great position. See if Monkey can get any more, but LNG back away. And things open up a little bit at the cost of a plate as well.
Yeah, and LNG still feel completely fine with not looking for anything. I mean, we're 11 minutes in the game, and sure, you have a slight few hundred gold lead for LNG, but the Snake's still in the smolder. Only at 60 stacks right now. We're going to see a replay. I don't even know if there's really much to talk about here, right? Gets ulted, gets run down by the EDG members, tries to escape with the ult from the Shockwave, but still ends up getting blasted. If Monkey was here at the time, right? He was part of the kill. He ends up getting the pickup of the soul. Could have even been more.
Bro, that damage top, by the way, that was nothing. Zika just used a full combo onto Arla, and he took like a shred of damage thanks to Tabi. That was wild. I mean, that blocked so much of Renekton's burst. Sorry, just kind of lost in the source right now because for EDG, we're going to get a fight up top side. It's started up by LNG. Quickness there, flash on top, and now for Fisher in a bit of trouble. He's charmed out. He can't move. He had no shockwave anyway, but Scout gets to trade killers. Zika looking for a stun up, but Monkey's out with the Heartbreaker as LNG moves the 4-main unit after the grubs. And they might even find themselves 5 grubs in total in this game, just after the fact they want to fight.
Yeah, so they're going to get those mites. We'll see how meaningful that is, especially right now when we're nearing plates going down. Because we look across the minimap, right? LNG been doing a great job at getting plates in their individual matchups so far. So had we gotten this a bit earlier, maybe could have made a difference. Oh, really? Just taking advantage, trying to run him down with that trade, but he's still down in CS. So I think Zika's feeling completely fine with the state of affairs in topside.
So I have a question for you. When I start playing ranked again, when I finally get to level 30, which is taking about $1,000 a year, by the way, what do you think if I'm playing top? What should I main? What's really the shy? I mean, you already said it before. You like Quinn, right?
I like. I think you need this like trifecta of like Quinn, Callista, and Kennen. And if
Oh
you throw
my
in a tank,
God.
and no, actually 4. You also play Scion, but you always need to start Doran's Blade. Always.
I was gonna say I could play Ornn with Doran's Blade. If
Oh, it was
that's
Ornn, it
what
wasn't Scion. You're right. Doran's
No,
Blade Ornn.
But Scion was him as well. Like I'm even gonna go and hang on, the shy. I'm gonna reminisce a bit because he played a little bit of Renekton I think in the last year, which was
Towards
uncharacteristic
the end.
because
Yeah.
it's not his bread and butter. If I go to his career, as you said, Nah is actually something I have to play if I'm playing the shy because that's his most played. He's 44 and 19 on Nah historically. Holy moly!
You should make it your goal to hit those exact same numbers in solo queue.
Yes.
So
I
if,
gotta be
if
that
you
good.
win the first 44, sadly your teammates then have to accept your next 19 losses.
Yep.
But you got to pay homage.
Kennen, as you said. Kennen, nah. Jace is his other big pick, but I think I need to change it up a little bit. I think you're right. There needs to be a
I don't know if I
Quinn
trust
or
your hands for the Jace.
Dude, I wouldn't trust me either. But then I'm playing Callista as Vampire might be dead here. Quickness is Hung and Gala on the same page. I'm not sure. Azika might be in a bit of trouble here. Bit of help from the Orianna. Shockwave nicely comboed. Fisher and Monkey set it up so that Zika has to flash away, but now Monkey's getting turned on. Dominus there. He's a bit too far forward. They burned a lot for this, and he's just going to die. Over to the Kai'Sa as well. LNG starting to punish in this game as we ramble away. And EDG are falling out a bit of favor.
And we could see he's still actually not even at 100 stacks yet for the Snake. So, once he gets to that 125, that's when you should really see them start to accelerate a bit more. But LNG still having quite a bit of window. And hell, even right when Smolder hits the 225, right, it's not that big of a deal. It's more about hitting, 2-3 items before you really pop off. And now that LNG have started to find this lead by punishing some of these mistakes, they have about a 2K gold lead right now. I'm hoping they could really start pushing this further. It was a beautiful try by EDG. Really like the ult into the shockwave from Orianna, but then left on his lonesome, the TP really chains him in and forces Fisher to have to run away, and that's all she wrote.
Nice 300 gold for Gala as well. I mean, picking up the kill when this Smolder has been just chilling out and scaling feels like it's going to give a bit of pace to LNG. We already mentioned it, I think we can say it again. For EDG, the game pace was going all right, but now for LNG, a 3K gold lead out of nowhere. There's been a couple of picks. There's been a bit of CS gain through mid, CS through top, jungle as well. Has caught up a bit, but still the fact that Weiwei has a bit of gold from this early game. And now with Herald getting pushed mid, if it can only be taken down with that dead turret standing, LNG feel like they have the tools to move into this mid game in a very big way, as bot side outer turret is also going to drop with this play.
And now you're going to assume that Scout should have enough for his Horizon focus on base. So
Oh, yeah.
it's going to be a 2-item power spike for Scout. It's going to be a full item up over Fisher. It's been one of the huge members so far. It looks like EDG, knowing that they can't contest LNG right now, aren't even going to look to try to go for Dragon, just hoping that Ala can find something in this top side. Might even set up for a dive.
Potentially. I mean, this is a lot of commitment from EDG up into top. Remember, again, Weiwei nowhere nearby because the Dragon is all he's thinking about as Hung jumps on in. They don't care. I mean, everyone's here from EDG, but LNG are like, all right then, come on, blokes, let's go, as TP is going to be burned. EDG now 5 stacking. They have to back away. They committed the TP for that. Oh, dear Lord, that could not be more of a bit of a disaster.
No, another thing ends up going down. LNG not really having to commit anything. We've lost some ultis, but those are going to be up, in no time at all. And now the map resets once again. LNG have already taken both outer turrets, so you expect them to start wanting to put more onus on mid, pushing out sides with their Ironectin, and then potentially collapsing around, giving the numbers advantage in mid, overloading, so you can break that one. And then next step is going into enemy jungle, right? So a lot of us over this next few minutes are going to be watching LNG and how they can proceed forward into enemy jungle, finding those picks.
Easy to do when you have a lot more damage. The Horizon focus now completed from Scout. You talked about it before. We have got ourselves an item lead on Fisher. because of the kills and the extra 20 CS as a lead. Also, the extra turrets. The Scout now just rushes in. Wow, they pull the trigger. LNG, I like this. Things are happening. They like to play the game and not just sit back, as the Shockwave says the same, but the flash charm from Scout again sets it up. Mum, she's late to the show. I'm sorry. There's nothing she can do. She might be your mother, but she's not the caregiver for EDG in this game. As now, Fisher caught out in the back end as well, and LNG pick up 2 pieces, 4K gold lead, and I have been given food from my wife. Everything's looking up.
Everything is working out here in the LPL. Love to see the aggression from LNG and Weiwei in that scenario. Break down mid lane turret. They're just outright go for the dive here. Once that W from Gala lands, ult comes through, disable that. And I love the aggression to just keep running them down in the jungle. They have really nowhere safe they can go. That tier 1 and top's already broken. So you can try and take advantage of people like Monkey who are left in no man's land before backing out. Sadly, like you said, Mom, not getting here early enough. But now we gotta, we're back. We're already looking for more.
I mean, they're not stopping. This is really nice from LNG. I think we're just used to chilling. I don't know how many games you can say this split lyric. Again, you've been here all split long. But LNG, seeing them this proactive, I feel like it's few and far between.
I mean, you'll know, as you know, a fellow LPL caster in ARMS over the year, that a lot of the LPL games blend together when there are so many of them. But there have been a few where LNG have been able to find decisive victories. God, I even have a series vividly in my mind where they hard stopped game 1 and then had 2 40-minute stickers and ended up losing. Just can't remember which team, but coming into this one, they've been more proactive. At this time, in my mind, it's going to be a lot about Monkey?
What is?
I guess it's going to be a lot about Monkey.
Oh, whoa, whoa, ah! Stop it. Stop it. Monkey, he's going to have to Heartbreaker out. What the?
Okay.
I am the storm. And then there's a puddle outside. Like, that was a nice storm. Very well done. One stroke of lightning, and it was like this big.
Those are like the storms that we get here in Arizona, so I can relate.
Oh. So they're like that, are they?
Yeah, they show up, they're here for like 5 minutes, they leave, and then I'm reminded that I live in the desert and we don't deserve water.
Well...
Wait, I remembered. Sorry, it was bothering me so much. LNG IG game 1. It was actually their last series I was thinking of. Complete stomp game 1, and then the shenanigans. As we're going to get to see a replay of exactly what went down here. Just, it seems like any time EDG are trying to do anything, TPs are coming through, or the members of LNG are just ready to jump and burst them down. Look at the damage now. I'm not sure what if Scout is any more in his inventory now. Yeah, there it is. 2 needlessly large rods, very close to the death cap. The Snake's finally gotten to a point to where he has that Shojin, which is when Smolder becomes a bit more relevant in my mind. So maybe we could start to see... Okay, maybe we can't start to see anything. EDG are actually pretty far behind. In the way that, if I'm being honest, it's going to be hard to see anything. But they don't even have a lot of great ways, I think, to force ways back into the game. LNG have also been pretty good this game at staying restrained, right? We've seen Zika and pause.
It's a Rakan, though. This is a problem. Rakan needs a lot more than maybe looking for Gala as Vampire. Starts looking around, and this is the other thing about Nautilus in this game. Great for Kai'Sa, but a lot of other members have mobility. Even the Kai'Sa has a bit herself, so still finding it hard to find picks. As Vampire over the wall, he's not going to get caught out with his pants down. As I feel like it's not ending here. Our observers are alluding to something. They're like, hey, Vampire, okay, he's going to get out. Maybe they knew something, being ahead of time, but I guess not. LNG just around Baron side, and with a Dragon up and available, it feels like with EDG backing off and showing face, it means that there's going to be a free Dragon for LNG.
Now, in my mind, the only question is we get to see what happened up top. Just a little bit preemptive on popping the Dominus and then thinking that he had the guaranteed stun coming through. Now for the next 5 minutes, right, it's just going to be about how confident our LNG are baiting a Baron, unless EDG do give the opportunities, because I think we can already know what to expect. LNG are going to start poking and prodding their head in that topside jungle, taking away camps, keeping up that vision line. If EDG ever step too far forward, that'll be the go sign for LNG.
And EDG are missing wards. Like, there's been some lenses pulled out, but LNG have dropped wards that have just still not been cleared, as even though EDG have stepped over it. Like, in a turret, they know because they can push this out because Monkey is coming in late, as Okay, Scout's teleporting, stopping bot side push. But further to the point, look at the vision line. That should have been cleared. Monkey just lends mid lane, now moving over. Not much to be gained here as EDG try to get a response play and get mid.
Yeah, Monkey right now just waiting around. I do...
Full TP. Dude, look at it, look at it, look at it. Zika, 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 way, flash, Stormbringer this time. It works out, it ain't the puddle. The Shockwave is the one man, but it won't matter. Depth charge in the backline as Monkey tries to get the reset, but he finds none. LNG picked them apart. It's only one kill for now as the Snake manages to survive, but Monkey is flashed over on, and Gala picks up yet another 2 quick kills. Baron standing. Arla decides not to TP, even though he's a Gnar with Mega on the horizon. It's over before he can react.
I think in all this he's like, hey, our only hope of winning this game is me splitting, me pressuring sides,
Again.
me getting huge. Now Baron going over. So some nice bounties picked up for EDG at least. So gonna give them something, but with the pushing presence they're gonna have from this Baron, they're gonna be able to start breaking down these structures. They're going to have Cryo in time for the next Drake, which will give them soul. And you said it, it was all about the TP flank coming through, and even just brilliant timing by LNG. Really good combo, right? Ult coming out from both the Volibear and the Rakan at the same time to lock Fissure down. Scout getting here just in time to pinch him off and make sure that he's taken down as well. And then Monkey sadly split off from the rest of his team. So not going to be able to get back in time. And like you said, the big thing is, in my mind, is really just Allah saying, hey, I don't care what you guys are doing. That looks like a loss. I'm sticking here. We need to get some gold back in our pockets.
As you said, at the very least, getting that gold back means that Arlo will get to his second item faster. But, I mean, LNG got the Baron, which inherently is at 1,500 gold anyway. And more importantly, is LNG's ability to start pushing down these turrets as inhibitor mid, inner turret through bot side, inner through top. Arlo's still pushing side waves, but against the Baron play, as LNG set up for these 2 bottom side waves, it feels like there's going to be an easy push in as EDG just might have to accept the trade.
It seems like they do, right? We can see with Ala pushing top that they understand what's going on. Fissure can try to find a miracle ulti, but even then it would need to be on Scout and Gala for it to actually deal real damage. I do got to say, though, LNG, being real ones, actually going to get us to our next game probably on time. In our 3 stadium days, 3 different stadium days, it doesn't happen too often. So, LNG, thanks.
For the pros, yeah. And look, even game 1, like we're a little bit behind, but with
is there any chance I just cursed it?
I don't know. No. LNG, this is unlosable, surely. Like, unless we have a
You're
real big
doubling
smolder
down.
unless they have
it.
smolder gameplay, how can they lose? Like, look at the access LNG have to that smolder too, by the way. It's not like you're playing with Amelia or Enchanter or something that can buff the smolder up. There's tools to stop LNG, but dude, how many members can access backline? Like, the answer, all of them. So, I feel like for LNG, surely it's too easy not to lose.
I wonder what stacks are on now. It's been a while since we've been hovered over the Smolder, as the Snake hasn't been able to find any relevance in the fights. I mean, it's all about LNG picking off Fissure and Monkey, and now they're going to keep using this Baron to just break this turret down. We're 1 minute away from Dragon, so that's something we have to stay conscious of, because that will be soul for LNG.
I was going to say, I've worked out a Stormbringer comes down. Shockwave onto Weiwei. He's pushing hard. Mum comes in. There's a reset. A bit of an int from LNG's jungler makes me question my existence a little bit. And
25.
Like, yeah. He's got the stacks now too. So with that combined with the smolder, maybe it's not a perfect world for LNG.
It was the best time to double down on this statement. Even at 3 items, right? Finally has the rapid fire cannon too, so if the Snake can play well, this will be his time to find impact. Luckily, actually, Weiwei, sure he's going to be up before the Drake, but he's not going to be up that much before the Drake. So there's a bit of time here for EDG to start getting their positioning. I wonder how confident they'll be at trying to find a window to start a fight. LNG, luckily, not really giving a window with how far back they're playing.
But this time, Arla needs to be in. Like, last time we saw him give it up for the turret push, this time he needs to be in. Teleport going to be burned from
coming.
Both top lanes, or rather, both solo laners. And Fissure comes in, Scout as well. The other side, excuse me, I'm wrong. But quickness, look at that engage. The angle, beautiful. LNG just ignore the Dragon completely. And EDG, even though they bring in this top laner, he has no Mega Naba. The fight starts before LNG give it a chance to go any further. And even though the Snake has the perfect execution, it won't matter. Backline engage. It says it all. Shockwave later, but it won't matter either. Fisher runs for his life, but LNG are cleaning up the piece of Zala. It's the last man standing, but it'll all be for naught. Perfectly done from LNG, and that is the LNG that can make playoffs.
I'm surprised LNG are going for the push here. You have 10 seconds on Monkey. I guess at least getting an inhibitor. I didn't notice that they'd already picked up the dragon from that fight. I thought that they just got the kills. And oh, actually doesn't matter. They do have the speed to just end the game.
Well, running forward, I mean, look, this is confidence coming out of LNG. There are a couple of members coming through as Vampire flashes away. Weiwei turns off the turret for the time being, and LNG put their focus fire on making this a 2-0. Depth charge comes out late, but as Monkey goes back to his Nexus, back to his fountain, LNG, this was a very different tempo change. They find one more kill, a bit of a fountain dive, and in 28 minutes, Li Ning could be proud of that victory.
Yeah, great from LNG. We've been saying it. They have a very doable schedule. They were sitting right outside of playoffs before the series. I believe they'll be taking over the 10th spot after this one, but they need to keep getting those wins. This was, this or RA, I think it's arguable, the easiest ones on their schedule, so the two that they need the most. So the fact that they were able to do it in a pretty decisive fashion was important.
Very, very true. And even though, I'm looking on our social media, and I'm also looking on Leaguepedia. Even though it was needed for FPX to lock in playoffs, I think they've done it anyway. I'm not sure how, but I also know that FPX are apparently already locked in. That's one for the experts out there. That's one for all the people who know the standings.
For the experts out there.
That's not for me. But I was going to be like, oh, EDG did the impossible and, really steam trained through and locked in FPX. But FPX, also LNG might have just done it for them too. Either way, LNG can be happy because 6 and 7, I mean, this is now a very doable playoff lock-in. Because remember, we talked about their playoff run or how they get in, ALWER8X. LNG can do it. I think it's very manageable.
Yeah, honestly, they have an easier schedule than some of the teams above them. Teams like AL, teams like Weibo. So
yep.
I think Weibo, OMG, AL, LNG, they're the teams really in my sights fighting for these playoff spots. So this is the way to start it, especially when LNG can fool you, right? They can make it seem like it's going to be a slow, calm, early game. And then out of nowhere, they just exploded this time around. They actually pulled the trigger. They were willing to be aggressive. It was cohesive, it was coordinated, especially Weiwei and Hung jumping in together a lot of the time on the Volibear and the Rakan, then setting up for either Scout or Zika to be wrapping around. It was just a surprisingly, refreshingly clean, as many things as I can add to call it a good game for LNG because of how unexpected it was.
I mean, if they played like this all the time, I feel like LNG could be a top tier team. I mean, that's over ambitious maybe with the talent we have in the top of
maybe
the ladder.
Maybe not top 3, but at least outside of the JDG, BLG, TES kind of trifecta, right?
I mean, top 6 is important because remember, first round of playoffs, as always, from 7th to 10th, they could be outside of that very big danger zone that a lot of teams have made runs before, but also have made very hard runs to get into the top 4. So for LNG, it's a big win. I think overall, I just want to add in that while their schedule's easy, while EDG are out, that for LNG, they can also muck it up. That's just the caveat in there. AL are difficult. WE are still a higher ranked team than them. RA have been up in the air too. So it's not guaranteed for LNG is my point, but I think at least one more win out of those is manageable, which 8 always seems to be some kind of lock-in for first round.
Yeah, and I was just looking at who EDG play next, and it's Ultra Prime and JDG. I know they're out of playoffs, but I guess it's fun to see if there's any potential ways they can play spoiler, but with playing Ultra Prime, who are also already out, no spoiler there, JDG are already in, so EDG EDG can't spoil anybody. I guess maybe they could try and make JDG's seeding worse, try and prevent them from the top 2.
Yeah, I was just worried about the Ultra Prime series because that's going to happen. That's going to happen. From an outside point of view, I can tell you that series is going to be rough.
When is it? I'm just saying, if you end up back on LPL the day that happens, that would be hilarious.
It's
EDG versus Ultra Prime, it's going to be Thursday. It's going to be on an LPL English.
God.
Okay. We should hone back in on LNG. I guess we actually do have a bit of time, though, because always at the end of our series, we're waiting for our highlights. We're waiting to find out who the MVP is. Actually, we're going to get to see how some of that did pan out. Fisher, despite what did come out on social media, maybe that pushing Fisher in the right direction with his damage did have some pretty clean shockwaves in this game. Sadly, it just didn't matter because you mentioned it. Everyone on LNG can dive to the backline, can dive to the carries on EDG.
The Snake really felt it. I mean, his damage output very low, but not at that point of the Smoldering game. I think it's also fair to say, but props to Scout. I think Scout overall had a better series.
Yeah.
His Weaver's Wall, his Talia gameplay in game 1 was good. There's been a lot of questions about Scout, and I think from what we see in that series, that is nice to kind of see more of the old Scout there, who is a great team fighter, who is really great at syncing up with jungle, well, historically when Tarzan was on the team. And it felt like we got more of that, especially with the Volibear gameplay, especially with, some of the unique identifiers in his champion pool this game, or this series.
Again, someone who appears on the LPL sometimes, not all the time, but still appears. Where do you think LNG are going to end up, right? Do you think they're going to end the playoffs?
Yeah, they'll be in play. I think they'll be in playoffs because I'm looking at OMG like the big contester, right? Ultra Prime, BLG, IG. I think OMG can get to 7, but I think OMG might fall short. I think overall, anyone's Legend probably should be able to take like a surprise win. Maybe not a surprise win. I think they could beat LNG, which LNG don't care about because, again, they can still get to 7, maybe 8 themselves. I think OMG are the ones to miss out. I think the schedule's too hard. So I think regardless, they'll be in round 1. Like, there's no way LNG are getting past round 1, even with this schedule.
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah. Well, maybe like in playoffs itself, maybe they can get past round 1 themselves. But I mean, as in they won't start anywhere later than round 1.
Yeah, that's why it'll be interesting, right? Especially when you have teams like AL and Weibo who are both very shaky, because it's like, all right, these teams like LNG who haven't been too inspiring, but still have inspiring performances like this last game against EDG. It's like there's always a chance there, right? There's always a chance. Hell, AL even on a 4-series lose streak after the start of our day. So it's really turning into a tight race for these last LPL spots. And we only have a week and a half left. Like, we have week 8, but week 9 is only 3 days long. So there is not that much LPL before we get into playoffs.
Yeah, it's really not. I saw that on the schedule and I was like, wow, week 9 is a bit of a doozy. Why is no one playing in week 9? Because there's only 3 days of 2 best of 3s. And then you go into playoffs. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think I kind of want to just highlight the fact that, like, while we do have only a couple of series left, that battle for the middle of the pack is still existing. Like, LNG already in it, we talked about, but the fact that that's still there, there's still, 5th to 15th to shore up. So 10 teams. Yeah. 4 locked in, 2 already out.
Hell, looking at some of the last few matchups, OMG, IG, second to last day, TSAL, like a lot of big series coming towards the end. But there we go. We find out who the MVP is, and yeah, not all too surprising. Scotty picking it up.
Wow, only 4 MVPs is split. Gone are the days of Scout getting most MVPs consistently in splits, or at least being up in the top of the standings of MVP, but 4 individual MVPs. Also, LNG have not been that much of a winning team, but like Weiwei, I'm just looking through MVPs, Weiwei, Gala. Gala and Scout are now evened out, on MVP. So props to Scout, much better series, a much better series from LNG and a good way to end. But we got one more for you today, and it's BLG and Weibo. After our short break, we are going back to Shanghai to see if BLG are still gonna kill everyone they run into. Bye. Well, we're back to round it out, and BLG now have another task on their hand. That's to make top 2, where they've already set themselves up to do so quite nicely in the split. My name's Asterix. I am joined by Lyric over there. And this is a series that everyone would expect, hey, this could be really close in a very different world. But Weibo don't have the shy anymore. So what's the point?
There's still a point. We still got Xiaohu. We still got Light and Crisp. ZDZ and Xiaohu coming over from AL. Should have worked better. But this is the remaining schedule because right now they're sitting in that 9th place spot. LGD, they should be expected to win against JDG. You'd expect to be heavy favorites. IG are the team coming in that, in my mind, I really want to see them have to take down, right? Needing to prove themselves. They're going to need as many wins as they can right now, only sitting at, 6-6. So that's really the series I'm going to be looking at.
And then again, Weibo, it's a long task ahead. We're just having that conversation in the LNG series about the top 10 who actually make playoffs. You know, Weibo are kind of one of those teams at the moment. So again, every win counts. As we look back, I feel like it's important to note that for Weibo, you know, they've had some pretty mediocre opponents. Like EDG pushed them to the limit in the last series. You know, WE beat them as well. I'm not sure what to make of this team.
Yeah, and that's one of the big problems, right? It's been messy, even in moments where they do end up winning. I mean, hell, 42-minute game like we just saw in that last clip, really being pushed to the edge. They've been experimenting with different roster lineups. I mean, hell, bringing in Yodong, who I think the last time he played was 2020 Rogue Warriors. It's been a while.
Yeah.
We're seeing him in the LPL. Bringing back in Xiaohu, and of course we do have Xiaohu in today, but there's a lot to figure out for Weibo. Even Xiaohu himself being one of the players who's had a bit of a rougher split. But you know who hasn't had a rougher split? BLG.
No, not at all. I wonder why. 12-1. BLG after beating Ultra Prime, RA, FPX, WE, LGD, TT. Haven't dropped a single game, guys. A single game. The last time they dropped a game was JDG in week 4. Last time they dropped a game was Top Esports in week number 1. Now, the only team that can come out with a win is the IG upset earlier in the split, but this team is still so good. And even with Knight coming through, you're like, well, we just have another great laner now who's come over from JDG.
Exactly. And that's why BLG's early games have been some of the absolute best. Again, they've been so good at diving. They've been so good at looking for aggression in the enemy jungle and enabling and supporting Shun, who has been playing more around bot side because Elk and On have had such a good split. So JDG, I mean, it's been shown many times in the LPL, but throwing money at your problems does work. It does work. It does beat you up in the first place. If BLG win here today, they will guarantee top 3, which, you know, of course, they're on the path to locking in top 2, getting that bye all the way to the double elim. So if they can make easy work of Weibo, that'll be a step in the right direction. But BLG and Weibo might not be on form, but still, Xiaohu versus Knight, I feel like is always a matchup that has to get you excited.
Yeah, I think we should have a closer look again. You know, Knight versus Xiaohu, very different play styles. Historically, Xiaohu's always been playing more for the map, more towards your gal, but I think also more for syncing up with jungle. We know Knight is one of the best laners, and I'm glad, again, we're seeing the differential in lane being highlighted here. We're looking at the trading that is important as well. Knight still feels like he is all about that lane.
Yeah, like you said, CSD being the big thing for Knight here. You look at kill participation for Xiaohu being, higher than his. So like you're saying, playing more for the team versus being one of the big carries yourself. Xiaohu has had to step up and take over and carry games for Weibo. Hell, I think he got both MVPs in their last series against EDG off of his performances. So it's going to be all up to the captain. It's going to be all up to the King of Spring to actually start delivering in Spring Split. Hell, if Weibo did find some kind of upset here, that would be crazy. And again, we're at the end of the split. It's when top teams start losing series. They have no right losing.
Why is it Lyric is best boy on the line down there?
I don't know. I didn't even.
I'm just reading.
Even realize. I didn't
Lyric
notice.
is best boy.
I promise you, I'm not part of the production team. At least if I am, I haven't been told just yet. Would be kind of cool.
Johnny's son, a best player for them is going to be looking at support On versus Crisp. I mean, historically, two of the best supports in the league. On has definitely risen to the occasion. Crisp is a 2019 world champion at that as well. So, again, it is nice to see, Crisp being highlighted versus On, who I think Elk and On, by the way, I don't know if you have this opinion, but watching in from a co-stream angle, Elk and On have been the best 2v2. Even better than Raw or Missing in my eyes. Elk and On have been insane in the laning phase.
Yeah, I agree. I remember coming into the split, a lot of people were scared because On's first series against Top Esports was a little bit rough after having a great showing in Demacia Cup. But after that first series against TS, step back up. Him and Elk have been looking phenomenal together. I really like the way that it's more of Shun playing around them, but also the way that he links up with Shun himself. And then for Chris, I mean, the big criticism of Chris last year was his play on Hook Champions. And he's really steered clear of them for the most part, has been showing great performances, especially things like the Renata, right? Chris was the first person to bring that out when that champion got released and was really one of the heavy ones leading on that. So you always got to keep your eye out if he gets his hands on the Renata.
That's a good throwback. I remember the Renata was like, no one was playing it. People were scared to kind of touch it.
Yeah.
Chris started playing it, I think first like internationally. I'm not even talking domestically. I remember internationally, Chris was playing it. And then a lot of people started following. I don't know if he was the one to do it, but I think overall, like, he was definitely one of the early innovators. And, you know, it's not just a Renata. It's these other 14 champions that he's already played up. That's Chris Champion Pool. Always used to him playing a million different champs. But On's the same, right? 3, 6, 9, 12. We've even seen a Lux game, a couple of Lux games from On so far. We saw an Ezreal support game. Was that with the Senna? Did I miss that one? What the heck?
Yeah, and also random update. I just got a ping from Machine saying, about time you noticed that line of text. So now I'm wondering how long that's been down there. And I haven't noticed. As, I feel kind of embarrassed.
The whole split. Now I'm just gonna forget the opening of broadcast. Let's just read the prompter at the bottom and see what happens. We've lost it.
It's gone.
Bring it back up. Forget the player intro. All right,
says
let's
you
get
don't
into it.
need to know what's at the bottom of the screen. You know, you can wait. You can wait for the next pregame. Actually, wait. This is the last match of the day. So,
This is
you know,
it.
That was,
This is it.
that was the only chance.
Won't propose. We're back in Shanghai, by the way. So BLG, remember, don't have their own arena, but if they keep winning like this, they probably will soon. It's only a matter of time. What city will they go into?
Isn't
I
it?
don't know, actually.
Isn't it strange that, like, you know, this year we have home and away jerseys, right? But teams that only have their own stadiums will only wear their away jerseys playing against other teams that have their own stadiums. Because if a team with a stadium plays against a team that doesn't, they will always play that team's stadium, right? So a team like JDG or LNG, our last two series, are never wearing their away jerseys. So what's the point?
Or the only other case is when BLG and IHG played each other, and BLG dressed up in pink, in their pink jerseys, which I guess is their away jersey. But they were both at Shanghai, but yeah, they had to wear a different color because they both look the same. It's just like blindingly white jerseys on both of them. So I guess that's the only other time. The crowd, by the way, absolutely love BLG, as you'd expect.
I gotta say, you've missed out, right? Because you left coming into this year. I guess not really left because you're still here. The point is, this is the year of cool jerseys. Because in previous years, right, it was always so confusing of like, okay, this team is red, white, or red and black, and this team is red, white, or red and black, and who is who? And yeah, this year we haven't had to worry about that. It's like, hey, look at OMG and their quirky orange jerseys. Haha.
True. A bit more change. It's nice. Again, identifying the teams is always important. And as I say that, let's welcome another team with a white jersey with slightly different text.
You know, the point went right out the window with these guys coming out. Maybe not, though. I actually can't remember what Weibo's other jersey looks like. But
Neither can I. It's at least got some red on it. You know, like Weibo red, BLG are blue.
oh no, it's
But-
it's the same.
Still very much the same.
Oh,
Apart
God.
from the Mercedes logo on the back. I think that you can just see the rings underneath. That's what changes it, I guess.
Looking at this game, I'm wondering how Weibo can pull this through. How Weibo can get through the early game, really. In my mind, that's step one. Because if we want to talk about Weibo have not been so good in the early game, and even earlier in the split where they were winning more of their series, a lot of the times it would be they fall behind, they come back from a massive deficit through like interesting map plays. You know, they're one of the teams who are willing to go sneak a Baron or look for creative picks. I think a lot of that coming from the experience of people like Xiaohu and Chris. But they haven't been that great at finding leads themselves in the early game. And this is probably the worst team to go against if that is where you struggle.
True. You're going to get exploded through that bot side. I mean, Ara's already talking up the 2v2 from Elk and On. And I feel like for BLG, their early game, their skirmishing, like, we talk about JDG being one of the best team fighting teams, maybe best adaptive team. BLG can be really explosive within their laners, like Bin, like Knight. I mean, Elkanon. Like, I don't know if you want to go as far to be like old top esports or old IGs that would like lane kingdom. I'm not sure I'd go that far, but I feel like the individual skill in lanes is definitely a high ranking in the world.
Yeah, I 100% agree, right? It's why you look at people's like tier list of teams in the world right now. BLG are always in that top 3. They're a team that if they go against Smolder, I'm not afraid. I actually don't care about Smolder if BLG are on the Rift. Weibo, though, on that note, are the only team that have played solo lane Smolder in the LPL. So you
True, there's
do
no
have,
AD carry Smolder yet.
Yeah, they only played it for ZDZ, so can go for interesting things. But I think picks like the Karma are going to be very important in this series. Xiaohu is really leaned on that to be able to enable the rest of his teammates. I would expect BLG to either be banning that one out or first picking it if they're blue side.
Shame that Azir's banned globally on 14.5, as that is a global ban, is a bug right now. But I mean, Xiaohu's Azir, it's only been played 3 times in this split, but Xiaohu's Azir was something I was really getting comfortable with, something I really liked. I just played it differently to everyone else. You know, I talk about another tool that really commands Weibo. I feel like that would be something that would be worth mentioning.
How appropriate would it be for me to suggest a conspiracy on broadcast? Because you know who doesn't really play Azir? Knight. You know, are we trying to help BLG get to the finish line?
Ooh. You mean get Weibo to the finish line? Because right now they're in the middle of the pack, you know? Like, they're
whoa,
near the line.
Whoa. But the point is, no Azir potentially hurts Weibo. No Azir is great for Knight. Knight is absolutely chilling. It's like, oh, Azir global ban? Can we keep this for, not even the rest of the year, can we just keep this for the rest of League of Legends? Like,
true.
Man's played it once to split. You know, has played it in his career, like throughout his career, but never known for the pick. Obviously, always been one of the big
It's not
names.
his champion. It's definitely not his champion. I feel like there's a lot of, like, mid laners, like, you look at Xiaohu, right? And historically, I think we could say a couple of years ago, you wouldn't know Xiaohu for things like Orianna. Oh, that's actually a lie. Excuse me. But you wouldn't know Xiaohu for things like maybe Ari, maybe like Xiaohu LeBlanc wasn't like the biggest deal.
I feel like
AP
it's so
Assassins.
hard because Xiaohu has always been the guy, at least in the regular split, to where like would be willing to lean into a little bit of anything, right? And it was typically in like playoffs where you'd see him go back into his shell and maybe be a bit more restrictive with his champion pool.
I'm telling you, wrong. I tried to get a flex of a champion. I don't think anything's right there. I think he just plays it all.
He plays it all, yeah.
Not relevant.
Well,
let's get big ban.
We're getting the shiny lights, and the shiny lights always mean that the pick ban screen's coming up, and there we go again. Karma being something that I'm looking at for Weibo, and Weibo actually banning it out themselves. A bit of a shocker, putting a lot of emphasis on 2 Knights.
Don't give BLG Smolder. Do not give BLG Smolder. Don't give BLG Smolder. Weibo, listen to me. Weibo, look at me. Look at me. Don't give them Smolder. Elka's already played it. They've been willing to play it. You have not played it in your AD carry.
They had a 19-minute 225. Like, that was Elk.
Oh my god. That's disgusting. Please don't give BLG Smolder.
We'll see if
First
they...
pick Smolder.
No, okay, yeah, I was going to say, because Varus is open, that makes the priority that much less. And again, I don't think we have to worry about Smolder, because it's like, all right, Light and Crisp, let's see you make it through the gauntlet. That is Elk, On, and Shun. Hell, casting BLG games is where the term Bactagon came from, just because of how successful they've been at skirmishing down towards that bot lane. So, like you said, things like the Smolder still open. We've seen as well the aggressive bot lanes early in the day, like the Lucian, but maybe Zeri is just going to start rearing her head more and more down in that bot lane 2v2.
LPL's taken the Smolder nerfs on 14.5 pretty seriously. No one else has. Week 1 LEC, no one else has. You know, internationally, like, no one else. Like, and there's some teams, again, that still look at it.
Hell,
but when did we move to 14.5? Was it...
Smolder's win rate initially went up on 14.5, right? Like, in solo queue, his win rate went higher. But to your question, we've been on 14.5 for 2 days.
Okay. So it's interesting at the very least. I feel like, again, we've seen answers into it. I guess both these teams are just going to ignore it for the time being. You did say ZDZ played it in the top side, so we'll just keep an eye if it gets flexed around, but ignored completely in the last series. not even banned away, as BLG are just about this 2v2, as we know that they love. Elk and On are one of the few bottom lanes in the world that I think can successfully play Ashe Varus and not get punished for it, as they set up the way that BLG likes getting set up. And now they're just going to give some carry potential to Shun in the meantime.
I mean, right, this was set up for the aggression bot. Like, you're going to have a pushing lane at level 6. You have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow to allow for Shun to have easy access. I wonder if Weibo here just answer with the Lulu and just go with the traditional pairing, try and give a bit more safety to the Zeri post 6. And if an Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes out, at least you do have that ultimate to survive. This should be another throwback. I mean, you always could just have Chris blocking those abilities on the Nautilus, and it does give you more kill threat. So for Weibo, it's going to be a lot about what type of jungler they end up drafting, right? But engage support against something like Ashe is typically going to be more about those 3v3s and 4v4s.
How do you set that up further? Well, on the side of BLG, let's just see what comes out of Knight in the solo lane. Feels like Weibo got a lot to ban. Bin's champion pool, I mean, that gets a bit of targeting as well. Cassante for Bin makes sense. It is his best champ, and he makes that thing look more broken than it is. Also note that Bin has been playing a lot of Aatrox too. Might be something that Weibo have to take off the cards.
I wonder if things like Viego, Viego, Nocturne, is what I'm looking at. If BLG do no, instead of going with the Volibear. You'd assume they want to take away things, right, that can punish immobile AD carries. I haven't been a huge fan of Nocturne, honestly, with how we've been seeing him in recent weeks. People have moved on to the Stridebreaker, which has been a little bit nicer, away from the experimental Hexplate. But yeah, those really being the two big ones that still jump out to me left open. You have CC and Burst there if Xiaohao did want to lean into the Viego, which even historically has been one of his bigger picks back when he was on AL.
True. He plays the Psycho junglers, the things that can carry. This split, you already mentioned the Nocturne, things like the Jarvan, the Brand, Vi's popped up for him, Sedge, Poppy, like, the list goes on for Xiaohao, so jungle bans won't be too meaningful. At least the Volibear is taken away. He hasn't touched it yet, but everyone knows that Volibear throughout the early game has quite a lot of impact. As for now, BLG, is it going to be double jungle ban? The answer is no. Twisted Fate also taken off the board, so let's just see what option they go for, and if they leave ZDZ for counterpick, or if they want to give Xiaohao more options in the late game.
Yeah, you would expect jungle to come through here unless they did just want to go to an Udyr pick in topside and be fine with that. And I guess Aatrox as well would be all right. We've been seeing less of the Udyr, but then it would give you a lane with Prio when you can assume that your bot lane's not going to have it. Renekton, of course, has been a staple since the buffs came through on him last patch, and it seems like that's going to be the play for Weibo and actually leaving jungle, the last pick.
Quinn's open. anything top. Bin. He plays literally everything. He's a carry top. I hated him. I know historically, like, Bin's 4-0 in this pick, this split. And I know that, Dom will have something to say about it, as he definitely knows the way to play Udyr, but not only am I sick of the pick lyric, I'm sick of just seeing it in top lane, and a lot of times doing nothing. So let's see if Bin actually does lock that one in, because Knight has just picked up the Talia. This would be a bit more Bin style, a bit more classy, and something that adds more AP damage into the threat of BLG's comp.
He's going to have a lot to live up to. 369 is going to be watching intently to judge exactly how he does on the Gragas. God, I hope he locks it in too. Just like you said, just a bit of variance up in that top side would provide more. Yep, so there they go. Having a bit more peel with things like that explosive cask even gives you a bit of pick potential. We know Gragas is someone who is so safe and so solid in the laning phase with the fact that he can look for those trades through range. Nocturne was something that I pointed out earlier. They are going to go with it, so going to try and have a lot of threat onto Elk and On in this game.
Well, Weibo have decided that they're going to dive in. We've seen a lot of comps that just like the full commit, and I think for Weibo we can see it play out here in this game. And honestly, when you're talking about someone like Xiaohu on something that can move and roam and really snowball the game, it's nice to see. But also, let's not forget, going up against BLG, I feel like it's important to note that they need to get through the laning phase in this game, because come 6, BLG just turn on.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, right? So many ways to affect the map. I mean, having two globals, essentially, right? Weaver's Wall and the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, so having a lot of ways to close distance, create numbers advantage. They should be able to get Prio down on that bot side and then try to follow through with Knight and Shun. Shun has been someone who's been fine even just level 3 looking for these plays, looking for invades, so everything is going to be in BLG's control for these first few minutes.
But for Audi, for Fall Audi, for Weibo Fall Audi. I'm sorry, I've never said it before. I just had to.
Just wanted a bit of fun.
I just wanted to throw that in there. I don't know car logos. What's the Audi logo? Hang on, Audi logo. What is it? Oh, I literally, thank God I'm not in the official Chinese broadcast. I called the Mercedes logo. I called the Audi logo a Mercedes logo. Thank God we are not on that broadcast. Do not pass it on. Do not pass go. Do not fine me $200. I apologize, okay? I just don't know cars that well. I literally said Mercedes logo. It was Audi. Get over it, okay? Weibo are versing BLG. It's a big day for them. I'm obviously nervous for them. I'm nervous for the Shy.
You're
He's sitting
nervous
at home
for yourself.
watching this. He's watching and saying, guys, can we actually do this? It's a big task. If the Shy was here, maybe there'd be more confidence. But again,
Ooh.
it's a very different day.
Got a Weibo flag.
I was going to look. I thought at first glance, I thought maybe that is the Shy. He's coming out to support. It is not. It is not. It's just a Weibo flag bearer who's showing his support in Shanghai.
BLG, I mean, you knew they'd be looking for something aggressive level 1 with the amount of range, with the amount of damage that they're already bringing to the table. So it's going to be able to walk in, force Weibo's bot lane out.
Get some deep vision, walk around, and then essentially set up for a little bit of a pick. Actually, they're still going, but Crisp and Light aren't going to give them the light of day. Ha! Not on purpose, but it happened. And so this could just be a vertical start. I mean, vertical start for Varus Ashe. That is dive territory. That is absolute bonanza bottom lane territory, if you say the least.
And this is typical BLG, right? They know where they're strong. They feel confident in committing to this play, knowing that Weibo have no way of challenging. And if they do, they should just lose out. Gragas is going to be fine on his own. Even running the grasp to go for those short trades. You get a bit of tankiness under his belt, and beautiful ward topside. Spotting out exactly where Xiao is going to be.
Stretch line in, though, might change things a little bit. Elk gets half health, but Light and Chris both half the same time as On is stepping up on this Ashe and being a nuisance himself. But look at where the wave is. I mean, getting slowed down in the push. It's going to slowly build up for BLG. And the bottom side of Light and Chris can't even walk up. Light wants to back.
Yeah, gonna have to go for that already after that trade. I mean, we do have one of the things that's become pretty typical these days, right? Of On starting with the Doran's Blade as well to give a bit more pressure. Crisp even matching with the shield, getting some presence in lane before you go for your recall and get that support item a little bit later. And it ended up working out for BLG so far with these trades.
Dude, he's got 0 CS. Light is going to get zoned off here by Shun as well because his jungler's not on the same side of the map. Light's going to lose this massive wave as well. If he steps up, he's dead. Crisp as well, still level 1. There's no CS in the bottom side. Crisp is just going to be jumped on. Sonic Wave flashed away from me, buys time, but the Tempest Cripple is easy. And First Blood goes over while the tanking has been reset on the turret. Light steps up, and this is the disaster lyric. This is also a masterclass by BLG, with first turret plate also dropping down.
And this has been the success. This has been the formula, right? Shun completely enabling the bot lane, drafting for it, and Light's life is so difficult. Oh my god, this man's not going to get to play. Look at the minimap. Xiao is like nowhere near ever being on his way to come down here. Still level 1. Still 0 CS.
2 plates at 3 minutes 20, and this is why Ashe is banned a lot of the time in the LPL in 14-4, and I'm sure in 14-5. The 2v2 of Varus Ashe is just unforgivable, and I said Smolder. How dare I? 25 CS to 0!
Hysterics, it's 3 minutes. This turret's more than halfway gone. 3 minutes, 40 seconds.
It's literally a two level lead. 25-3. Light finally gets a step up. 3 plates were just taken, though. Xiao did sacrifice some camps on his side of the map, but dude, worth. He got a kill for it. Plus, bottom lane is so far ahead, it's insane. Bin is winning out in the trade top side as well. It could only be going that much worse for Weibo at this point of the game.
I remember there was, in the past when I was a coach, I won't mention the team, but there was a scrim I had where my bot lane lost tower pre-10 minutes, and I just remember my jungle going off so angry, flaming them extremely of like, how does that happen? How do you lose turret that early? No, that was a different time. That wasn't where you had macro like this and you're zoning them out and you're playing around enemy jungle. This was methodical. There was nothing Light and Chris could do here, right? Bit rough. Still only level 2. 15 CS down.
Look at the wave. Oh my god, and it's crashing into the bottom side. Meanwhile, Bin is almost killing ZDZ. Level 6 getting close as well. He's got TP to come back after his mana runs its course. As ZDZ the same thing as well. This wave will crash on him, but Bin not going to let him back for the time being. Gets a crash in quite quickly. Ooh. As Bin, okay, well that was a bit of a whoopsie. But doesn't matter, ZDZ can't punish too much.
I hope this brings it back.
Yuck.
I hope this brings the Gragas back because I miss the days of consistently getting to watch 369's Gragas.
True. I mean, Gragas tops in the LPL have been class, and I think, you know, seeing these AP flex builds as well is probably not important right now, is it? Well, Dragon's been taken. I'm just going to bring our attention back to bot side. 42-16. Big wave pushing up against Light. The second last plate is being threatened. Elkanon. What did we say? They're 2v2, best in the LPL right now, one of the best in the world. Yeah, it's been set up for success by Shun, but also it is just destroying Light and Crisp.
I mean, Elkanon are great in the 2v2. Don't get me wrong. They, them, Ruler missing, Jackie and Mako, you're looking at them as really those top 3 bot lanes in my mind. But again, BLG have transcended. BLG have said, why play the 2v2 when we can play the 3v2? And look at the minimap now. You can see Shun and On heading up as Dominus.
Oh, Bin missed. Never mind. I was complimenting him all game, and ZDZ just got away with a bit of murder. As Xiao Hao comes topside, and this is his side of the map this time. Bin unable to find anything, while Grub's going to be started here by Weibo.
But we have on his way here. You can see Crisp coming to match, but there will be a slight timing where BLG are here first.
So it means only one's going to be taken. ZDZ out the backside of the wall. No Dominus as well. Means this is pretty easy. As On, as you mentioned, making that roam up makes things just a little bit easier too. So BLG are going to get 2 grubs for themselves, not just playing for bot side, also playing other side of the map, while Crisp and Xiaohu are going to try something towards bot. And I feel like they need to alleviate at least this bottom side juggle. They need to get something here so that they can find a way back into this early game.
It's going to be hard, right? Because even if Xiaohu does somehow... let's say Xiaohu ganked mid and he helped to push it out, and then you find it timing bot. Well, you're against Weaver's Wall, so even if you get there a bit earlier, Knight still will be able to match. It means once we get the Paranoia online, I'd actually probably like to see Xiaohu look towards mid, would then give you a timing to maybe bring Xiaohu down towards bot, and even if you can't gank, then maybe you could try and zone off Elkanon. I don't know why our observers we're so entwined with top lane right now, but...
They like Bin. Big Bin fans. They love Bin. To be fair, I think we all love Bin. Maybe they love ZDC. I don't know. Maybe they're with the shy haters.
You're going... So not only going that they like ZDZ, they like ZDZ because they hated the shy. Wow.
They hated the shy. They took it personally.
I actually love that theory if it wasn't just for the fact of how beloved the shy is in China, right? The fact that that guy's more famous than tons of celebrities. Absolutely wild.
Oh, yeah. And so are a lot of LPL players. I'm just going to pause, though, because this could turn into something. Xiaohao with the Paranoia available, and Shun with Kick available. Both are there. Weibo are now converging to bot side. They're like, we got to stop this because 4 plates have been taken. BLG's bot. Will this play work against them as yet another wave gets pushed into Light, and that 25 CS gap continues to show itself? And Weibo don't get anything. They got all the tools there, but BLG aren't giving them opportunities.
No, not letting them find anything. And now we're at a point where those ultimates are coming online now, right? We have Chains of Corruption already up. You'd assume the Enchanted Crystal Arrow shouldn't be that far behind. So there's going to be a lot more opportunities to not only find kill potential in this lane, it looks like Shun's even coming back through, assuming On hits 6 off of this, but even setting up for kills elsewhere, in top or mid, if Knight and Bin ever find a window.
I don't have On's EXP bar, but you're right, it should be really close. Elk just hit 7 too, so surely not too far off as Bin is just going to ulti, but gets nothing done. Plating still just there to be taken. ZDZ close to 2 himself, but meanwhile, Chains of Corruption fly through, and at 9 minutes into the game, Weibo are getting their bottom side dove again, and bottom side turret is going to drop as well. Kick into the wall. Sonic Wave. Shun, that was terrible, but at least they'll still find Chris. Elk gets a kill, and with bot dead as well, it's open season. Has Bin already used the ulti, so there will be a trade. Weibo find Mr. Bin. And that's going to be top side at least as Arrow randomly flies through in the meantime.
Obviously, BLG are the bigger winners of this trade and of this play. A bit unfortunate that we had to, have the mechanical mistakes that we did see come out there, but Shun not going to be bothered by it. Still set up for the kills to come through. We even have Ghostblade already being picked up by Elk. So getting a first item online while Light only sitting on the longsword for now. So huge advantage for BLG. I mean, hell, pretty much that whole gold lead's going to be on Elk, right? Expected.
Yep. Just have to see if Light can pace his way out to, 3 items area, or at least get himself into this game. He's pushed out bottom wave, and we're kind of watching to see where he goes next if he moves to mid, because turret being down this early, we have to remember, for the state of the map, it changes everything. Like, Elk can now move up here, Lyric, and alongside On, who's also moving up, they've still got 4 minutes to access plates with such an elevated Varus.
Yeah, and they're playing up towards the side, and it's like, sure, Xiaohao might be here, but he doesn't have ult. So I don't think BLG feel all too concerned about Nocturne being able to do anything as Crisp. If that connected, maybe that could have been something for Weibo.
Shun's here. Sonic Wave going to be taking Xiaohao now spotted out as well. Both mid laners, no, only one actually has TP, and it's Xiaohu.
Nice push.
Ben
I
has
can make
his
it.
TP. Okay. Weaver's Wall, as you said, available, but maybe just 6 grubs, or 5 grubs, I should say, would be the take.
It's going to make it even easier for them to finish off the rest of these plates, right? And this being a bit earlier than what we saw in our previous series, where it was like getting 5 grubs at like 12:50. This, they have plenty of time to keep allowing Elk to get stronger and stronger. Like, my God, it's going to be so hard. At least Wave will have the dive to be able to get on top of him. So maybe if we end up getting a skirmish, you could burst him out before his damage is really meaningful. But it's still not going to be easy.
It's still a 3k gold lead, and Dragons coming up. BLG should have this in hand. Xiaohu's hiding out, though. Onto Shun, he gets some good damage done, but Sonic Waves this game have not been on target, whether he takes them or not. I feel like Shun has just been aiming them towards whatever piece of furniture he can find, whether it's a chair, a table in the corner, whatever rock furniture happens in Summoner's Rift, like whoever the sculptor is.
I want to
obviously
assume
building furniture.
he made a bet, and we're going to assume it was with On, because On seems like the kind of cheeky guy who'd make a bet of like, hey, Shun, I bet we can't win with you missing all of your Qs in this game. And Shun's like, ha ha ha, watch me.
I thought you said at
loser-
first he made a bed.
No,
and
a
I was
bet.
like, what made a bet? Okay. Made a bet with On. I thought, well, that's what bottom lane is these days anyway. You get comfy.
I want to assume the loser has to buy Hot Pot. That'd be my guess.
And that can be expensive depending on where you go.
Yeah.
So that's very serious to be taken.
I don't know if any of the BLG players will notice it, but
True. The money from this game, they'll be swimming in it. Imagine if your pay was based on how well you did in game. Like today you're going to get 500, and it's like with this bottom lane, guys, today you get a bonus of 5k. All right.
I also
you get a massive bonus.
I feel like one kind of small side change that would make is we would almost never see pentakills anymore, because you would always just be trying to steal your fellow teammates' kills, not letting them get that big piece of the pie, making sure that goes to you.
True bros would split it up.
True. I get a penta today,
Like-
you get a penta next game.
And you'd be like, that 5k, like, we'll go and buy something. I'll buy you all iPads, and then next week, someone does really well. Here it comes.
Ooh.
Arrow. Wow. Close.
Yeah, that was really nice by BLG. So close to corralling him into it. I don't know if a kill would have been able to come from it, because it's like, sure, level 10 Gragas only sitting on the Bomby Cinder in the tier, so he doesn't really have a ton of damage to work with.
Oh my god. But meanwhile, that story keeps getting sadder for Weibo in mid lane. I think that's 2, 3.
Oh, it wasn't
Arrow
even
below.
aimed.
Wow.
Oh,
It almost hit 2 people.
yeah. I don't know if that makes it better or worse, but I like that the attempt was there. We're up to, King's Corruption?
Good damage comes out. Sonic Wave finished off clean as anything. Xiao just burned ulti. And he's punished again by BLG.
And we're already up to, what is it, 9 plates going down, 5 bot, 3 mid,
Yep.
I think 1 top so far. We're going to make our way up to 10 right here. So they really are just maximizing their, I mean, hell, 4K gold lead pretty much entirely from plates.
Just from
And
this early
CS.
laning phase. Isn't it crazy? 30 CS in the lead mid. 30 CS in the lead bot, sorry. Mid, it actually has a small CS lead as well. If you watch this again, and Elk just pulls the trigger.
Yeah, there really isn't too much to this play, other than the amount of damage that they do already, right? Because Arc comes out, followed by the WQ from Elk, Sonic Wave there from Shun, so he's already failed the bet. If they do end up winning, he will have to buy the Hot Pot. But, if you can win another game, if you make your way up to 13-1, does it really matter?
Well, I guess if you want to secure top 2, and also you just want to be in fine form going into playoffs, I don't know. I feel like that safety net is so good, especially since you get 2 best of 5s and you bare minimum. BLG wouldn't be adverse to it. Teleport coming in, though. We're going to fight this Herald. Weibo started this off, but they are not strong. They are definitely not strong, and as the arrow flies through, ZDZ takes up half his HP. It's a good flanking angle. They're looking for that 80 carry. They found him. Crisp gets the shutdown, sadly. But now maybe there's a chance for Weibo. Explosive cast comes through. Now that the damage is down, though, they need to take through the rest of this fight. But for Weibo, they don't get the engage. ZDZ finally jumps in. But the problem is they don't have any damage. They don't have any gold. And BLG once again stands strong, even without Elk. Light is running for his life, trying to kite around. Flash is good as well, though. But Bin stands here, waiting. Light kiting back. This is a tanky Gragas. Barrel roll connects. Body slam. He's getting close. Wait. No. Bin says no. Absolutely not. And it's still BLG cooking this game.
I'm so glad the confidence was there. I was scared we were just going to get another kill going over to Light. At the end of the day, those kills for Weibo don't really influence the state of the game all that much. We do have a TP going top. They might be in trouble.
He does have his body slam available again. Flash is there too. Bin might have to hurdle this one out, gets stunned up. Body slam, Flash, and this time maybe not worth.
Oh.
Wait, no, because Elk is here again, and Bin jumps back in. What a Chad. Elk gets another kill, and just like that, BLG make a disaster a happy play.
Elk had an easy time running them down too. Now having Swifties in another serrated Dirk, the fight is going to start off with an Enchanted Crystal Arrow onto their Renekton, but that leaves Zavaris vulnerable. We said there's always going to be a chance for Weibo to just one-shot Elk with the amount of die that they have. The problem, as you pointed out, this doesn't really matter if Elk's dead. BLG still coming into this with the item advantage, being stronger. Great positioning by Knight. He's been getting off free damage this whole fight. ZDZ made it look a bit scary for me with the small heal coming through, but at the end of the day, I mean, right, Weibo just don't have the bank account.
Light with some nice flashy moves there, at least amidst it all, but as you said, not able to get a second kill here. Got to shut down onto Knight, though. That's big as we're fighting yet again. Shun in enemy jungle, a 5-0 Lee Sin, who's just quietly been taking up a lot of the kills as well. Onto Chris, depth charge is there, but On takes a kill on the back end. As now for BLG, only going forward seems to be their new motto. With Weibo on the convergence here for this inner turret, they're going to try and get Light and Xiaohu into a spot. Paranoia used as Xiaohu flashes in, but he's just getting destroyed. They try and use everything in the kitchen sink again, and at least they kill Elk, but as we said, everything is used. Light now needs to carry the fight, but it's not the Zeri moment, not just yet. Tagged out, he's over the wall, and he's saved. But for BLG, losing the 80 carry each time, they must be laughing because everyone else just seems to benefit.
Yeah, still able to survive. I do got to say, though, the longer this game goes on, though, right, these fights are going to get only closer and closer if you leave Light to his own devices. I don't expect we'll get there. You know, it is an 8K gold lead for BLG. They are already going to be on Soul Point, but always got to be careful of maybe having too much of a fun game.
I think overall for BLG, though, I mean, we should have confidence in this team. It's an 8K gold lead. They got Triple Dragon. They're on Soul Point. We'll look at the replay again because I love as BLG are pushing this. Elk's probably just like, how long can I survive?
Yeah, they all jump on top of him. He's going to go down quite fast, but just a full combo coming out. Ooh, well, we're getting more fights already.
It is TP for TP. Light is the one you have to watch, but Crisp is already dead. Good charm out, but Bin is able to tank it up for the time being. His arrow almost knocks Xiaohu on the back end as Elk is now able to walk in, and his damage means a hell of a lot more. Spirit Rush from Xiaohu gets him out of the way, while look at where Light is. Wrong side, wrong place, wrong time. Another kill for Elk, and just a wrong game one for Weibo to try and contest.
I have two pieces of good news. One is we've had 19 kills in 19 minutes. That's an LPL game. The other piece of good news is just for BLG fans, and it's actually the same news. It's that we've had 19 kills in 19 minutes, but 15 of those are BLGs. Like, my God, Weibo. It's actually been a bit surprising at how willing Weibo have been to trying to find answers back on like the back half of these fights, because it just led them to digging themselves deeper and deeper into a hole. And that really hasn't been a characteristic that we've seen all that much of Weibo. Like, they have been fine to slow it down and wait for a spike, look for an opportunity. But it seems like this time around, it's, hey, let's get to the next game where hopefully we can do a bit better.
It's the Weibo from last year, though, that I think can reflect on that, because I remember towards the playoffs, it wasn't necessarily the summer season, but it was actually regionals where Weibo were really good at like doubling down, tripling down, quadrupling down, quintupling down. Like every time a play goes wrong, or every time they think, I'd win that, they try it and try again. So Weibo, I guess that's the similarity from what we saw last year.
Maybe that's what they're doing. They're like, hey, what worked for us when we go all the way to World Finals? Sadly not working for them here, as they were standing on a ward that whole time. So it lets the TP come in from Knight. They're completely pinched and zoned off. And especially the positioning of people like Knight and Bin running forward is great, because it means that Light has to run down. And he's just going to be trapped in with the rest of BLG's members.
Dude, On's damage is insane. Because of this laning phase, On is also like huge. This AD carry is Youmuu's. He's already got the Blood Song as well. Like, I don't think he can 1v1 Light, but I'm at the point where I'm not sure. Maybe with Cleanse down, I'm not 100% sure if On loses that anymore.
He's at least going to, be dealing decent damage, like you're saying, and even having the Executioner is going to prevent any of that healing that would come through in the Zeri. Why not? It's 15-4. Type in all chat, lock it in. We do it in Dragon Pit.
1v1. True.
Yeah. I want to believe that he would do it. I don't know why.
I just think it's a belief of something that shouldn't be the case, but it's, like it shouldn't be able to 1v1. But you're like,
no,
well,
I mean, he's 2 levels down as well, and it's against his area.
Yeah, also true, but
I do gotta say though, I just want to try to not get timinged by this remote casting thing, because we keep timing each other. It's not working out. We gotta get on the same
timing.
page.
What do you mean timing?
Timing.
Oh, talking over.
No.
No, on my cast.
I love when you talk over me. It means I get to shut up.
Oh, okay. Then what do you mean timing? 26. No, 48, 49, 50. I'm so confused right now. I'm just counting. I'm just going to count. How's that? So I'm just sitting here like, man, I hate timing. It's about 12:41, by the way, so you're okay. Don't worry. It's about 2 a.m. for you.
Oh,
and now
I'm
out of options.
You are. Yeah, you kind
now
of have run down the list.
Timing.
I do gotta say though, the last series of the day is always when the mind gets the loopiest and things make the least sense. Which I do gotta say, BLG are doing us a favor of the fact that it is a 10k gold lead at 22 minutes, so not all too much relevance to talk about so far in the game for Weibo.
I was like this at the start though, to be fair.
You were.
I don't know.
You might have been worse.
I lost the loopiness. Like, I was very loopy at the start, lost the loopiness for game 2, but then actually gained it because LNG and EDG almost gave me a bit of a migraine. And then game 3, this series is like, man, BLG are just class, and Weibo, props to them for continue fighting, but this one does feel done and dusted. It's almost a 10k gold lead. Dragon's up in 5 seconds. BLG have the side of the map. ZDZ's got to pull off a miracle flank, and let's be real, Light probably isn't at 2 items knowing what the state of the game is. And this Zeri probably needs damage so that when they launch and kill Elk, they've got something to stand on.
Look at that poke coming out from Elk onto Crisp as well. They're trying to threaten a flank from ZDZ from behind, but it looks like BLG are just going to run down the 4-man core.
I love how Chris got hit by a Sonic Wave and he flashed. He was like, no way am I sticking nearby for that. Light also second item, as suspected, not there. Third item for Elk, though, even though lethality's cheaper, 3 items versus 1 and a bit. That is the bot lane difference we've seen all game. And it's funny because Light is actually caught up in CS. The early CS lead now not there as Xiaohu teleported in. There's a paranoia to try and get the steal down, and he does it. Xiaohu keeps the game going, but can Weibo get out with their lives? Spirit Rush to get on out as Xiaohu flashes over the wall, but he's going to be matched by Shun, who is a unit at the moment. Flashes on top, gets the solo kill of the enemy jungler. Xiaohu's almost tagged by the Sonic Wave on the back end as BLG are going to chase. And Xiaohu with his last Spirit Rush is going to get out. It's 2 kills for the top side. They do get the Dragon, but Baron's on the map. And for BLG, that's their calling card next.
And for BLG, I mean, this comp with Baron, they're really going to be able to just mow down Weibo's base. I mean, having the Thalia and the Varus, a lot of siege opportunity. You don't have, like, the greatest wave clear in the world for Weibo. Going to be relying on the Zeri with the shift to get a lot of that done. But looks like they don't want to give up the Baron at all.
They probably should, though. Because let's be real, has been explosive cast in, Dredgeline with a good buffer. Baron's going to go down. There's no smite to contest. And it's just gone. Weibo have to run away, tails between their legs, and Baron now moves us up to 11k, 12k gold lead. And with Baron as well, it feels like there's going to be the defining touch for BLG to finish off this game.
We're at such a weird part of the split where it doesn't even feel like losing to BLG makes, like, is even a black mark on anyone's record. Like, it doesn't make you think less of anyone for getting taken down by BLGs. We're going to see here. We see Xiao, good job, takes away, is able to get that Drake down and get the steal. But then, sadly for him, left in no man's land. As I'm actually more interested in what's happening in the bottom left. ZVZ being run down.
He does have slice and dice. Only gets the one slice. Paranoia used. That's the defense. Seismic Shove still gets it. Arrow was close. Bin can take this. Actually, no, it was towards mid. Elk got dove on mid, shut down over to light. It's a 1-for-1, but again, when Weibo have the scaling and have a Zeri, well, mainly the Zeri, you're thinking that's not a bad deal.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
No, definitely not. It's potentially going to buy them more time, or will it? Because it looks like BLG might just keep pushing top. Oh, they can't.
Shun, not expecting this. Charm, Dredgeline, Depth Charge. Jungler just going to die. Shun, a shutdown to Nautilus. Chris, stop taking the kills, brother. As Ben and On have now moved on in. It was Ben who teleported in. But what can they do? They want to fight this 3 versus 4. But where's your damage? It's only Knight, really.
You're also right. Like, Chris getting the shutdown. That was 700 gold that could have gone into Light's pocket. That could have gone into Xiaohu's pocket. And now, well, we're going to get to see what Chris can do with it.
Well, yeah. He's going to be a little bit more tankier. Let's look at the replay because Elk, again, pushing out this wave. Shun's covering like he can do something.
Yeah, he's waiting like he really is any chance. They try to escape with the flash into the Chains of Corruption, but still, too much damage is there. BLG get this nice play on top side in response. And yeah, it really feels like either pick, not doing too much. I mean, BLG were able to open up the map a little bit further, which means, especially if they keep poking and prodding their head in that top side jungle, they'll really be able to take advantage. To where for Weibo, you just buy yourself potentially a bit more time, got more gold in your back pocket, especially for Chris.
Yeah, give him a frozen heart, I guess. Give him a bit of a leg up. For Bin, by the way, another bounty there for the heads that maybe Weibo can try and tackle, but this is full tank Gragas, no AP whatsoever. It ain't a bruiser. He's just gone full tank, left the damage in the hands of Knight and Elk, who themselves with the Magi's are heading towards 3 items. 4 items just picked up there for Elk as well. And BLG, as they push through the side lane with the rest of the Baron, this is going to end up being a 250 gold Baron power play. This turret feels like it's going to fall after the fact or during the last second. And as it drops on down, BLG getting teleported on. Here we go. Xiaohu is flying through. Paranoia again. Elk is the target. He gets launched on and he has no saving grace. It's a trade for now, though, as Light goes into melee range. He just ran it. Light the Zeri that could absolutely ran it. Seismic Shove back, and now with the explosive cast, and Xiao the only one alive. It's a triple all the way over tonight. Forward with a weave as well. Xiao tagged out. Great shove again. A deserved quadra. Light decided to smell the roses, and those roses had bees.
I don't even know if it's just Light. It's like all of Weibo. All of Weibo. It's like Knight was John Cena because no one could see him. He was just throwing down all of his abilities for free right next to the members of Weibo.
BLG are laughing, and as they finish this game, it was always in their hands. Weibo had a chance, but BLG cleaned it up in the end. 28 minutes. That bot diff turned into team diff, turned into map diff, turned into BLG 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, this was the BLG experience, right? This is what you tune into a BLG game to see complete and utter domination, some nonsense thrown in there halfway from the casters. And yeah, I mean, it's nice to see from BLG. I think it's a bit of an expected result game 1. I think looking at game 2, Weibo are going to have to try and figure out how to contend with the early game pressure.
I'm sure we can break it down as we come back from a break. BLG with a 1-0 start. Our final series today continues right after this.
take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on low. 'Cause we must live up to our name. Strike once, we can't let go. Strike twice, reap in this war. move closer, but with a deeper sweat. Beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until the last
We're back with Weibo and BLG, except BLG just slapped around in game number one. I'm Hysterics, I'm joined by Lyric. And yes, there were some close moments, but Weibo, unfortunately, didn't really have an edge into the game after Bot just decided to, I don't know, win out at level 1, win by 25 CS. And it's funny because, like, Elk didn't actually do that much damage in the end. It's hilarious that Bin has more. But I feel like Elk opening the map and being such an issue just caused problems because once he was dead, everyone else was benefiting.
I mean, the story of this game is the fact that there were almost 3 plates taken bot at 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Like, that is obscene. The amount of pressure they were putting down there. Then Elk kind of serving as just bait for the enemy team to draw them in and then allow BLG to be able to win more fights. We are going to bring up the MVP right now. Wouldn't be surprised, I was going to say, if it be either Shun or either of the 2 bot laners. I think missing, not missing, I'm sorry, On would have been a good shout as well. And yeah, just great performance overall. It's what you expect. It's what you tune in to see BLG for.
Shun on the Lee Sin is hilarious because in the early game, those Qs were not landing. It's funny to me that he gets MVP because, like, I don't know. You know, Bin was having some mishaps within the lane, still had good performance. Shun was having some mishaps in the jungle, I guess still had a good performance. I feel like overall, you know, Knight was... What was Knight playing? Why is my brain fogging?
I was playing the Ahri, right?
I know I was playing the Ahri, right? And so there was some good moments from him as well.
Oh, Knight was playing the
But
Talia.
yeah.
Xiao Hu was playing the Ahri.
Talia, you're right. I mean, the Knight performance, that's why I'm kind of confused. Shun gets MVP. Had some good moments, including that kick at the end, but, bro, how good was Knight's Talia? I thought that was exceptional.
It was great. It was great. But I'm still saying they could not see him. There were so many fights where this guy is just back there putting out the Unraveled Earth, throwing out the Qs, and just getting off so much damage onto Weibo across the course of these fights. And it just makes you excited to see what... Oh, no.
No, I missed that one. All right, that's why he get MVP.
No. And, you know, then there were moments like this where he's thinking he could peel. Oh, even that one. I guess that one counts since it got absorbed by a spell shield, but thinking he saves Aiden Carey definitely was not in the cards.
Hang on. Why? What? I love it. It's like, put that in there. Put that in there. And the MVP of Shun just getting caught out randomly. Again, it was messy. Like, there was such dominance, but I think this is what got it MVP, right?
Yeah, and to be fair, our replays are always brutal here. Always. It doesn't matter if you were the MVP. It doesn't matter if you were the winning team. But like you said, right there, we went back, saw it in the replay. Light getting kicked by Shun. To be fair, he knew that Shun was there, so I still think you were right on questioning and the positioning coming out from Light in that situation. And now it's just about, hey, can BLGL do it or can Weibo bring it back? Because Weibo right now, 6-6, still have very hard opponents. They still have JDG to play in the coming weeks. Another team like IG who have been on a bit of a downward trend, so maybe Weibo can pull that one out, but still there's a team above them in the standings right now. Their schedule really doesn't get easier from here.
Yeah, I'm kind of questioning how Weibo can bounce back within the series. I mean, this is such an important one. We knew it was going to be an uphill climb, though. But for Weibo, they got few and far between of uphill climbs left. It's JDG coming up next week. In the last week, they've got IG as well. The only easy battle left is LGD. So the fact that they haven't pulled out something fast here in game number 1 against BLG is concerning. But, I mean, again, BLG, when they're fighting for top 3, like, this feels like a done deal.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to write off Weibo, but BLG are just, the best team in the league right now.
Yeah, and right, Weibo, there's been some issues there. They clearly need more time to get it together. I mean, hell, you can even tell behind the scenes they know that with the fact that they did bring Yodong up to the roster, even if he isn't starting here today. So I think we're going to have to keep looking at Weibo to see where they do develop and where they do go from here. No, actually, they do sub him in for a game too.
Yodong. Okay, well, we're back here with the old, what was the AL jungle as well? Were they both AL junglers? No, Vici. Yodong was Vici RA. Or maybe
I
was he-
could have.
Anyway,
I'm almost positive he played on Rogue Warriors. I think he only came in for one split on Rogue Warriors. He was part of the Vici org, but I can't remember if he came. Oh no, he did.
He
So,
did.
yeah, he played on both. I think each time that was like subbing in, just a couple of games here or there. Never as the full-time guy, right? Back on Vici fighting with Ikes. On Rogue Warriors, it was when Haro was there as well, and you can't take down Haro. Haro was the GOAT. I still remember all of his crazy level 2 and 3 games.
yeah, true. I mean, there've been some crazy junglers that have come through the Rogue Warriors lineup. Don't worry. Like, I feel like that team breeds crazy junglers. You've got one on the other side of the rift. I mean, you've literally got Xiao Hao, who, getting subbed out is interesting because I feel like I'm not sure if I blame Xiao Hao for that game when bot got absolutely collapsed upon at level 1. We have to see what BLG do running into the second game because the level 1 is what made the game. The invade followed by the push out of, where's the brain going? Of Weibo's bottom lane.
Yep.
Just gave BLG so much capacity to play bot for the first 15 minutes of the game.
Yeah, and right, it feels like if drafts were going to stay the same and you were just looking at ways to counteract that, like they would have had to preempt it, maybe, stack 5 towards bot side, but things like that, you're even still just guessing at what they're doing. I think you could have assumed, because it was BLG, that they would look for the aggressive invade at level 1. But I agree. Definitely not Xiao's fault. I even feel like Xiao Hao in general, even though he has had some rough games, you can pretty much look at every member of Weibo and say the same thing. So in my mind, it must just be looking for a shakeup. It must just be trying to throw things at the wall and see what sticks. They've brought in Yodong for only 1 game so far. It was on the Rel. Didn't end up being a win. So we'll see now if his second time to shine ends up being the sauce.
Well, it could be something magical to take it to a game 3. especially since BLG, I mean, they're not looking unstoppable. I will say the fact that that game felt so done in the first 15 or like first 10 minutes of the game, and that Weibo actually had some successful picks, successful fights, maybe talks more about the draft and how approachable Elk was on the Varus with no one to save his hide. But I think, again, the fact the fights went so well with other members being able to flourish because of the early leads just showed you how BLG could play around that flexibility and how BLG as a team are flexible. Like, not only Elk and On are a great 2v2, you have Knight and Bin, some of the best solo laners in the league if they're not top in their class. And then you have Shun, who's like been this developmental jungler who can play super hyper carry jungles, but can also flex around and really play, dog to his laners at points as well. I think is always a good thing.
Yeah, and then like you're saying, right? Because you were saying BLG not looking infallible. They look like clear, far and away the best team in the LPL. They're probably one of the best teams to ever play in the LPL, like this 5-man roster. But it doesn't feel like, I mean, hell, even comparing them to the last year's JDG, where a lot of people looked at them, a lot of their games was like, wow, this team is the best in the world. Obviously, sadly, by the time Worlds came, that's not how it shook out. But I think looking at this BLG roster, that's why moving towards MSI, I think a lot of people have them up there with the top 2 LCK teams, and it wouldn't be surprising if, either T1 or Gen G were able to bring it to them. That's what makes it so cool that we're getting so close to internationals. We're going to get to see how BLG stack up against the rest.
Hopefully, hopefully we get like that domestic progression replicated on the international stage. Always an issue where you just bring up JDG and like, absolutely, is that an issue where some teams just don't follow through. I want to point out in the crowd, there was a sign that said on, and it was a light switch, except the dude had the light switch the wrong way. Like it was pressed in, it was pressed down. It was not on, it was off. So I don't know if he did that intentionally or if the light switches in his house aren't working the proper way they should, but somebody needs to get it and repair that because that's not on. Let's go to draft and let's see if we get a Smolder this time, especially with a Varus ban from Weibo on blue side. Yeah,
so showing respect there. Again, we have seen, if they do want to go for aggression, we've still seen things like the Lucian coming out of the day. But you're right, Smolder in my mind would be the big jump out, but it seems like Weibo don't care about that. They want to go for the early aggressive 2v2, and I get it. Playing against BLG, you're probably more afraid of them just gapping you in the early game, like we just saw in game 1.
I just feel like coming into today, I got my priorities, or I go Smolder. I don't care, 14-5, Smolder. And these teams are just glazing over it, like not caring. There's had one game where it's been a first pick on blue side where BLG now, it's the Ahri and the Zeri instead. They're like, forget it. It's all about the lane, maybe, if the Caitlyn gets locked in. But again, we know that Elk, Ruler, these 80 carries are great hyper carries, and they love the Zeri.
Yeah, and they do end up locking it in. And honestly, this is more coming into today. I mean, hell, even think about the first series that we casted today where AL were paying respect to the Smolder like we wanted them to. These teams could having very different priorities. Looks like the Nami going to be potentially what comes through, leaning that way over the Amelia. Vi still open if they want to take that one away, not give the combo with the Ahri, and also have that to prevent Elk from doing as he pleases.
As you said, the Vi, good option into the Zeri historically. I'd say also into something like the Ahri, where Ahri Vi has been a really good combination of a mid jungle. Plus, Maokai is not on the board. So when you consider about CC junglers that are left standing, you think Xin Zhao, you think Vi, and you think that for Yodang, oh god, he's a very fight. He likes Lee Sin. Wait, this guy would play Lee Sin blind. Okay, never mind. We're not going to see it just yet. But I'm just going to hold that thought because I don't think Yodang is going to be the same as your typical jungler.
Yeah, and very, very curious that they didn't end up locking it in, instead just wanting to make sure that Xiaohu gets something that he's comfortable on. Now you're going to be expecting, big combos from what they can set up. Things like Rel, Wukong, are what I'll keep my eyes on. We'll see if I ends up making it to the second phase as BLG end up taking the expected pick in the Lulu.
Yeah, but again, it leaves jungles on the wayside. As you were talking about before, I mean, we might just get some jungle bans. Starts with a Rel here. So another one of those CC junglers. The reason I brought up Yodang on something like the Lee Sin is because, again, I'm flashing back to the historic Yodang that on AL loved the early aggression, loves kind of that Xiao House playstyle. But maybe that's the difference here, is that Yodang comes in, he's told to chill, not be Xiao Hao, who can sometimes just be let off the chains. And at least he won't be on something like the Volibear that can do the same thing. So double jungle ban so far, and both these teams are just isolating what's going to come out of this jungle pool.
Yeah, so Rel, the first one to be expected to take away again. Now Jarvan, Vi. These are other junglers that can definitely set up for an Orianna combo, even if we haven't been seeing as much. I guess, yeah, I guess it wouldn't make sense because you have mobile mobile carries on the side of BLG right now to go with something like a Jarvan. So maybe Lee Sin, like you're saying, could be the go-to, but no. Fearing more of the potential Poppy play coming through.
If you're banning Poppy, you're doing it for the Zeri, right? Or are you doing it for what's going to come on 4 here? Vi banned away.
I think it was, right? So we see the Vi ban now in response to the Poppy ban. So knowing that that was going to be the direction for BLG.
Yeah.
So like you said, still having things like the Xin Zhao being open. BLG going to end up taking that one away. So Ahri Xin Zhao, great in the mid jungle.
And then I feel like for Weibo here, let's just look at the what's up. Maybe K'Sante needs to be taken away because this is a bin K'Sante game if I've ever seen one. It feels like the perfect front line. It feels like the perfect way to round out BLG's comp. I feel like for Weibo, they're going to throw a curveball here. Or that curveball could be K'Sante.
I mean, it's looking like it. I'm guessing the curveball being whatever they're picking for Yodong, right? Bringing in their sub jungle. He's only played 1 game so far, and it was on the Rel. Jax would be the counter to the Xin Zhao, right? With that counter strike, the strong dueling that you have early. You don't have anyone really that can set up super well for the ult from Xiaohu, but there will be some chances for Yodong if he ends up on the Jax or the K'Sante to be able to jump in.
Very true. At least the counter to Xin Zhao as well. It's seen everywhere as the pick to take into it. Bin just ends up playing Udyr. That's sad, isn't it? You know, you gear yourself up. You've got counter pick for a top laner. And then Bin. Udyr. I'm sick of... You know what? K'Sante I'm sick of. Udyr I'm sick of. Udyr is like... I think... Let's be real. Is Udyr the most boring champion? Yuumi or Udyr? Who's more interesting?
Udyr,
Actually, Udyr is.
100%.
Yeah.
Like
But he's on that level.
And I gotta say though, right? They went for the Udyr. Sure, it's an obvious pick, but also it's gonna give them prio top, which I think is gonna be important when they have the Zeri in the Lune bot lane. So at least giving them an area where maybe Shin can pick up a Scuttle Crab or have, you know, a place where he can feel safe. But a lot of eyes gonna be on Yodong coming back in for Weibo. They're the team who more desperately wants this win. BLG with the win will guarantee top 3. Top 2 is the more important one. Of course, that gets you into double Elim, but every step of the way there is important.
Well, Weibo needed this as a buffer zone. As you said, you know, every win counts. Weibo need this momentum. It's a hard road left in the split. They've got 4 series. This is one of them. They lose this 6 and 7. Then they've only got a buffer zone of really 1 more because then they can only maximum go 8-8 if they lose that. So at least 50% needs to be a win left for BLG to see if they can get to the magic number of 8. Sorry, not BLG. You know what I'm talking about, Weibo. It's a tough road. And especially against BLG here, we're going to have to see if Weibo can hold their cards because the change in draft here is interesting. I mean, even for both teams, BLG, let's forget that strong 2v2. Let's just get ready for the fact that if they scale and they get to team fight their way, you'll be looking towards Elk and On to do what Ruler and Missing did only 30 minutes ago. Wait, an hour ago. No, 2 hours ago. A while ago.
Yeah. See how loud the Gyos are.
还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
Bit of love there for Weibo.
Not enough. I mean, they did just get to the World Finals, but then again, the Shy, I think, was about 50% of the Gyos. I'm not going to lie.
I do feel like there's been a correlation to, even if you're a fan of the team, if they lose for whatever reason, you don't Gyo the next game. I noticed that with IG the other day because after they won a game, their Gyos got 10 times louder.
出击！
Oh. Well, so people, if the team's losing, they don't... I mean, look, I'm a flipper for abandoning Weibo, but like within the series, if you come there to support them, and then what, you Gyo less because they lost? Bro, that's tough love. Wouldn't you Gyo more because they lost to give them actual enthusiasm?
You should support this. Do you remember how you were talking about AL in the first series? You were all about tough love. That was your philosophy.
Yeah, but the difference was that I'm not a fan. I'm not there to support them. I'm a caster here just to, you know, judge all 17 of my sons and see what they're about. And it's different. It's a parental relationship. It ain't no fan. You know?
You know,
Professional one.
That's actually fair. That's actually fair. You know, I'm glad that you know your boundaries.
I do. I set a line. I set a line in the sand, and I make sure that, boy oh boy, am I sticking to it.
I think you're being too harsh on Weibo, because in my mind, Weibo. Oh, I'm gonna be careful. I'm like too scared of BLG going for an all-in at level 2, even though you would expect the Lucianami to be the one on the front foot. But in my mind, Weibo are like an old famous artist, doing well, but they've been down on tough times because one of their masterpieces has disappeared, aka the Shy. So now they've moved into the woods. They've gotten jacked. They're an actual lumberjack. We're even gonna name them Jack, I guess, because just to keep going with this train of thought. And you know, now they have this giant hurdle in front of them, BLG. And you know what? They might be missing their axe. They don't know how to cut down this tree, but it's still possible. They can just chisel one themselves with some stone and some wood. You just need some faith.
And they forgot, the only problem is, though, as Ben starts proxy farming topside, the only problem is they forgot the handle of the axe as well. You said they forgot the axe. They finally found the axe. They're like, oh, hang on, now we can do it. But they left the handle at home. The handle is way. And then they lost all semblance of control. And, it hurts. It definitely hurts. But look, outside of that, now's not the time because Ben is just absolutely chilling up in this top side. Like, dude, Ben is just kiting around purely for the plate. Now, the minion wave's going to disappear. And as he goes around, he takes 2 turret shots. Hang on a minute. Ben just ran it. Gets a stun down. He's going to be able to EE in a second. And that way he gets out. But Ben, that passage of play wasn't good. Meanwhile, we're getting the all-in on the bottom side. Good counter-strike, but for Yodang, he jumps in. Now has to flash away. Wind becomes lightning matched, and first blood over to Elk. That's not good. As Knight now comes in, we're looking at Xiaohu and Shun. Fired it out. The flash away charm was a little bit short from Knight. You don't often say that, but Elk getting first blood is bad news bears for Weibo.
This round of the Boctagon definitely being a 10-8 in favor of BLG. BLG just do so good at playing around this bottom half of the map. You can even see Shun still on that side now, right around his 2v2.
God, that's just rough, though. Rough start. I mean, Shun a better start this time, though, as he gets the gank off. He's up in CS2. As ZDZ has to be a little bit careful on the top side. Knight now moving down. Level 4 Ari. This is early.
Oh, they're over. They don't have heal. Flashes are still there.
Well, what's going to be burned first? Light's just dead. Easy as that. Good Aqua Prison. Charm misses again from Knight. Orb of Deception gives some good damage, but there's not enough to follow through. Second kill here for BLG. ZDZ close to dying himself. He's burning down. Ben doesn't have any summoners available to chase this down.
He's trying to bait
ZDZ
this. Look at the minimap.
up.
Jax is on the way. Oh, no. In the end, they don't go for it. I do want to give props to Crisp in that last play, though. His movement preventing him from getting charmed. I actually was predicting him to flash, which is why his charm ended up being so far out there, because he did have it up. But we're going to go all the way back to the first kill. Shun being level 4, I think, is an important thing to note here. And Yodong already missing a bit of health. Gets the initial trade. Shield there from Lulu. And I'm a bit surprised he walked forward at all to begin with. But then the flash with the Wind Becomes Lightning seals the deal on that. And Xiaohu even forced to flash in the end, too.
Really nice match there from Shun. I mean, again, I was mentioning CS lead. That's kind of capped up a bit with Yodang catching up, but the opening kills are a big deal. Knight picks up 1, Elk picks up 1. The damage sources of BLG are in charge. A 1k gold lead opens up this game too. As Xiaohu's setting up, Shockwave flashed away from Knight, was not level 6. And with Yodang nearby, Weibo get themselves a priority in the mid lane.
And it's nice to see Xiaohu taking advantage of an opportunity like that, right? Again, Xiaohu versus Knight. This should be an incredibly hyped matchup. A lot of teams in LPL, though, just aren't playing that hard around impacting mid lane itself. And, I mean, these two matchups, right, a lot more about last game, Taliyah, Ahri, utility. This time around, Orianna with the scaling. Ooh. Ahri for the utility, so it's not really about that 1v1.
Hasn't been for a little bit. Just gawking at the bottom side. Those trades are heavy as Ben versus ZDZ. It's getting frisky up in the top side, and Ben's been able to cover back of what he was doing earlier on with the overdive in top. But at least being able to get some of those Udyr trades that we know can be pretty dangerous. As Dragon does go over to BLG here in this early game. So still, nice little lead. And the fact that it's on Elk again, this time with a lot more tools to keep him alive and a lot less tools to dive him in the back line, feels pretty nice.
Oh, he's gonna have a phenomenal game, assuming that BLG don't, find a big explosive skirmish that brings us back into their favor. And all the emphasis being put around the spot lane. Knight being a little bit sneaky. They are going to give up on looking for the play in the end. We still have our grubs up, or at least one grub. Weibo did take 2 of them earlier on. And, I got to say, I'm kind of rooting for ZDZ. Only for the Oh, he might go down. My rooting for him might not matter. He's getting run down. I was going to say only because ZDZ always makes me think of Ox.
Oh, actually, he's dead. He's dead. Solo kill. Ben on Udyr against K'Sante. Cheeky little grin. I thought we saw that coming.
I just don't get it. It looked like it was going to happen at first. It looked like Ben's like, all right, you're safe for now. You may walk away. And then he just walks back up. Ben finds it. It's such an anticlimactic kill. His ult.
Bot's not, though, is it? Chris now against turret, gets tagged out, flashes away. Elk now channeling this down onto the turret at first, looks for the pick. Chris kites away, kill comes through, culling at point blank range. Elk about to die, but he's saved away. Nice barrier. I think as well he's saved by a little bit of timing as Xiaohu engaged on in the mid lane. It's all going well for BLG. This time it ain't just about bot creaming out. It's mid, it's top. All 3 lanes of BLG are a success.
Yeah, super explosive. 5-0, already a 3K gold lead. So very similar to the last game. It might not be as much about the turret or the plate, but hell, they're even actually still getting those plates. You can even see in top 2 being taken down. Static Shiv now picked up by Elk, so going to be improving with that wave clearance, some of that poke that he is able to come out with.
Been just running towards enemy jungler. I mean, it's such a big story right now for BLG through these lanes. It's looking so good as you can see Weibo's top laner. ZDZ's trying to take Bin over that wall into the jungler, but again, all out comes through. Bin takes 2 turret shots, and down he will go. ZDZ with a solo kill in return, and Bin makes the same mistake again.
Yeah, overstepping, not respecting ZDZ. I even love his reaction. He yelled something out when he died. Nice by ZDZ taking advantage with that knockback.
It's that solo kill top that, again, is responded. It might not mean that the game changes drastically, but it is a nice touch considering that for ZDZ, solo kill moments ago was denied some minions, able to push back in his favor, and able to get some kind of revenge. The gold lead still stands at about 2,500 here, as Dragon's 2 minutes away from spawning, but the grubs in top side lay waiting. Weibo picked up the first 2, and you can see, looks like Knight, used to Xiaohu being on Ari, is just going to try and drop some wards up towards River, give a bit more information, especially for Bin as well, and give a bit more priority for this Udyr top, as well as the opportunity for Shun to start making these map movements. But I guess he's just like, nah, forget grubs. He's on bot again, maybe leading to the potential of giving Elk a bit more.
I think it makes sense, too, because this is a game where even if Weibo end up getting grubs, it'd actually be meaningless for them. Really doesn't look like with the state of the map, they'd be able to utilize them at all. So reading that Weibo probably going to look for a bot lane play.
Not seen.
All 6 members are here.
Oh, Yodang is spotted out. Counter-strike. BLG trying to bait it. They do. Elk ultis are now with the jump in. This is the middle of no man's where the wild growth was insane. On ulti was the most clutch Lulu I've seen in a while. As BLG give more resources over to this Zeri, they open up bot yet again. And along with the bot diff, I think the jungle diff here in this series, no matter who you put in, no matter if it's Yodang, no matter if it's Xiaohao, it just feels unfair for Weibo.
It's like more than that too, right? It's just a full-on team diff, even in the sense of just their coordination, the map movements they're making. You can see BLG having just a great idea of how they want to play and how their players can interact with this. Because, the wards are here. What a beautiful setup. We see Yodong spotted out, so the BLG bot lane knows exactly what to expect when the counter-strike gets started and the leap comes through. And I love that Elk doesn't run back. He runs forward in anticipation of Shun to follow through. And like you said, the wild growth was absolutely perfect. Double knock up. Just ensures that the kills will go over.
3-0-2, 2-0-0. I mean, that already happened from the previous play, but Shun opening up bot side. 4 plates are taken in total. Once again, Elk is getting all the plating in this game, or at least all the plating in the bot side. But the difference is he's on the Zeri, who is now being set up for success yet again. Crispin Light being zoned off, and a very familiar feeling considering how this series started.
Yeah, not able to find any kills for BLG there because we just saw the ward that timed out. Shun's sweeper didn't catch it. But will open up the turret, so going to be even more gold. Even the call about to be finished for Elk, so that's going to be more money getting him towards his next item. Dragon being started. BLG. Maybe we need to start tuning into BLG games like 20 minutes in and, you know, get a status report. If every early game is going to be this dominant.
If it was always like this, hell yeah. Topside though, response from Weibo as a potential ZDZ. Trying to get Bin as he's not flipped back. Yes, he is, excuse me. Correction as Yodang is coming on in. This Udyr is now down. Yodang takes a couple of turret shots and opens up the top side here for ZDZ.
You know, they might not have found an axe, but they've learned how to make fire by hand. It's about the small steps, right? 2 deaths to Bin, we got some fire. Now we just got to learn how to fish. Maybe a kill onto Shun will teach us?
By himself, audacious charge, culling. Might have to ulti, depends. Half HP, holds off on that ult for now as Xiao Hu walks down, and BLG's jungler just caught a little bit going in proactively without anyone nearby.
Now we come back to top side. We're going to see the gold difference.
Yay.
67k
Oh my
for Elk. Oh my god, it's almost 3k. Almost 3k for Elk.
Who's
over Light.
teleporting? Okay, it's ZDZ. He can tank this up surely for now. Elk's going to take a turret shot and we'll be okay with the Lulu by his side.
He bought Magic Resist. He bought Kanik Rooker. And so we're seeing, like, Elk is still having a fine time cutting through him in this matchup.
True. Chris trying not to get the blue buff. He's like, oh, I got to leave it. Ends up having to walk through that area anyway. So Na'Vi blue buff, not the end of the world. But as we turn our attention back to topside, thank you, observers. It is Elk who's about to get yet another plate top here as well. I haven't tracked how many he's got in total, but like BLG again, just the plating team this series as Elk has picked up all 5 bot, a couple up in top at the very
it's
least.
7. It's 5 bot.
Wow.
I think it was 2 top. Because I know Bin got 2 of them by himself.
Okay, well, that stings. That stings. Weibo down 5,000 gold, and even though it's 14 minutes, still yet another turret goes down. BLG make it 2 for 0 in those objectives. And you can see Weibo are like, well, we got to pick the side lane again. We got to dive Bin. They're bringing the whole cavalry.
They want to stay warm in the winter, but not going to be able to do them any good. Rift Herald picked up. I don't know what kind of team BLG's like in scrims. Like, if they're one of those incredibly crazy, literally going in at every second limit testing teams, or if it does look a bit like this. Or this might be that, right? This might be their version of crazy limit testing, and they're actually just this much better than everybody else.
True. They're just like, we're already locked in. We may as well try something. But again, it's not that egregious, is it? It's the knockback. Shun is going to survive for now. Ulti's out after the Herald charges. It was because of the Herald that Weibo had a bit of a setup to knock him, but he'll survive for now. So inner turret damage, outer turret goes down. 3rd turret for BLG. All those outers have now dropped. And the map is just theirs. I mean, this is just such dominant play. This is what you want to see of the first team of the LPL. You don't want to see no mucking around, no BS. You want to see BLG take it to a mid-tier or even like a top 6 team, depending on Weibo's finish, and see them clinically close it out.
Yeah, and now we're going to get to the point of the game where, assuming Weibo play a bit more reserved, we're going to get that lull that we had in the last game, right? Because when this many outer turrets are already down, you're waiting for objectives to just start recycling. It's like, sure, you can constantly look for those plays, look to steal away camps, deny gold in the enemy jungle. But if Weibo don't give you any opportunities to actually find the kills, it can be hard to start breaking down those base without those neutrals spawning.
Oh my god. And oh my god, culling with shield, not too much done. Light missing the rest of it as 2 items versus 1 item here. And look, it's the same start with lethality into the mix from Light versus Renan's Hurricane that is being completed by Elk. So just that 2v2 we'll continue talking about as topside. Engage starts off. TP is the flank as well. Knight is flying in. Shun is also in on the back end. And look, Bin's doing it himself on top of Xiao Hu. How much help did he really need? Shockwave does nothing. And Bin picks that one up as rest of BLG are converging in on top.
FBLG doing a great job starting to get Scuttle Crab and making sure they can get some vision down deep in this top side. It's going to set up for them to find those picks that they would need. But Dragon, We'll be up in 30 seconds. You're going to expect the shift from BLG to start going down towards bot side. TP did just come through from Bin to start getting that push going up against ZDZ.
You think the Shy would be playing Zeri top? You think that's a thing? I'm just still thinking about solo queue, you know? Maybe we play a bit of a degenerate champion top right now.
I don't think
Elk
he
is showing
would.
Me. No,
But I think he'd be good at it if he did.
He would.
ZDZ,
he's
gonna
alone.
die.
He's isolated. Flip back, all out, brings him near his team, but he's going to be dead by the time they come in. I am lightning shouts Elk, and now as he runs forward, Light is going to be Light. Why did he run into that? No, Light!
Oh.
Why did you run into that? He flashes away, and Elk is fine. Wild Growth, he flashes out from the stun. Light with a big mistake.
Oh.
Knight! Oh, baby! Doesn't get the kill, but they are playing with fire. They're playing with their food. BLG are just mucking about. They got smiles on their faces. They're that far ahead.
I'm actually so shocked by how aggressively BLG are playing. I'm like, I don't know what to do with my hands. We see Elk and Knight keep going forward. So exciting. Love the aggression coming out from them. You can see Weibo really not expecting it. So many summoners burned, and now going to get themselves on the Soul Point. And the ever so beloved Majai's going to be just picked up by Knight before we get into this replay. There's not much to say about this initial part, right? ZDZ trying to wrap his way around through River. Again, I don't really know how he thought that could be safe, but ends up getting punished in the end. And then Elk, knowing he has the Lulu behind him, having that rune on, says absolutely no fear. Just dashing forward, immediately forces the flash. His trust in the Wild Growth, does flash back himself to try to cut it out for the Knight. Knight also has no fear. I can't believe he didn't finish it off.
Love it. Yeah, close call. Majai's, as you said, picked up for Knight in that back, and we've got item components for Elk on towards the third that are being picked up as well. So 3 items, Zeri incoming, already doing so much damage, already so far ahead. Like, a great look from BLG. As I said before, these are the games you want to see BLG close it out cleanly, really show their stuff, and they're doing that. They are walking over Weibo in this second game. Now on to Salt Point, now 4 minutes away from that, and you've got yourself a Baron in a minute's time too. So everything lining up, and it's up to Weibo to create an upset, but being 9,000, 8,000 gold down at this point in the game, I just don't know, Lyric, how we're going to find any damage or any moments from Weibo that are going to come out this far back.
No, and it looks like ZDZ's potentially just going to end up being punished again. And, I mean, they're just too far behind, right? It feels like if BLG at this point are a blockbuster movie, Weibo are like an episode of Ed, and Eddie, where what's that guy's name? Johnny? He loses Plank. You know, we could say the Shy and Weibo were playing. They're Johnny, and they're like, what do we do? You can't compete with, you know, the budget of a blockbuster cinema.
Not at all.
And who even cares about that kid without Plank? You know, he was the cool part of the gimmick.
True. So what is the deal? So in short, you're telling me it could be hopeless. It's too out of scale.
I'm telling you, the budget that BLG are working with is too big. Weibo, I mean, look at this, man. The fact that Bin's dealing all this damage to ZDZ in this, you know, tank 1v1, and ZDZ can't even tickle him.
I mean, Bin's been hilarious all game long. Hello, Shun. Crisp is now at half HP on helps with that, as mid continues getting pushed in. Side lanes, at least one of them in control by Xiaohu, but Bin is setting up for the rest of BLG to move in with this next wave, crashing in as ZDZ maybe just faking it back for now, or maybe just trying to get Bin to launch into him, and he does exactly that.
And you know, we've mentioned Weibo's upcoming schedule a lot because of all the implications. Oh, I'm going to pause because ZDZ, I don't think you... Okay, good. ZDZ, you cannot stand here. You will die. But if any BLG fans are wondering, hey, who does BLG have coming up? They do have 2 teams that are currently in that top 10. So OMG and NIP. So we're going to get 2 more, I'll say, potential playoff previews. But, you know, would take quite a run for OMG or NIP to make it that far. And hell, that's even assuming they both make playoffs still. But point is, you get to see BLG play against some decent teams. The problem is, even if you're a decent team, typically this is the type of game you end up with against Billy Billy.
Again, just so clear and cut to the punch. I mean, BLG, this bot side, I'm sure we've got lots more to talk about with Navori, but it feels like for Elk is having another great split. On is having another great split. The 2v2 is just launching on all fronts. It's really nice to see As now I think we're going to see the closing out. This feels like the end play, doesn't it? Bin is just running up. No contestation whatsoever. Elk on the backside. The only reason it looks contestable is because Weibo haven't dealt with Elk and he hasn't run into the fight just yet. Teleport from ZDZ. As he walks in, Baron is sitting there all the same. Elk hasn't popped that ulti just yet. And Weibo take a little bit of poke damage for their troubles.
Right before TPing in, Knight was able to finish off the Horizon Focus, so even going to have more damage. Bit of utility that he's bringing in there. And for BLG, it seems like they're fine just waiting for that next dragon to come up. It's up in 30 seconds. Lean into Soul, pick that up. Then maybe we'll start seeing them actually more intentionally looking for the Baron, whether it be baiting or thinking they can just outright finish it now that Light is 3 items. But definitely going to go through their order of operations here with Dragon coming up so soon.
Just an easy Soul to be taken. Again, we're just waiting for the finishing touches. It's going to take a massive throw. Absolute cinema, as Lurik was alluding to before. From BLG to lose this game. As Chris face-checking here, maybe not the play. He flashes away, and that's an ult. Straight up from Elk. Just runs in and knocks him down. Goodbye, Light. He flashed, and he's going to have to base. And now, Dragon, Baron, there's pings going for multiple.
And now they won't even be able to walk forward to defend anything, right? Because if you're Light or you're Crisp and you walk forward, it could just be a Spirit Rush in from Knight that's putting so much threat on you. And you have nowhere to go. Wow.
That gets ulted, though.
Knight.
Spirit Rush does give him a bit of space. Yodang, is he going to follow through? He had Flash, but didn't want to commit, actually. ZDZ chasing it up with Ghost. I mean, Knight will have Charm available soon. Misses it, though, but the rest of BLG are here. And now ZDZ, it turned from a great play, finding a pick and an unexpected one. Onto, as a flip comes through. Hang on, Cassante doing Cassante things. No. Onto Elkanon,
Oh!
saving Grace. Meanwhile,
A
BLG
2v4!
are walking through with numbers disadvantage. Bin thinks he can take it. He dies too. That's a little bit of BLG inting.
But see, that's why I think it was last game when we said it, but it's like, you gotta watch out for the moments where you're having a bit too much fun. Like, maybe BLG don't care, because sadly for Weibo, those kills don't change too much. I'm gonna assume there were some bounties there. Sadly, wasn't paying close attention to what they were before they did end up going down, but on the same token, again, it just feels like the lead is too big. They opted into taking that fight. We're gonna see here, though, how it started off, finding the all-out on the Knight, but he has enough mobility to be able to initially run away. ZDZ looks like hoping he can at least take him down, maybe thinking, even if I go down, at least I can take down one of their big premier carries, but this! Okay, this! What do we say about this?
Bin and Shooter just like, yeah, we could do it. We'll do it. And he flashed for it. Wow, okay. But we come back, Shadow's dead.
I actually do love that they went for it. Like, I gotta be honest here. Like, you're this far up ahead, why not see if you can 2v4? Because if you win that, if you kill them 2v4, I don't think their mental is just broken. Like, that's already broken for this game. Their mental is destroyed for the next few series going forward.
Oh, true. It states a message, doesn't it?
Yeah.
As BLG, they're going to get Baron, and closer we go. Towards the end of this game, the end of the series, end of the day, I mean, BLG have just been on point. We'll look at the replay again. On point outside of the 2v4, but still, again, they've flaunted it as Xiaohu was just caught staying safe in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Knight knew. I mean, he just cleared the way. This is the obvious recall spot, so able to easily follow up as it looks like another kill might come through in the left-hand side of our screen.
Ooh, nice fight.
It's Knight and
what is happening?
Yodong. Oh, yeah.
He's dead. And he's just dead. And Elk almost died. What happened? He just ulted, and he almost apparently ran into turret, maybe. Actually, Lucian is low. So Light got pretty low. So it looks like maybe there was some diving from Elk.
Yeah, he went for it. Clearly, at least shouldn't have been in too much trouble for the fact that he has both of his sums still, so didn't feel the need to blow them with whatever was going on. Now he's going to bring Lord Doms to the table, which is going to allow him to kill the Cassante. And yeah, I did catch this when it showed up. This replay doesn't matter. We're getting TPs.
Doesn't. Is it going to be the end this time around? Knight teleporting in, and ZDZ just holding the line. I mean, BLG still have the Baron buff for a minute 50, so at the very least, the TP from Knight is going to help push this wave, but it's thinning out. There is still some wave clear from Weibo. Remember, the Orianna are a big part of that, but I feel like BLG just need to get side lanes pushing in, get multiple points of pressure, Lyric, so that they can utilize the rest of this Baron for a minute 30.
Yeah, you can see they're finally trying to do that now with the 1-4, committing to where they have to pull members down and even putting some threat with the charm. They need to be
Can we
careful of
connect that?
ZDZ, though. ZDZ, in my mind, is like the big threat in terms of that he can engage, but oh, the shockwave!
Oh my god, they're
That was
running.
huge!
They're absolutely running it. The shockwave is huge. As you said, the overstep that Xiaohu punishes. And BLG, they've gotten picked off the back end as well. For Knight, he can't do too much. Shun now jumping in. Can they 4v5 is the new question, as Shun is going to drop down as well. Knight still running in. He's getting reset after reset. And even though the shockwave ends up being massive, BLG still end up getting some kills. The turret ends up going down, and ZDZ and Yodang are on the chase, and Bin is now running for his life with On, hightailing it towards this. Udyr, the flip up, not going to be found. And BLG get caught out. That was the best of the bad situation from Weibo.
It was, and with that siege, I was trying to focus on, hey, what kind of engage? How can you knock BLG into you? Oh, it's the Cassante. I wasn't even thinking about Xiaohu. Able to find just a solo ulti, right? Just him setting it up by himself, because it was him there with his bot lane duo. And yeah, just having the ball there and BLG dancing around the edge of it. Oh, it actually is a bubble that starts it off. So I guess all the credit has to go to Crisp in the end. And BLG gonna pay for their sins.
Oh yeah, Elk is definitely paying for his sins. Getting caught out there, it's rough. I mean, for Weibo, an opportunity in this game then suddenly arises, but it is still a long shot. Mid turret was still open. This fight was still traded because Knight ended up getting a bazillion kills off the back end as well. And Bin ended up getting out. So we come back to live. It's still a 10k gold lead. It's still Sol in the hands of BLG. The only thing I'm going to raise for Weibo is that there is an Elder coming up. Elder's turn games. And as much as this feels like it's in the Doom Cloud for Weibo, Elder gives you that chance that you wouldn't think you had.
I do gotta say though, we're gonna get a fight right now.
Maybe Charm comes out. ZDZ chasing this up. Elk is still very strong as he hovers over the wing. And you need to say what lyric? It's time to tell me.
That BLG should have.
Oh.
No, I don't. His light now goes in.
Yeah, but he's frontlining this for the time being. He's slowed down. He's beaten up. Very dangerous. They get Knight, but Redemption says no.
I am very surprised at how aggressively he went there. But the point I'm going to make is Weibo now have to be pulled out of their base, right? So they aren't going to find the same easy angles like they did with that bubble, with that shockwave, when BLG are stuck in a confined space hitting turrets. So I think this should be more favorable for them as Weibo come out.
Struggling to defend for now. I mean, you've got Baron coming up in 145. Just as a side note, if we get to that point, mentioning it because as Weibo look to challenges, if they look to fight another day, it will be over that objective. But Elder just feels so strong right now as they try and run in. But Knight's angle is huge. He's in, he's out. Bin going to do the same. Crisp is just getting full on targeted. And the Nami's dead. Look at Light next. The backline power of BLG. While we look at the Elder somehow. Xiaohu got it.
It
How
doesn't
the hell
matter.
did Xiaohu get the Elder? And you're right, it doesn't matter, but the fact he stole it is massive. A couple of kills could slow the game down as Knight has to flash away from Xiaohu, but the hero that could from Weibo now isolated 1v4, and Elder won't be saving that one, not even with a shockwave. ZDZ does get a shutdown onto Bin, though, or rather a knockdown with the Elder, but as Elk tries to label him down and knock him down as well, BLG have the base wide open to end this series, and a weird flip at the end, let's just say that. But a crazy one is, what the hell was that, Charm?
That was not it. But hey, you know, more for the KDA here, taking down ZDZ.
Oh.
Ooh.
Elk almost died. Elk almost died. No Elders left remaining. BLG are sending in the cavalry, and again, it's Knight. He's going to get a Spirit Rush. He's going to get another one. He's going to get a Charm, and one more in the back pocket. He's picking up kills left, right, and center as the minion wave now converges in, and BLG, I think they're playing with their food. I think you can give them a pass there for being a little bit messy around the edges, because this team didn't care. They knew they won, and they won with conviction. 13-1, top 3 lock-in, and the best team of the LPL rises again.
Yeah, BLG looking unstoppable. Like I said, their next 2 series are OMG and NIP, so other teams who are at least in that middle of the pack, it's going to be fun. Made light work of Weibo. Just great at playing towards the spawn site. Bin being left on his island, he's still finding an impact. And yeah, it feels like it's going to be hard to find the problems, to find the faults in BLG, I'm sorry, until we get to playoffs, until they're playing up against the JDGs and the top esports in best of 5s, right? Because those were series where they were pushed. Hell, maybe IG as well. Maybe IG beating them in a best of 5. That'll be the kryptonite.
Oh, yeah. There's only one team that can do it. It's new IG. I want to reflect a little bit because in this series, I feel like there are a lot of up and downs of Weibo. Like we saw, some of the control that came through from players like Xiaohu. I think the bottom side, despite being behind in both games, they kind of tried their best efforts to catch up, and it was just really hard from start to finish because Weibo were always playing catch up, really, weren't they? Because the 2v2, or let's call it a 3v3 or 3v2, was always in BLG's favor. That bottom lane was a nightmare there for Light and Crisp.
It just feels bad for anyone who cues into some LPL, some nice pro League of Legends in the LPL, and they're like, cool, I'm gonna get to test out my sick 2v2 matchups that I've been practicing all week with my academy team. You play BLG and it's like, doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter. There's going to be everyone. Everyone's going to be fighting you down in bot side the whole time. We saw countless skirmishes even in River. And the second BLG gets ahead, like, again, I've never been big about throwing around best team in the world statements because who knows until internationals come. But BLG, in terms of their early game snowballing, like, they got to be close, man. It's crazy. Yeah.
You can put them in the like a top 3 or a top 5. Like, that's my safety net, I never go best team in the world. Unless I'm really feeling, unless like it's some crazy stuff going on.
Unless the Shy's on the Rift, but
unless the Shy, so that's different. But I put BLG in like a top 3 because you look at them and you're like, how can they not be, right? Especially when historically Chinese teams and Korean teams, you look at them and you're like, well, one of these regions is usually the best, and you put the mixed bag together. BLG right now it feels like the team that I'd let represent, against the likes of like a Genji or a T1. It feels really valid to put BLG in that upper list. And again, when Elkanon are performing out of their mind, and I think Shun has some really great gallivanting moments, it's completely fair. And Knight as well. I got to add Knight into the mix because Knight on Ahri, just doing Ahri things, which I think he's also known for a bit over his past years.
I think the thing that scares me about this BLG is that they just seem so clearly above the rest. Like, again, I think teams like TeZ and JDG, I expect to be able to push them and, maybe on a given day be able to beat them in a best of 5. But the feeling is just so untouchable that's what scares me when we come playoffs. Because here we are already talking about how excited we are to see them against Genji or a T1 or this or that. It's like, God, what if they don't even get the opportunity? What if,
True.
I don't know. I don't know if we've ever had collapses like that where a top favorite didn't even make it to the international. Obviously, we've had the top favorite completely bombing out, like whatever year that was of FPX with Noinby having the time of his life is.
2021?
But moving on, Weibo is a team that I want to talk about because Weibo are a team that I predicted to be at the top of the split by the end. They're very clearly not there. They very clearly don't really know what they want to be doing. Bringing in Yodong really didn't seem like the answer.
It didn't. They're obviously looking for options in, like how they... but I was going to say in changing their play, but I don't feel like they're that different from what we've seen. Maybe it's a breath of fresh air. Maybe there's stuff going on behind the scenes that we don't know. But I think what we do know is that for Weibo, they're in a little bit of trouble. Like, it's not the end of the world. They're in the same position as anyone's legend, as LNG, right? As even OMG. But the fact that they're contesting with those teams, and the fact that, again, Weibo a little bit unreliable. It's like JDG, IG are on that menu for you. You might have an LGD, but like even then, are you going to perform against LGD? So it was a hard task today, and I don't blame them. But I do say that it has put Weibo in a pretty dangerous spot.
Yeah, and again, it just goes back to the theme of like how this split has been so weird in regards to players who've traditionally been towards the top underperforming, whether that be players on the RNG roster, players on the LNG roster, as we were talking about them earlier, this Weibo team. Like, there's so many that you look at and it's like, how are we not punching, a bit harder, like finding more wins, having more competitive series? So it is disappointing. At least I think their next series is the one that is the reprieve. That one should be, that one's against LGD. So maybe using that as a bit of a mental refresher before you have to once again get thrown into the lines then against JDG.
God, they do need that refreshing game because, Magic on BLG, small break, JDG after that. Like, at least it's towards the end of the split. I think the teams that get it towards the start is a little bit unfair because you're like, well, I've just got the two best teams who probably been refining themselves, have more budget, just come off internationals as well, feel very well approached to the game. it might feel a little bit unfair in that regard. So at least for Weibo, it's come to this point where, as you said, end of the split, or where some of the top teams start losing games randomly, maybe because they're preparing for playoffs, maybe because they're just having a laugh. I don't know. Either way, BLG are now, once again, 2 more steps away from getting that record in the LPL split. Remember, we've never had a 16-0 team. But since we've moved to one conference with 17 teams, no one but BLG have been 15-1. It happened last split for the first time. They got first, and it was crazy over JDG. But this split, they've actually beaten JDG, who I believe were their only loss. And now it's like, well, yeah, IG the Kryptonite, ignore that. But everything else, you like BLG are in that top form again.
Yeah, but that's also where some of the problems come, right? Of like not having enough teams that it feels comparable enough to push them to know what some of their mistakes will be. I'm always a big advocate of like losing more in the regular season before these big playoff matches come, because you could have a split where you are just destroying everybody. Finals comes, you finally start to lose, you finally start to really get pushed, and it's like, sure, all these guys are experienced, so I'm sure they'll know how to handle it, but even just different team dynamics and like different situations coming up for the first time, I think can always be problematic. I don't know if it'll happen with this team, but feels like just an important caveat to mention when they aren't showing all too many glaring flaws right now.
I think international shows that a lot as well, and as you said, not having that practice, not having that those more teams to test on before that can be a real big issue. Because right now people are looking at BLG and be like, okay, MSI representatives, like major regions, you know, two from LPL, and you think it has to be BLG one of them, right? If not, then there's a major upset going on. And you start to think like, okay, what are BLG's weaknesses? Well, sometimes they muck around and then they find out. That's an issue. Like but that's also quite refinable by coaches and a bag of oranges. But then you also think, what else, Lyric? You know, what else have you got to... Are they too ambitious?
That's kind of where it ends, because even in situations where they are, like when they were mucking about, right? Luckily, they usually are doing it in scenarios where it's like, there's no real objective up on the map that the enemy can take. There's nothing they could transition in if they go a funny engage or they look for a 2v4 in the enemy jungle. So they've been quite reserved so far. I just want to see how consistently they can play when they fall behind, because it doesn't happen all that much, and that is like a completely different experience as compared to playing with the 2K gold lead so consistently 5 minutes into the game. Like, sure, they're not gonna have to bank on playing from behind all that much, but right, as we get further, as the competition gets tougher, you aren't just gonna be able to find these 5K gold leads 8 minutes in as reliably.
No, that's right. The better those teams get, the less that'll start happening. And I think as well, like, it was a really hard day for the bottom lane of Weibo because the responses never came through from mid. The responses never came through from jungle. That's also the issue with Weibo in itself that I think we've already touched on quite a bit, is the fact that the stability elsewhere is not really there. Like, you still have Light and Crisp. You still got yourself Xiaohu, who like had an okay day, but the rest of the parts aren't integrating as well. As who do you reckon gets MVP? I think BLG, it's going to be Shun again. No. Wait. Yes. No. Yes. No. Elk. No. On. No. What do you reckon?
I kind of want it to be Elk just because of how alpha he was going in that one sequence around enemy raptors. You know, he was like flashing forward and eating over walls. But I don't know. That's just the bias, because I thought that moment was super cool. Could be On as well. On had some really good knockups with the ult. I don't know. It could be any of them.
There we go. Hey, I was like, you know what? Knight had a fully stacked Magize, or at least I think he did by the end. Like, Knight's definitely in contention to get MVP. So, someone deserved 5 MVPs for Knight. Wow, that is low. But then again, everyone on BLG just sharing them. Holy moly.
It's the same problem as last year's JDG, right? And that's how you end up with maybe a great player on a middling team, which last year was LNG, right? Like Scout being able to pick it up. But, you know, I'm going to take over again. Because you joining us has been a surprise. It's been a delight. We need to look over today's games, because it's like, hey, who knows how many times you're going to get hysterics, lyric hysterics on the screen together.
Lysterics.
Yeah.
His lyric. His Rick.
No, that's not. Well, you know,
our
don't
name together is better than Dagda and Medic's casting name together. You never want to touch that.
Much better. But all the results today expected: JDG, LNG, PLG being able to win out. That will bring us to our standings, where your favorite team is. I'm going to decide who your favorite team is.
No, I told you on this broadcast.
No. I'm changing it. Your favorite team is. Can we go to the second half of the standings, please? I don't think any of these are his favorite teams.
I don't know.
You seem like a Thunder Talk guy. They've been performing better. They've been looking better.
You have to be joking.
Okay,
What makes you think I'm a
Hysteric's favorite
TT
team
person?
is Thunder Talk. We're going to move on. Tomorrow's schedule coming your way.
Okay.
I was here yesterday and today. I'm not here tomorrow, but everyone knows. It's the Yashin Day. Bring you Ultra Prime, OMG, RA, FPX, and then TES First WE. Should be a great series, especially because Wayward going up against TS, and Wayward has looked a lot better this split. So,
Yeah.
tomorrow's going to be fun.
That's going to be a real good series. You're right. Top Esports Team WE as well might decide if WE ends up making playoffs too. TT, LNG, Ultra Prime are their series. They've got actually quite a lot left. WE haven't played as many as others. So, again, a very important day. And that's where we're at. We're at important days because after tomorrow, it's week 8, then a very short week 9. Not many days left of the LPL split. Lyric, it's a pleasure to be alongside you. It is nice to be alongside you in what has been a shorter day again. I don't get the 9 game days as a guest.
No.
It just doesn't happen. I'm sorry to all you guys who've just been, slogging through it. But hey, I get to sit here, say thank you to you. Nice to cast with you, hear it early in the morning. I'm going to go to a chocolate festival now. Okay, it's raining, but that won't stop me. And I am going to sugar up. So bye for now, not forever. Lyric and friends.